Oh my god. Okay. Alright, you fuckers. Welcome to day 2 of Christmas hell. Yeah! Christmas hell! It's nothing but fucking video games tonight, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, women and men, men and women, non-binaries and gays. Yeah, it's like fucking day 2. Holy crap. Okay. It's day 2. Just give me a sec. I need to get my iPad so I can check my stream. Yeah. It's raining right now. I wasn't expecting it to rain, so I was like, oh my god, I have to prepare for my live stream. And then tomorrow's day 3, which again, I don't have any idea. I mean, I have ideas for, it's just like, I don't know. I don't know if I'm feeling it. Give me a sec. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Okay. Alright, today, yeah, we're playing video games tonight. I'm gonna play, my first game is probably gonna be, it's gonna be Plague Inc. So I'm gonna do that. Right, so this is Plague Inc. Hopefully we will get Plague Inc. on its ass right now. Does this work? Please tell me this works. Oh my god, please. That's weird. Oh, I'm so sorry. Anytime you're gonna get that. Come on, bro. I know, I'm trying to work this. I'm sorry, guys. Wait, is it? Okay, cool. Okay, cool. We're good now. Yeah, we're good on that. Just give me a second. Okay, we're good to go now. Holy shit, we're good to go. I like how there's a COVID-19 fucking section on this game. Alright. This is... Oh, this is torturous. This is very torturous. Very torturous. Okay, so yeah, the first game is Plague Inc. Oh my god, I was trying to, okay, so I was trying to, okay, I did pretty much almost every single one of these, right? But I can't do the zombie virus. I swear to god, I'm gonna lose my shit if I don't fucking do this. Now my question is, should I do this on normal or casual is my fucking question. Don't be a bitch. Okay. You know what? It's funny because... Alright, cool! We have a fucking name already! Just put 9,000 on it and we'll be good. People love that shit. Oh my god. You know what? Let's start in Russia. Fucking Russia. Russians, man! Russians, man! Okay, see if I can remember playing this shit. Oh my god. So, the key is to not speed up the process, I think. Alright. Hold up. Hold up real quick, because the key is to save up your points and stuff like that. Make sure we're not too... Okay, there we go. Alright, there we go. So we got boats and fucking airplanes. Let's go. And I think the key also is to not have it, like, infect fast. I mean, like, you could. Bitch ass. Russia's getting it first. I'm sorry, y'all are getting it first. Y'all getting it first. Alright. That's the beginning. Let's fucking go. It's raining on the 22nd, which is fucking insane. People don't want to believe me when I say that it's literally the North and South Pole shifting on us. It's like, oh, that's great. Wait, what's worse? Oh, a bat's more. Oh, hell. Okay, well, that makes fucking sense. Wait, I'm gonna let this build up. Hold on. Alright, I got 30 points now. Wait until I get 40 so I can do that split geom shit, yeah. $33, motherfucker, let's go. Okay, let's do 2. 3 is too much. Well, you guys are fucked. You guys are fucked. Oh my god, why am I laughing at this? Holy fuck. Holy shit. $35. What the actual fuck is going on? Hold on. Yo, hold on! Hold on! You want symptoms, and then you want... Your best bet is to get it by either rodent or bat. No, the insect is actually more than that, actually. Holy shit, I forgot! I'm sorry, I'm trying to figure this game out. You know, I'm just gonna get it by rodents. Holy shit, Russia! You fucking assholes! You, oh, hell no. Okay, hold on. Wait. Oh yeah, you bitches are gonna get it now. I feel like I'm gonna lose this I feel like I'm gonna lose this fucking game. I'm gonna lose it! I'm gonna fucking be so fucking mad! I like how this game goes off, yeah. Oh, now America got infected. Well, they already did get infected. That is just something else. Yeah, this shit started in fucking Russia. Always fucking this place that does every time I play this game, I swear to God, Greenland or Iceland are the ones that don't get infected for some fucking reason. That's good too, I have that as well. Fucking God. You're gonna fucking get it, Iceland. You're fucking gonna get it, Iceland! You're gonna fucking get it, Iceland! You're gonna get it, you fucking fucks! I need more symptoms. Okay, now. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna destroy you. Fucking bitch. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Go to America to this place. Y'all can just die dead. No, you won't, bitch. No, you won't. Oh, yeah, you're gonna be setting up a new base real fucking soon, assholes. Let's go. Poor Russia got taken the fuck out. I know. Got taken the fuck out by a virus, yo! I'm just gonna go random and see if I can just fuck up that place. Oh my god. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Oh my god. I'm gonna end up not. I have a lot of symptoms. I do. Fucking. Oh god damn it, the world's on fucking cure time. Motherfucker, I'm not gonna go through it. First of all, better get your ass over there. Fucking West Africa to Brazil right now, baby. Let's go. I'm gonna lose, am I? This is wonderful. I'm gonna lose, am I? Son of a bitch. Bro, come on. Oh my god, give me something. Give me fucking something. There's no way in hell. Wow! Okay, I feel insulted right now. Who started the Z-Com, you fucking assholes? Botswana, Brazil, and fucking Peru? You motherfuckers! Oh, you motherfuckers! You sneaky motherfuckers! Hell nah! asshole. Motherfuckers, let's go. What's going on here? Oh my god, poor Brazil Zcom got destroyed. Holy hell, what is going on? There is nothing we can do. Okay. I mean, hey, that's better than using actual DNA points. That's why I got that fucking, that DNA, what was it? I got it. Are you kidding me? They got stopped? You gotta be fucking kidding me. You gotta be fucking kidding me. I told you guys I was gonna lose this one. Look at the zombies. They're all killing. They're going down! No! Botswana, why? You fucking fuck. Fuck you guys. Fuck you for killing my zombies. I had it in the fucking bag too. Every time I play this fucking goddamn virus. Ew! 98! Hey, it went from 99 to 98. Yeah, fuck you. You guys don't have a cure yet. Stupid motherfuckers. Let's go! No! It went up to 99! Fuck you, Z-Com! Fuck you, Z-Com! Fuck you and your mother and your aunt and your uncle and your fucking cousins too, you fucking fuck! Fuck you! My zombies! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you, Z-Com! Fuck you! Okay, like, I don't know where the fuck I went wrong with this. Every time I play this fucking game, I fucking lose it! I'm losing my mind! Oh, I already lost it when I fucking read Raytana's fucking fanfictions. I already fucking lost my brain cells when I saw that shit. Already fucked me up for life, but this takes the motherfucking cake! Ah! I like how I'm losing my mind over Christmas lo-fi music. God damn it! 364 days. Fucking started with Russia. Russia was too easy to take out. Motherfucker! Ah! Let's try it again. This is bullshit, bro. No! Alright! Let's go! I'm gonna start a location. You know what? I'm gonna start with Canada. Fucking Canada. Let's go. I'm so fucking mad. I'm so fucking mad right now. Oh my god. Why do you have to do that to me? I hate this game sometimes. I really hate this game sometimes. I really fucking do. I really fucking do. I really fucking do. Oh my god. I absolutely hate this game sometimes. Okay, I'm gonna let my fucking... Okay, so basically, I think that you can take as much time as you want, right? I'm gonna let my shit build. I'm gonna let my shit build a little bit. So see how the disease points are racking up right now? And that's what I want to do. I want to rack up the disease points and then be able to, like, yeah. Oh my god, I'm absolutely fucking losing it. How long have we been going for now? Oh, good for 32 minutes, that's good. Let's go! I'm fucking mad right now. Hey, yo, I'm mad. I'm fucking mad. Started in fucking Canada. Let's go. Okay, 25 points. $27. Racking up them points. Let's fucking go. I want to go on real time. $30. All right, see how much we can get for 30. So I'm gonna try to not have it. I think the point of transmission is not supposed to have it. Yeah. You're gonna need these two especially. You know, while I'm doing this, I could listen to another MLP. We could listen to the whole fucking Apple sleep experiment if we wanted to. Oh, look at that! I don't have to worry about mutate. That's why I get that DNA. That's why I get that thing in the first place. I get those two first because if you get the zoonotic shift, and then if you get this first, right? Zoonotic shift, and this will you know, it'll make it better. This one you want to get because this is segmented genome, and this is like, it splits the virus into smaller molecules, and then it has a chance of infecting and mutating more. So a piece of shit has not been noticed. I'm so sorry, I can't get that over. Okay. It says 300 have been infected, but it has started in Canada. These are all the healthy ones. New Zealand, I'm coming for your ass. New Zealand, I'm coming for your ass. New Zealand, I'm coming for your ass. Okay, I'm hotkeying right now. Okay. 21. Okay. Let's go. Oh my god. Okay, the numbers are increasing. That's good. I want the medicine one. I want the medicine one. Okay. Well, that's doing our thing. Oh my god. Oh, that's right. I have Pop Rocks. I have Pop Rocks. I totally forgot about that. I was like, oh yeah, I have Pop Rocks. That's totally fucking cool. Oh yay! Another symptom mutated without using DNA points. That's great. Okay, I think I want to increase the symptoms. My goal is to get this one's 11. Oh my god. I hate how they increase every time you buy them. It's like inflation, capitalism at its fucking finest in the Plague Inc. world, bitch. Oh my god, this is taking forever. Okay. Yay, we got more. 15 points, baby. Rack them up, rack them up. Get your craps. Get your craps, guys. Get your craps. Which, by the way, I want to fucking gamble tonight. Which, I'm not going to actually gamble. There's actual free slot games I can fucking get. Which, by the way... I'll set that up in a bit. That's right, I forgot Plague Inc. completely late, yeah. Okay, now we're getting Oh, fuck! I could have got... Oh, okay. How is there 97 fucking people infected and dead? Okay, we've been spotted. I need 12. I saw an angel number just now, 777. You should be concerned about a piece of shit fucking virus. I want that. This year I've been you and there's someone special. No! Oh wait, we're on that timing? Oh shit, we're on that timing. Wait, did I? It just mutated on its own. I didn't even buy it. Did I buy it? I don't fucking know. I'll just rewatch it. I'll rewatch this. I have to. Well, I guess so. Let's fucking go, I guess. That's why I got that shit in the first place, the mutated, the segmented genome. Oops, I got Japan. I'm sorry, Japan and Canada. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh my god. It'd be funny if I was shopping for candy right now and I literally said $15 for a piece of candy. I'm thinking about listening to the Apple Sleep. But actually, you know what? Let me grab that real quick just in case I need to. Just in case I want to. We could do the first part and then we could just, you know, I mean, people have seen the Apple Sleep experiment, so. I love this. I fucking love Apple Sleep experiment. I'll fucking do it if I wanted to. And plus, it's like, it's gonna be a nice... Yeah. This is what I got so far. Okay. I'm debating if I want to. Well, we got like an hour, right? So it's a whole hour. Yeah, we could do that. Fuck it. Let's go. I'll play Plague Inc. and a couple of other games. Which, by the way, I've been playing for a good hour. Almost an hour now. Almost an hour. Okay, fuck it. Let's go. Yeah.
Sweat from her brow. Applejack wiped the sweat from her brow as she and her brother, Big Macintosh, hauled their last cart of apples towards the barn. It had been an unbearably hot afternoon in Sweet Apple Acres, and Applejack wished for nothing more than to put her hooves up and enjoy a cold mug of cider.
Can you get the last bushel to the other end of the barn, Big Mac?
Applejack asked. On any other day, she might not have let on that she needed help, but she was far too hot and sore to worry about her pride.
Yup.
Came his short reply. Big Mac was also drenched with sweat, but somehow maintained his grin and calm demeanor.
Ooh, that's some sort of weather we're having, ain't it? I hope it's a mite different when the Zap Apples get here. I'm not sure they'll be able to stand it with this kind of heat.
Applejack said, breathing a sigh of relief when she was finally able to release the harness of the apple cart she was carrying.
Yup.
See you inside, Big Mac.
Applejack said, already out of the barn door as she bade him farewell. Applejack's iconic hat seemed to offer no relief from the sunlight on her trek back to the house. Tired, sore, and irritable, her only solace for the day's labor was the thoughts of refreshment and relaxation. However, when she rounded the corner, she spied a familiar-looking carriage with the iconic dollar symbol on the side, the trademark of the business tycoon Filthy Rich. 2 earth ponies harnessed to the carriage nodded in her direction as an informal greeting, and Applejack warily nodded in return. She wondered why Filthy Rich would be visiting the farm so soon, as he usually only appeared when the Zap Apple jam was prepared and ready for sale. Applejack was surprised to see the front door open and peered inside suspiciously. She found Filthy Rich talking to Granny, who was sitting in the corner looking timid and frail, curled up on her rocker with a tremble in her hooves. It didn't take long for Applejack to understand that this was not a pleasant visit.
You owe a great deal more than that, Granny Smith, and I, for one, would hate to see you lose this farm.
Filthy Rich said, all manner of pleasantry gone in his tone. Granny Smith looked up at him with wide and pleading eyes, but before she could answer, Applejack came to the rescue.
What in darnation are you talking about?
Applejack asked sternly. She narrowed her eyes and glared at Filthy Rich, protective instincts taking priority over common sense.
Your granny here is in quite some debt with me, young filly, and it's high time I'm paid my money.
The Apple family hasn't borrowed money from you in ages.
Applejack protested, stomping towards him with a growl.
Now hold on there, Applejack. That ain't quite true, young'un.
Applejack broke her glare to look at Granny in confusion.
What do you mean, Granny?
Well, I didn't want to worry you none, but this season hasn't been too kind on Sweet Apple Acres, and we've been needing an extra bit or two to keep up with work demand. It's a bad weather spell is all, it'll pass.
That may be so, but what has passed is my deadline. what with interest and everything, I'd say you'd owe about half of your farm's worth by now.
Half the farm? Granny, why didn't you tell me we were hurting for money?
Now, Applejack. This here is my business, so don't you worry none. You're a reasonable pony, Filthy. Can't we work something out?
I believe I may know just the thing.
Filthy said, calming his speech a little and straightening his necktie.
I think I could overlook this little debt of yours if you gave me twice the amount of Zap Apple Jam this year.
But you already take half.
Precisely.
Wait a minute. You want to take our entire supply of Zap Apple Jam this year? We need that money along with the solder sales just to keep this family going during the winter.
Well, the way I sees it, y'all don't have much of a choice now, do you, Missy?
You can't actually be considering this, can you, Granny?
Well,
I'll be by in 2 weeks for my product.
Filthy Rich said, having already considered this a done deal.
And I'll be counting them jaws too, so don't go thinking y'all can just hold out on old Filthy Rich. I get every last jar, or this farm goes into foreclosure, you hear?
Applejack was stunned into silence. Filthy Rich cleared his throat a couple of times until she snapped out of her trance and realized she was blocking his exit. With his head held high, Filthy Rich left the farmhouse with a sarcastic
Good day.
Applejack waited until he had gotten into his carriage and was out of hearing range before she confronted Granny again.
What are we gonna do if we don't get those Zap Apple Jam earnings this year? We can't pay off a debt if that means we'll be hurting for money in the winter months.
your Granny Smith always thinks of something, Applejack. You just worry about harvesting those Zap apples and leave the rest to me, you hear?
Granny said, offering her an apologetic smile. Applejack didn't reply. Instead, she looked back outside the open door to see the sorry state of the apple trees, baking under the unforgiving heat of the sun. If the rain stalled much longer, she knew her family's troubles were only going to get worse. As predicted, the next day saw no improvement for the Apple family. Things had taken a sharp turn for the worse, and Applejack resigned to the fact that she couldn't solve this issue on her own. She raced from Ponyville Hospital to consult the only pony she knew that could figure her way out of this mess.
Twilight?
Applejack called, letting herself into Twilight's castle.
Are you in there? I need your help.
It wasn't too long before Applejack found the princess pacing in the library. She noted that Twilight looked a little more haggard than usual. There were beads of sweat along her brow, and her usually kept mane was hastily tied in a ponytail to keep it off of her neck. In that moment, it dawned on Applejack that even royalty were victims to the unusual weather, and that wasn't a good sign.
Applejack? What is it?
Twilight asked, snapped out of her pacing by her friend's entrance.
It's a lot of things, really.
She hid the dark circles under her eyes with her hat, hoping she didn't look as dreadful as she felt.
I came to you because I don't have any other option.
Tell me what's happened.
Twilight said, her voice edging on a strange combination of concern and impatience.
First things first. Have you heard anything from Rainbow Dash regarding the weather?
Twilight let out a frustrated sigh. Apparently, that was not the right question to ask.
No. It seems Ponyville isn't the only place suffering this heat. There's a terrible drought all over Equestria. I've heard that Rainbow production has completely shut down for the time being. It seems Pegasi are having a hard time finding enough water to make clouds, let alone rain.
I was afraid of that. And the princesses? What do they say?
Princess Celestia and Princess Luna are looking into a spell that can allow salt water to be transformed into rain clouds. For some reason, it doesn't process the same in Cloudsdale's weather machines. If a spell can be found in time, the water from the ocean will save us. But until then...
Twilight stated, but trailed off at the end, so Applejack came to the terrifying conclusion on her own.
I offered to help, but they said I'm needed here instead. I've been scouring my books for anything weather-related, but so far, nothing's been remotely useful.
Twilight said, gritting her teeth. She hated the thought of being unhelpful in a time of crisis.
Well, I sure need you.
Applejack offered, wishing she could smile in comfort, but unable to do so given the nature of her visit.
It's Big Mac. He got wind of Granny's debt to the Rich family, and he worked himself to the bone harvesting apples. I think he was hoping to make some extra money before the Zap apples got here. Darn fool was out in the sun so long he went and got himself sick with a heat stroke.
What? Is he?
He's gonna be all right. Doctor says he's got to stay in the hospital for a few days.
Wait. If Big Mac's too sick, that means the Zap apple harvest. He isn't going to be well in time, is he?
That's precisely why I'm here.
Oh, Applejack. I want to help. I really do, but...
I know, Twi. You've already got a lot on your plate. I don't come asking for your help like that.
Then what do you need from me? Anything I can do to help, I'm happy to do it.
I seem to recall a spell you said you had been working on. If I remember right, it was supposed to help you stay up studying on the nights Princess Celestia gave you those ridiculous reading assignments.
Yes, but how will that help you?
Well, I may not be studying late into the night, but I need to figure out a way to stay awake long enough to get all those Zap apples harvested.
Oh, I don't know, AJ. I haven't perfected that spell yet. I have no idea what kind of side effects it might have. Besides, you'd be using it to keep up your strength. All I needed it for was to stay awake a couple more hours for reading.
Why? I wouldn't ask if it wasn't absolutely necessary. Granny's gotten us into quite a financial pickle, and if I don't meet Filthy Rich's quota, I could lose the farm.
Applejack admitted, unable to conceal the panic in her tone. Twilight furrowed her brow and opened her mouth to protest, but was unable to find the right words. Feeling the pressure of the situation and the frantic pleading in her friend's voice, she knew she couldn't refuse.
I hope you know what you're doing, Applejack.
She cautioned, leading her friend from the library to retrieve her spell. The sun's heat showed no remorse on the day of the Zap apple harvest. Despite the severity of their situation, the Apple family found it difficult to gain any outside assistance. Most of the extended Apple family was tending to their own dying orchards, and Applejack's friends all had places to be. Still, there were a few kind Ponyvillians willing to lend a hoof, though most of them didn't last more than a few hours under the sun. By the day's end, only Apple Bloom and Applejack remained. When the sun finally set over the horizon, Apple Bloom collapsed on the ground, grateful that the heat would finally subside. Although Applejack felt her own looming exhaustion, she was too stubborn to give up the work. She looked at a few bushels they'd collected, and then at the remaining Zap apple trees, realizing that despite their hard work, more than half of the bucking was left to do. Soon after sunset, Granny Smith emerged, struggling as she walked with what appeared to be 2 glasses of lukewarm cider.
Sis, are you coming in? Granny says there's fresh pie inside.
Apple Bloom asked her older sister warily.
No can do, Apple Bloom. I was hoping we'd get through more of the trees before sundown. You know as well as I do that these disappear at midnight.
Now, Applejack, we done our best. Besides, I can tell you're about to drop, young Billy, and I'm not about to have another grandchild in the hospital from exhaustion.
That ain't gonna happen, Granny. Y'all go on ahead. There's still a few more minutes of strength left in these here legs of mine, and I want to make sure we get all the Zap apples we can get.
Applejack said, walking away from them. Applejack knew it worried Granny to see her working this hard, but she also knew she couldn't risk letting on how important this was with Apple Bloom around. Thankfully, every pony had kept quiet about their finance problems around the little filly. As Applejack wandered from one tree to another, she could feel the contents of her saddlebag moving in rhythm to her steps. Somewhere, Buried beneath her supplies was a little potion vial that hopefully had the answer to her problems. When Twilight produced the sleep preventative potion the previous day, it came with a strongly emphasized condition. Applejack had to promise to use this as a last resort, an absolute last option. Twilight was worried that the side effects might cause more damage than what it was worth, as she hadn't had time to truly study them. Applejack could see the genuine concern in her friend's expression, and gladly made the promise, even knowing full well that she intended to use it. Still, staying true to her word, Applejack gave the Zap Apple bucking her best effort without it. It was an hour or so after sunset that she could feel her body threatening to shut down. Her muscles tensed up, and her vision became hazy, causing her coordination to suffer. Although the sun was long gone, beads of sweat were still rolling off her cheeks, and her breathing became raspy and short. In her rapidly escalating exhaustion, Applejack made a miscalculation in her bucking and ended up being pummeled to the ground with Zap apples. She groaned and put a hoof to her throbbing head, shaking some apples loose from her hat. Applejack heaved a sigh as she carefully pulled Twilight's potion out of her saddlebag and held it up in the moonlight.
I'm sorry, Twi, but I've got to save the farm.
She pulled the cork free from the potion vial and downed it in one gulp. However, the moment she drew the vial away from her lips, she felt a wave of unbearable sickness. Clasping her mouth with her front hooves, she turned away from the Zap Apple trees before the potion and most of her dinner came back up with a vengeance. Apple Bloom awoke just after sunrise when she heard a crash coming from the kitchen. She wiped the sleep from her eyes as she quietly trotted downstairs to see what was happening. When she entered the kitchen, she was surprised to see row upon row of jars filled with freshly prepared Zap Apple jam. Somewhere hidden behind them, she could see the outline of her older sister, who was busily stirring the current pot of jam while simultaneously measuring out the correct amount of honey.
Sis,
Apple Bloom, what in the hay are you doing up so early?
I heard a crash.
Apple Bloom said. She maneuvered her way into the kitchen, making sure not to knock over the precariously stacked jars.
How long have you been up? How'd you make all this jam?
Once I got a little more focused, the rest was easy. Don't you worry none, little sis. I'll have all the jam jarred and ready for sale 2 days earlier than expected. Then we can be done with all this financial nonsense. He'll get his order all right.
Applejack said, speaking so quickly it was hard for Apple Bloom to hear or understand what she was saying. Apple Bloom took a step back and accidentally hit the kitchen table where a complete jar of jam wobbled and threatened to fall. Apple Bloom gasped and tried to catch it before it hit the ground, but Applejack beat her to it, swiping the jar from midair and settling it down on the ground before hurrying back to the jam she was making. Apple Bloom blinked a couple times in awe of her sister's speed and agility. Had she always been this focused?
How many jars do you think you got here, sis? I don't recall making this much jam last year, and we weren't even able to get most of the trees yesterday.
Oh, I finished the bucking too.
Finished the bucking? On your own? All of them?
Yep, we'll have more jam this season than ever before.
But when do Granny and I get to help make the jam?
You don't have to worry about that this year, little sis. I got you covered.
But Granny promised.
The thing is, Apple Bloom, Granny's got a lot on her plate now with Big Mac being gone, and I just figured that I could get the jam done a whole lot faster.
But it just ain't fair. I already told the Crusaders they could come and help out with this year's batch.
Sometimes you can't have what you want. That's just how life goes.
But-
Apple Bloom, I'm not arguing about this now.
But Applejack...
I said no!
Applejack screamed. She turned to Apple Bloom and growled with a slight twitch in her eye. Apple Bloom felt the pit of her stomach drop and backed away from her nervously. She had never seen her sister so angry before, and it frightened her. After a moment or so of silence, Applejack blinked a few times and shook her head, returning to the pot of jam.
I was just gonna ask if I could help you.
Apple Bloom whispered. Applejack paused for a moment and looked back at her little sister with a frown.
I'm sorry, sis. Why don't you just run along and play instead? I'm doing just fine on my own.
Applejack said, the tone in her words letting Apple Bloom know that the decision was final. Defeated and slightly hurt by her sister's words, Apple Bloom left the kitchen while fighting back a sniffle.
My, that is mighty impressive, young filly.
Filthy Rich watched in delight as his staff loaded the jars of jam into his cart.
It's nice to see a little hustle these days.
And the debt?
Applejack asked, finding it difficult to remain still as she stood beside Filthy Rich.
Repaid in full, as far as I'm concerned.
Good.
Applejack said, rubbing her right front leg with her left. She could feel the tremor in her body and was aching to get some more work done.
400 jars of jam for the debt repaid.
Beg your pardon.
400 jars? That was the deal. Twice your order from last year.
I believe I said every jar of jam, young filly.
Now, I know you're a reasonable pony and all. You know that if we don't get the sales from the Zap apples, we'll be hurting again in the winter months. I figured since you had gotten your order so quickly, you wouldn't mind us holding on to a few jars.
I appreciate your business sense, Applejack, but a deal's a deal. Even with the extra jam, that debt would still be technically underpaid. I'm doing you a favor, and all I ask is for the jars I was promised.
Applejack's heart was racing, and her blood pressure was increasing rapidly.
Now hold on just a minute. That ain't fair and you know it.
Ain't about being fair. It's about knowing how to conduct business.
Applejack stamped her hoof in frustration, but Filthy Rich held out a hoof to stop her before she could say anything else.
Tell you what, I'll let you buy back some of your jam. Half price. For personal use, of course. And if you're hurting for funds by the winter months, then y'all know y'all can come back to old Filthy Rich.
Applejack snorted angrily. Her legs began to quake and her eyes narrowed. Though she would have liked nothing more than to cuss out Filthy Rich, she clenched her teeth shut instead. Without another word, she stomped towards the orchard, each hoofstep beating against the ground in anger. Apple Bloom, Scootaloo, and Sweetie Belle remained hidden behind a bush nearby, trying to understand what they had seen.
It can't be true. It just can't.
Apple Bloom said, not wanting to believe what she was hearing. Sweetie Belle threw her hooves around her friend in a hug until Scootaloo interrupted them.
Guys, I think there's something off about Applejack.
What do you mean?
Well, she seems kinda mad.
Of course she's mad. That greedy stallion won't even let us keep a single jar. And after she worked so hard, too.
Yeah, but
I'd be mad too. I can't believe Diamond Tiara is gonna have this told over our heads. Reformed or not, she'll never let you live this down, Apple Bloom.
guys,
Scootaloo said, her eyes growing wide.
I ain't gonna give her the satisfaction. I say we grab a couple jars and hide them before Mr. Rich can get them all from the house.
Yeah!
guys!
What is it, Scootaloo?
Apple Bloom started, but was cut off when she followed Scootaloo's gaze. Applejack was bucking an old apple tree angrily, kicking it so fiercely that it was beginning to weaken. The three fillies could hear the unmistakable sound of the trunk cracking, so they raced from their hiding place to call out a warning. Applejack couldn't hear the filly's cries. She was lost in her rage, imagining that instead of bucking a tree, she was bucking the tar out of a certain greedy business pony. She could see his smug grin and the selfish gleam in his eyes reflected in the tree trunk. She panted and sweated as she bucked, so focused on getting out her frustrations that she didn't realize the tree was falling apart. Branches cascaded down and left little cuts in her fur as they fell. However, Applejack remained unfazed, unable to feel the slightest bit of pain. Soon after, the image of Filthy Rich on the tree began to laugh, as if to mock her efforts to take out her anger. Although her back hooves were physically unable to handle the...
I'm sorry, I hate to pause this, but I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Oh no! God damn it! No, I'm so fucking close, dude. No, fuck off. I have no desire. Fuck off! Okay, I'm so sorry. Oh my god, that was painful. I was so fucking close. So close. So fucking close. Oh my fucking god, I was so fucking... Oh my god. What a shitty fucking display game. Oh my fucking god. I'm gonna kick somebody. Oh my god. Fucking...
The amount of stress she was making me perform. She didn't care. All she could think of was bucking the smile right off that pony's face. Apple Bloom and the other Crusaders were only a few yards away when they heard the terrifying crunch. At first, they believed that Applejack had actually managed to buck down an entire apple tree. But upon closer inspection, they realized the sickening truth. It wasn't the tree that had cracked, but the bones in Applejack's back legs. They were unmistakably visible under Applejack's skin, jetting out to the side and causing her hooves to turn the wrong way. Sweetie Belle screamed in surprise, and Scootaloo lost all color in her cheeks. Apple Bloom was frozen in place, horrified at what she was witnessing. Meanwhile, Applejack's ears were ringing, and she felt a wave of nausea as she attempted to buck the tree again. This time, however, she felt a tremor in her body when her hooves made contact with the bark. She didn't realize the feeling as pain, and it only served to confuse and anger her more. As she tried to buck again, the ringing in her ears only got louder, and her vision began to blur. Contact with the tree sent a wave of shock through her body, and she felt her muscles tense and freeze. Applejack stumbled to the ground, still oblivious to the broken bones. She looked up at the tree, but no longer recognized it to be anything other than Filthy Rich.
Do something with the options real quick before I finish this.
Towering above her and delighting in her defeat.
Applejack!
Apple Bloom cried, averting her gaze from her sister's back hooves.
Applejack!
She screamed again. Applejack was unresponsive, still staring intently at the apple tree. Apple Bloom caught the look of fear and anger in her sister's eyes, then looked at the tree in confusion.
Applejack?
I'll get help.
Scootaloo offered, taking the opportunity to get as far away from that place as possible.
Quit your laughing!
Applejack gasped. Her voice cracked as she spoke. She attempted getting back up, But each time she tried, she faced a new wave of nausea and unresponsiveness. Applejack felt some pony tugging on her front hoof and turned to see Apple Bloom hovering over her. Apple Bloom was saying something to her, but all she heard was muffled shouts with no meaning and a loud, unyielding ringing in her ears. She tried once more to get up, but Apple Bloom protested, pointing to her back hooves. Applejack propped herself up to see what all the fuss was about and realized something had happened. She tilted her head to the side, wondering why she hadn't felt any pain. Even now, she failed to see the marred state of her fur, caused by the fallen branches and debris. Apple Bloom shouted something incoherent again and ran away. As soon as she left, the ringing in Applejack's ears waned. With what conscious thought she had left, she pulled a few branches within reach closer, looking for a few thick and sturdy ones. Her head was swimming, and she felt wave after wave of nausea, but wasn't deterred from her task. Once she found what she needed, she pulled her useless back legs in front of her and laid them as straight as she could manage. Her heart was still pounding rapidly in her chest as she calmly searched for some rope in her saddlebag. She'd never set a bone before, but she wasn't willing to wait useless on the ground until some pony found her. She positioned her front hooves over her leg and applied pressure. When she heard the snap, she winced in anticipation and felt a shiver run down her spine, but no pain followed. The second leg was even less of a shock, despite the multiple snapping noises she heard. Once she properly tied her makeshift splints to her legs, she pulled herself up using the strength in her forehooves. Now, she just needed to figure out a way to make it to Ponyville Hospital across town. Applejack stared unblinking at the ceiling of the hospital. She'd grown irritated rather quickly by the staff, who both marveled and chastised her for making her way to the hospital without assistance. When she attempted to explain the situation, she found it difficult to recall any detail. All she could remember was the fury she felt for Filthy Rich, and the senseless beating she gave him afterwards. She continually demanded to see him, to make sure that he was all right. She must have really done a number on him to break her legs like that. He was a lot stronger than most stallions she knew. In fact, she thought the only other pony who might be able to withstand a beating of that caliber was her older brother. Wasn't he in this hospital too? Applejack's thoughts were louder than she remembered them being. Sometimes, she couldn't hear the doctors or nurse ponies over their frantic buzz. She wasn't sure how long she had been in that hospital bed. She recalled having some pony tell her
she needed to rest,
but sleep wouldn't come.
It had been over 24 hours, hadn't it?
Wasn't Twilight's potions supposed to wear off by then? That Filthy Rich pony must have been in a lot of trouble.
She wondered how much of a beating he had actually taken. You know what? She should really try and see him.
Maybe when the nurse ponies come in again, she'll ask.
She forgot to mention that he still might be in the orchard, in pain somewhere. He deserved it, though.
Especially for his insatiable greed.
For some reason, she thought Apple Bloom was there. But that couldn't be right. What would she be doing there? Oh, and she really can't forget to tell some pony about
Filthy Rich.
She literally just remembered about how she had given him quite the beating.
No, not Filthy. Maybe it was her brother.
I mean, he was in the hospital after all, too. Did she break her legs hurting her big brother?
That would be awful. He could take it, though. He's tougher than dried leather. She wondered why her legs were bandaged up, though.
She felt fine. Maybe she wasn't even supposed to be here. Applejack attempted to get up,
but found she'd been restrained to the bed.
What in tarnation?
Applejack whispered angrily to herself, pulling on the straps that held her down. What was this?
Some kind of joke?
And who in the hoof bandaged her legs like that? Was something wrong with them?
Having a little trouble there?
Who's there?
Applejack snapped, looking around the empty room in confusion.
Maybe she needs a little assistance, brother of mine.
Flim and Flam. What are you two spineless, no-good, fast-talking hooligans doing here?
Whoa there, little missy.
Is that any way to talk to the ponies who can get you out?
Get me out? Out of what? Hey, what's going on here? Why can't I move?
Applejack asked, thrashing about.
If you've gone and done something, I swear.
Or you'll what? Buck us to death?
Now, brother. I wouldn't go taunting the crazy mare. She's killed a pony that way, you know.
Killed a pony?
Why, her own brother, too. Such a shame.
Oh, you leave my brother alone!
Applejack screamed.
She turned to the restraints on her right hoof and pulled as hard as she could, trying to get it free.
I always knew you were pathetic.
Trixie! What in the hay is going on here?
I had to see for myself. Poor little Applejack, beating the tar out of her own kin.
I've done no such thing!
Then how do you explain the broken legs?
Applejack looked down at her legs in confusion.
Why were they bandaged?
Did she get hurt?
Why couldn't she remember?
I'm sure a taste of our famous tonic will cure what ails you.
Guaranteed to put you back on your hooves or your money back.
Maybe she deserves to be like this.
Applejack growled and pulled again at the restraints on her hoof. When she couldn't make any progress, she decided it was time for a last resort. She bit down on the restraint and tugged it with her teeth, gnawing at it as best as she could.
Applejack was feeling frantic. The room was becoming more and more overcrowded by the minute, and all these unfriendly faces were staring down at her as she struggled.
Get away! Get away, you hear? Get away!
Applejack screamed. She thrashed wildly, biting down harder at the restraint.
Pulling as hard as she was able.
Try some tonic!
Stay back!
Oh, come now, Applejack. It can't hurt to try. We'll show you.
It's easy.
Flim said.
He poured the contents of the tonic over the restraint on her hoof. She felt a warm liquid pouring down her leg and turned up her nose at the scent. It reminded her of a rusted coin?
She pulled again at the restraint, and her hoof finally came free.
See that?
I don't need your tonic, and I definitely don't need you.
Now that she had one hoof free, she could easily unlatch the other. She pulled the IVs from her leg and leapt out of the bed.
Ew! Don't get that tonic on my perfect mane!
Trixie whined, standing back from Applejack. Applejack looked down at herself and noticed that Flim and Flam's tonic had somehow gotten all over her fur and was continuing to drip freely from her hoof.
What's in this stuff anyway? What'd you do to me?
Why, I didn't do a thing, young filly. I'm only a business pony after all.
You. I remember you!
She charged at him.
But he was still somehow able to dodge her advances.
It's just good business.
You were gonna take the farm!
Nothing you can do about that now, little lady.
Wanna bet?
Four ponies shuffled along the dismal white halls of Ponyville Hospital, and one bounced. Twilight fell behind and couldn't mask the tears of guilt and shame she felt for Applejack's condition. Once she learned what had happened, she knew she was to blame. Doctors had refused Applejack visitors for the first few days, trying to rein in her sanity. They contacted Twilight personally when they were medically stumped as to why she wasn't responding to their sedatives. Twilight pored over her notes, gleaming every detail that she had on the subject of the potion she had never mastered. Book after useless book was thrown in disarray, while she and her friends waited to see their ailing friend. When the time had come at last, weeks after the initial incident, Twilight felt like nothing short of a complete failure. All she had learned was that the potion she had inadvertently created was robbing Applejack of her sleep, and there was no known cure. Pinkie Pie bounced happily in denial, paused at the door, and declared out loud,
"We're here!"
She turned to see the hopeful smiles from her friends, with the exception of Twilight, who hung her head in shame.
Come now, darling. I'm sure Applejack will forgive you. It was an honest mistake, and you were only trying to help.
Forgive me? She may not even recognize me. Terrible things happen to ponies when they don't sleep, Rarity. Some pony who has been awake this long has never been seen before, all else considered. Applejack should be dead right now.
Well, that's not very cheery. We're supposed to be cheery, remember?
It's not like we haven't run into these kind of problems before. You'll figure it out, Twi. And you will be fine.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Her friends knew it was a lie, and not a convincing one at that. But it was all the permission they needed to press onward. No pony knew what to expect when they opened that door. They were surprised to see the lights were off, and there was a momentary hope that Applejack might have finally fallen asleep. While Rainbow searched the wall for a light switch, the ponies all turned their nose up to the strange smell.
Is that?
Rarity started, but was quickly cut off by Fluttershy's shrill of terror, moments before the light flickered on.
Blood!
Twilight cried. The other ponies could only stare in horror at the chaos of the room. The hospital bed was thrown up against one of the walls, the medical equipment strewn in every corner. The restraints were empty, but the one in the upper left corner of the bed was gnawed clean through and caked with a layer of blood. The blood smeared on the floor and walls showed that quite a struggle had taken place. It didn't take the ponies long to notice the open window and the trail of blood that led to it.
She can't have gone far. Come on!
Rainbow Dash said, soaring out the window in pursuit.
What's she gonna do, Twilight? Will she hurt herself again?
I don't know. We've got to find her, now!
Applejack's disappearance was only the beginning. When her friends were unable to find her within hours of the discovery, they widened their search to no avail. Days passed with no sign of the Earth Pony, and to make matters worse, other ponies in Ponyville vanished within close proximity. The heat, combined with the unknown, had left much of Ponyville in a blind panic, including a particular green unicorn called Lyra Heartstrings. When she discovered Bonbon was missing from their home that evening, she didn't hesitate to assume the worst. Her mind went into overdrive, pushing her onward despite the risks of wandering alone. She had to find her. She had searched everywhere Bonbon could have possibly been. Sugar Cube Corner? Maybe she was talking to the cakes about a new recipe. Vinyl and Octavia's house? They said they hadn't seen her in a few days. Maybe Fluttershy's cottage. Of course. She probably went there for more fresh eggs for the current batch of treats she was making. Lyra continued her gallop, praying and hoping Bonbon was safe. She saw a figure coming into focus among the clearing. They were slumped and slowly making their way along the trail.
Applejack?
She recognized the now disheveled and filthy hat from afar. She galloped up right next to her.
Thank goodness! All of Ponyville has been worried sick about you. Have you seen Bonbon? All sorts of ponies have gone missing, and not even Princess Twilight has been able to control the panic. But if you're here, then there's hope, right? Maybe Bonbon and the others are okay too. And wait, what happened to you? Oh, my Celestia, are you alright?
Applejack slowly tilted her head up from the ground to meet the green unicorn's gaze. The haunting glare from pin-pricked pupils and the dark circles around her eyes sent a terrifying shiver down Lyra's back, catching her off guard. She recoiled away in confusion.
Should I call some pony?
She asked timidly, taking in the true nature of Applejack's appearance in horror. She had used a handkerchief to haphazardly stop the bleeding from her left front hoof, where a good chunk of flesh was missing. The restraint marks on her hooves were still present from her excessive thrashing, and the old dirty bandages clung loosely to her back legs. Her skin looked aged and tired, having lost some of its usual orangish color, marred by the scars of the branches that had fallen on her many weeks ago. Her mane and tail were unkept, and although she still wore her iconic hat, it too had been a casualty to the fallen debris and the unknown events that followed. All Applejack could make out from behind her haunted stare was an outline of Filthy Rich, the pony she had been pursuing in her aimless wander. The image her chaotic brain had given him was marked by an unholy grin, the likes of which frightened her at her very core. Thinking fast, Applejack turned and bucked the pony to the ground. Lyra was out cold by the time her head hit the dirt road. When Lyra regained her consciousness, she found she had been restrained to what felt like an old tree stump. Her front hooves were secured above her head by something sharp, and when she tried to move them, it sent shearing pain along her hooves, and a fresh trail of blood that trickled onto her brow. Her heart started beating faster, and her breaths became hard and labored. Her torso was crushed against the apple tree in what she assumed to be rope, limiting the use of her lungs. Slowly, Lyra's senses began to intake her surroundings. The rancid odor of death and decay grew with every labored breath. She thrashed her head back and forth, trying to avoid the trail of blood from her hooves getting into her eyes. It took several minutes for the intense headache and the blurred vision to ease enough for her to see where she was. At first, she could only make out trees and a sunset. She guessed that she was in some part of the Apple family orchard that had been long forgotten, as evidenced by the mangled, overgrown branches and piles of dead leaves littering the ground around them. As her vision progressed, she realized the strange lumps on the trees weren't branches, and the piles below them weren't leaves. She closed her eyes tightly, her mind putting the pieces together as her other senses were violated by her current reality. On her next intake of the rancid odor, her eyes fell open and she let out an ear-piercing scream of terror. The remains of the missing ponies of Ponyville had been the objects she'd seen in her haze, or rather, what was left of them. Gardening tools and worn rope adorned the apple tree trunks, holding only sparse pieces of ponies they had once held in place. The rest of said ponies laid in misshapen heaps at the bases of the trees. Bones, entrails, and colorful coats now stained crimson with the odor of their deaths carried in the breeze. The tree directly adjacent to Lyra's showed a worn and bloodied hoe had been sharpened and slammed into the tree trunk. Resting atop the blade was the head of Bonbon, the terror still stamped clearly on her face from her final moments of life. The rest of Bonbon's body had not been completely severed by the hoe. Her spine was exposed from the neck, and her broken body hung awkwardly around it. Lyra sobbed openly, too traumatized to understand what was happening or how to get herself out of harm's way. Look who finally decided to join us.
Applejack! Thanks, Celestia. Hurry! Get me down from...
Applejack effectively silenced her when she lassoed the rope around Lyra's neck and pulled it tight, effectively choking her words.
Tain't very nice, you know? Every time I try to talk some sense into you, you refuse to listen. You up and die, you see?
Lyra sputtered and gagged, trying to process what she had seen and connect the carnage to the pony she had once called friend.
But I keep bringing you back. I know how you rich ponies are, thinking you're much better than us country ponies. So much cleverer. Every time you try and hide, I find you, don't I?
Applejack,
Shut your trap!
Applejack screamed, slamming the shovel against the unicorn's horn so violently that it caused the skull to fracture.
You had your chance to speak. It's my turn now. We apples have been on this farm for nearly 4 generations. Why, we founded this town. If my granny hadn't... I said shut up! It's rude! Where was I? Oh, yeah. And then Pinky was handing them out like they were free samples. No, wait, no. That was Rarity. And then Fluttershy wanted to gather them up like they were tame critters, and I wasn't gonna have any of it. You hear?
Lyra was hyperventilating at this point, using all of her strength to catch her breath under the grip of the rope.
Who are you? What are you doing here? These are my apple trees, you see? Who sent you?
Lyra could only reply by looking Applejack in the eye, trying to convey her plea for mercy.
He sent you, didn't he? He wants this farm. You're a spy!
Applejack screamed angrily. She released the rope from under her hoof, allowing Lyra to breathe again. She gasped for several moments, grateful for the oxygen she had been denied. She didn't notice Applejack's momentary absence until it was too late. Applejack screamed and thrust the shovel into the mare's side, slicing it open on contact.
We don't take kindly to spies around here.
Applejack pulled the shovel loose and stared at the fresh blood on its blade.
You can tell your boss, filthy rich. He ain't getting this farm.
Please.
Lyra gasped moments before the shovel punctured her skin a second time. She cried out in weak agony, feeling her warm blood seep into her lungs rapidly.
I've worked too hard for too long to let some city pony with deep pockets take.
Applejack started, but was cut off when Lyra coughed up blood and accidentally spat it into her face. Applejack breathed slowly, allowing the anger to come to a boil. She screamed again and thrust the shovel at the mare every time she dared to splash her with blood. By the time she was finished, Lyra barely looked like a mare at all, just the loose hanging remains of a demolished creature.
Filthy?
Applejack asked, looking at Lyra's remains and then all around her.
Got away again! Don't you worry. I'll find you, and I'll keep finding you too. You can't hide forever, you coward!
She said, pulling the gardening shears from the hooves that held it in place against the trunk. Lyra's remains sloshed awkwardly to the ground, freeing the rope that had been tied around her torso. Applejack's movements were slow and deliberate, aside from the occasional twitch. Determined to find and punish Filthy for his crimes, she left her little corner of the orchard in pursuit, unaware that his remains had already painted the orchard floor red from Applejack's rage. The orchard was as eerie as the Everfree forest, to the three fillies shuffling along one of the many paths. Apple Bloom led her friends deeper into its fields with a single-minded determination. For a short time after her sister's hospitalization, Apple Bloom had believed Granny Smith when she claimed that her sister wasn't well enough to be visited. However, when the weeks passed with no word, the Crusaders had demanded to see Applejack in the hospital, only to be turned away by the staff each time. Every new doctor and nurse they had seen gave the fillies a different explanation for the denial of their visit before hastily ushering them out the door. Soon after, rumors and whispers of disappearances around Ponyville had surfaced. Miss Shirley addressed the confusion and the panic by insisting the ponies had fallen ill from heat stroke. Apple Bloom didn't buy it though, especially when an unspoken increase in security could be seen around Ponyville. Fillies like the Crusaders were no longer permitted to be outside their home past sunset, as ordered by Princess Twilight herself. With every new lie told, Apple Bloom's patience wore thin and her temper flared. She knew if she were to get any answers, she would have to find them herself. Ponies were so distracted by the unchanging heat of the day and the panic of the night that it wasn't too difficult for the three fillies to stage their escape. They had arranged a harmless play date at Fluttershy's cottage, reaffirming that such a thing would brighten their spirits. They knew that Fluttershy would spread herself thin, caring for her animals suffering under the heat, and might be the only pony they could evade. Though she was hesitant, Fluttershy agreed, hoping it would convey the point that things weren't as hopeless as the ponies feared. The night had begun innocently enough, playing games with Fluttershy and her animals with forced laughter and smiles. When the time came to sleep, Fluttershy was no fool. She posted her bear friend at their door as an informal guard. The Crusaders were told this was just a precaution to keep them safe, but they knew it prevented them from sneaking out at night as they had before. What she didn't count on, however, was Harry the Bear's distracting appetite and how easily he could be persuaded away from his post by the scent of honey. Sweetie Belle held the delectable jar outside the window with her magic, and Scootaloo flapped her little wings to send the scent his way. Within minutes, the Crusaders had evaded Fluttershy's security and were alone in the darkness again.
It's too hot. I want to go back.
Sweetie Belle whined, magicking a leaf from the tree branch nearby to fan herself as she walked. Scootaloo reared up on her hind legs and flapped her wings rapidly, causing a little breeze for her friend.
Thanks,
Sweetie Belle said, heaving a grateful sigh.
We can't go back. Do you know how much trouble we're gonna be in?
Apple Bloom chimed, standing next to Sweetie Belle to enjoy the breeze before Scootaloo flopped down onto the ground in fatigue.
Well then, what are we doing here anyway?
I told you. Big Mac said there's a bunch of tools missing from the barn. And yesterday, I heard him tell Granny that he found one of them in the West Orchard.
But what does that have to do with Applejack?
Don't you see? Only Applejack and Big Mac knew where they kept the tools, and there was nothing else wrong with the barn. I checked it myself.
But if she went to the barn, why not just go home?
Well, Granny said there was something wrong with Applejack's mind. Like she didn't know who she was and who other ponies were either. And that's why she had to stay in the hospital for so long. Maybe she just got confused and tried to get back to work on the trees and then got lost.
Sweetie Belle and Scootaloo exchanged worried glances. Hearing Apple Bloom tell the story to them now didn't seem quite as exhilarating as it did when they were planning to go out on their own. Neither of the little fillies had the heart to tell Apple Bloom that her idea was a long shot at best. And missing tools didn't explain the other pony disappearances. From lack of a response, Apple Bloom continued.
I just want to see if we can find something in the West Orchard that maybe my brother didn't see. He was a mite tired from the heat when he found that old rake, And he didn't really think he was gonna come back again for a while. I just can't let Applejack get more lost.
What if we get lost?
Don't worry, I know where I'm going.
Apple Bloom insisted, pressing onward and faking a look of certainty.
What's that awful smell?
Scootaloo chimed in, covering her nose with her front hoof, Sweetie Belle and Apple Bloom following suit.
Ew! It smells
Like that time we found that dead skunk next to the clubhouse.
Girls, does that look like dried blood to you?
Apple Bloom stammered, stopping dead in her tracks. She pointed to the dead patch of grass, stained with crimson hoofsteps, that led further into the orchard.
I think it's time to go back now.
Look, it's Rainbow Dash's saddlebag.
Scootaloo said, bounding after it alongside her friends.
Maybe she's still here, and maybe she found something. A clue to...
She paused, gasping in terror when she lifted the saddlebag off of the ground, only to find it had been resting in a fresh pool of blood.
Let's go back, please.
Sweetie Belle cried in terror, her eyes watering and her legs trembling.
Listen, do you girls hear that?
Apple Bloom whispered, causing the other two to fall silent. The three fillies strained to hear the sounds of garbled cries coming from somewhere in the direction of the bloody hoofprints.
Stop! Rainbow Dash!
Scootaloo screamed, abandoning her logic and racing alongside the blood trail in a blind panic.
Scootaloo, wait!
Apple Bloom protested. She and Sweetie Belle weren't too far behind. All three fillies came to a grinding halt when a wounded Rainbow Dash sped backwards through the air, landing with a crash into the trunk of an apple tree. Rainbow's face was badly beaten, and blood oozed from her lips. Her left eye was swollen shut, and her legs and torso were marred with hoofprint bruises to indicate she had been beaten and bucked. Clasped in her right hoof was a strange-looking needle, filled with a white shimmering substance. Somewhere in the opposite direction, the assailant was laughing and shouting.
I won't ever go back! And nothing you pathetic ponies do or say can make me!
Applejack! It's Applejack!
Apple Bloom finally muttered, choking on her words as her mind tried desperately to understand what she was seeing. At that sound, Rainbow Dash's head spun around, making eye contact with the three cowering fillies. Seeing them there gave Rainbow a surge of adrenaline. She leapt from the tree she had crashed into, moments before a hoof-held spade spun and stuck into the tree.
What are you doing here?
Rainbow screamed in anger, pushing all three fillies with her head in the direction she wanted them to go.
Run!
The Crusaders didn't need to be told twice. They ran from the carnage as fast as their little hooves could take them. That is, except Apple Bloom. Still shocked by the sound of her sister's voice, she deviated from the others and doubled back after Applejack.
Shit!
Rainbow screamed, heading back for the foolish filly and biting down hard on her tail before running again.
No! It's Applejack! I'll hurt her, I did! Stop squirming!
Rainbow muttered angrily, with the filly's tail still clasped in her mouth. It wasn't long before she had caught up with Scootaloo and Sweetie Belle, whose little hooves could only move so fast. Rainbow charged ahead, pushing her way through the mass of fallen branches to make way for the other Crusaders. Once on the other side, Sweetie Belle tripped over a large fallen mass and tumbled a few feet away from it. When she opened her eyes, she let out an ear-piercing scream. That mass was none other than Princess Twilight herself, her head laying in a fresh pool of blood. Rainbow's head turned sharply around to shout something at the fillies, inadvertently tossing Apple Bloom in the process.
Don't stop!
However, Applejack sprang from the same thicket of branches, kicked off the ground with her front hooves, and bucked Rainbow clean in the jaw. Rainbow skid across the ground, but made no sound other than the garbled intake of breath. The lower half of Rainbow's jaw was completely dislocated and now hung with the skin exposed from the carnage of her snout. The Crusaders ducked behind one of the trees and fell deadly silent. Not a single one of them could understand what they were seeing. Applejack had created an orchard graveyard of all of their friends from Ponyville. The missing tools were the means for their deaths and still stuck out from their mangled remains. It was nearly impossible to tell who was who anymore, with the carnage of one pony's death seeping into another. Too traumatized to move to safety, they could only watch as the pony they once knew as Applejack descended upon Rainbow Dash, her next prey. In the light, the Crusaders could see the monster Applejack had become. Her right front hoof had a chunk of flesh missing and was oozing a sickening green pus, while the fur underneath was blackened and long dead. Her back legs, having once been broken now, looked strong with bones set incorrectly, causing her stance to widen and her left back hoof to drag along behind her. Her fur was marred by all manner of scars and matted with twigs, blood, and other pieces of fur and hair that were not her own. Most disturbing of all, though, were Applejack's eyes. They had completely clouded over, with the exception of two dark black pupils, staring straight into Rainbow Dash without any hint of sanity or mercy. I told you, I don't want your fucking cure, Applejack said, spitting on Rainbow Dash, who fought against choking on her own blood.
Cure?
Applebloom looked up from where she had landed, searching frantically for the needle that had been flung from Rainbow's grasp at the same time she had. Dazed and still in shock, it took a moment for Applebloom to focus her eyes and concentrate on nothing but finding the needle.
Do you honestly think there's anything left to cure, Rainbow? Do you still believe you're saving me?
Rainbow's eyes darted from Applejack to spy Applebloom creeping towards the needle, which was sticking out of a pile of dead pony debris. Applejack chuckled to herself. It swelled in her chest until she laughed madly in Rainbow's face.
Didn't you know, Rainbow? I'm the thing you fear most. I'm that madness crawling around under your skin, squirming, writhing around inside, just waiting to get free.
Applebloom's face lost all color. She pried the needle from the debris, having to pull it out of the eye socket of another one of Applejack's victims.
Oh, Rainbow, didn't you know? I am the inevitable. I'm the harbinger of fear and the messenger of truth you silence with hope.
Rainbow Dash made conscious efforts to not look at Applebloom, and instead riled around on the ground to keep Applejack's attention on her. Applejack took the bait, stamping her hoof hard on Rainbow's back, and leaned down close to her ear.
And that truth is that in the end, there ain't nothing at all except me.
Applebloom waited until she was within range, then charged at her sister from behind, the needle held high in hoof. She pierced into Applejack's flank and plunged the liquid into her bloodstream. Almost as if on reflex, Applejack reared her hind legs in the air and bucked Applebloom hard into the nearby tree. The dark stillness of the dungeon cell was broken by the sound of approaching hoofsteps. Applejack lifted her head from the cot and looked expectantly towards the door. Her only indication for the passing of time came from the light of a small window too far from her reach. When sunlight passed over certain stones on the wall, Applejack knew to expect her daily meals. It was the only change from the monotony of silence. This time, however, the approaching pony came entirely too early. Applejack's mind raced, hoping at last she could learn what was going on. some pony magicked a key into the lock and opened the cell door. Applejack winced from the sudden brightness, but her expression quickly turned to a smile.
Twilight?
Hello, Applejack.
Twilight replied, her voice tinged with the professionalism that Applejack had only heard used in the presence of acquaintances or important guests.
Thanks, Celestia. I was beginning to think that some pony forgot I was here. What in the hay is going on?
What do you remember?
Applejack frowned and slumped back onto the cot where she had been lying.
I remember asking you for help and taking that strange potion of yours. But after that, things get really hazy. Next thing I know, I'm all wrapped up in gauze and bandages, down in pain pills like they're candy, and trying to get over the fact that I looked like I had been in some kind of terrible accident. What happened, Twi?
Twilight pursed her lips and fidgeted on her hooves. There was a slight tremor in her voice, as if she were needlessly nervous to answer.
Applejack, I don't know what you're talking about. There was no potion. You worked yourself too hard and it caused a mental break. You were spouting nonsense and acting violently. Not only did you harm yourself, but you harmed several others, turning your orchard into...
Into what?
Into a slaughtering ground. In your hysteria, you took the lives of 13 ponies and attempted to take mine and Rainbow Dash's lives as well.
What in the hay are you talking about? I'd never harm another creature, and I certainly would never put the lives of my best friends at risk. And of course there was a potion. You're the one who gave it to me in the first place.
Applejack, I'm sorry. I don't know what to tell you.
You can start by telling me why you're lying.
I am the Princess of Friendship. I have ponies who rely on my guidance, and I can't be taking the blame for the mistakes of my friends. Your mental break must have caused you some confusion.
Take the blame? You're the one accusing me of murder, Twi. We both know that I went to you for that potion. What was in that thing? Why can't I remember what happened? What did it make me do?
Applejack shouted, wishing she could stamp her hooves down in anger, but feared the searing pain of doing so. Twilight completely ignored the outburst and continued.
Princess Celestia and I don't believe in corporal punishment, and given the fact that you've assisted in saving Equestria on numerous occasions, we decided to grant you your life, a sentence to be carried out here for the safety of other ponies.
Why are you doing this? You know me, Twilight.
Applejack muttered, her voice tremoring as her mind tried to accept her friend's betrayal.
If there was such a potion, and I'm not saying there was, I would have tried to caution you to its adverse effects before giving you anything that could be considered dangerous.
That's it, isn't it? You're absolving yourself from the guilt, blaming everything on me so you can sleep at night, knowing what you've done.
You're the one who carried out those heinous crimes and disturbing deaths. You have no pony to blame but yourself.
Applejack looked at the pony who used to be considered her friend with a cold stare that could penetrate Twilight's heart. It wasn't like her to be so cold and calculating. The Twilight she knew would have stood with her friend and owned up to her mistakes, no matter the cost. While she racked her brain, searching for a plausible explanation, Twilight broke the silence.
I found a cure to whatever it was that ailed you. Even though I was too late to save the others, I knew I could save you. It wasn't until you were safe here that I could really focus on the drought. I did something even Celestia couldn't do. Find a spell to save Equestria. That's what I do, Applejack. I'm the Princess of Friendship. I wield the most powerful magic in the world, and it's my responsibility to harness that magic for the good of every pony. Equestria can't afford to lose the both of us.
So you sacrifice your friend to bury your secret. What about the element of honesty, Twi? The magic of friendship doesn't work without it.
It turns out that Starlight Glimmer might be more useful to Equestria than we thought. She wields the element now.
Applejack sat, dumbfounded. The life she had lived passed through her eyes like a flickering memory, and she knew this cell was made specifically for her to rot.
Why'd you come then?
To say goodbye. And to see if
I was cured. Sorry to disappoint you, but I am. Your spell worked.
Twilight bit her lip and lowered her head. If Applejack wasn't herself, she could justify this in her mind. But Applejack wouldn't give that to her. She wanted Twilight to live with the weight of this guilt for the rest of her life.
Is Rainbow all right?
Rainbow Dash is still recovering, but she should be fine.
And my family?
Twilight hesitated again. She rubbed the back of her neck with her hoof nervously before answering.
They're all right. I should go now.
No. What's wrong? Is Big Mac still hurt?
Twilight's horn ignited, and she made her way towards the door.
Is he?
He's fine.
And Granny?
I've gotta go, Applejack.
Apple Bloom?
Twilight flinched at the mention of Apple Bloom, and Applejack picked up on it immediately.
What's wrong with Apple Bloom?
Goodbye,
Twilight said, choking back tears as she closed Applejack's cell door and locked it again.
Where's Apple Bloom?
Twilight briskly walked away from the cell towards the guard pony waiting to guide her out. The sound of Applejack's cries were masked by the boom of thunder outside and the new rainfall hitting against the prison wall.
What? Please, you owe me this much! Tell me she's okay! Tell me what happened to my sister!
Warning: the following reading contains subject matter that some listeners might find disturbing or difficult to hear. Listener discretion is advised. Autumn in Ponyville. While the rest of Equestria readied themselves for Nightmare Night the next month, Ponyville busied themselves with preparations for their memorial. Commemoration was the name it was given by the princesses years ago, as it was the only title that seemed appropriate. Although this year marked the 7th anniversary of the memorial's creation, it was still a sore spot for most Ponyvillians. It was created in lieu of cider season at the once active Sweet Apple Acres. Commemoration is a time to reflect and honor those who were lost to the Great Massacre. Most ponies were never truly given a satisfying reason for the senseless killings all those years ago. The princesses remained as tight-lipped as the survivors did. Eventually, between Twilight's reassurances and the lack of new victims, fear and anxiety in Ponyville slowly ebbed. It was Twilight who initially proposed the memorial in hopes that it would ease the pain and bring normalcy back to Ponyville. Of course, in doing so, she and her friends had become the unofficial conductors of the memorial. They nursed their own sorrows by making each year better than the last. It was the evening before the festivities, and magic was ringing in the halls of the Castle of Friendship. An alicorn, 2 unicorns, and a Pegasus were scrambling to finish their decoration contributions as the sunset drew nearer. Flying overhead of the throne room, Fluttershy was attempting to place a thick purple drape adorned with ribbons upon the rafters, according to Rarity's specifications. A task that seemed easy enough, had it not been for Rarity's refusal to settle for anything less than perfection.
No, that simply will not do.
Rarity shrilly called to the pale yellow Pegasus. Fluttershy sighed in frustration, lowering her hoof and holding back the urge to roll her eyes.
What's wrong this time?
Fluttershy called back to her friend in exasperation, wondering how Rarity could be so far away, yet still see some imagined imperfection for the placement of said drapery. Rarity didn't seem to catch or mind the Pegasus's tone.
It's a 1/4 of an inch too far to the right. Even I can see that. While I am grateful for your help, Fluttershy, you know how flawlessly decorated the castle must be for our future guests.
Rarity called out, hoping her friend would follow and agree with her logic. She looked away from the ceiling for a moment to finish the stitch she had started on the vast tapestry draped over her hooves. The tapestry was 20 feet in length and nearly took up the entire mapless table in the center of the room. Along with the complicated stitchwork and the bright appealing colors, Bonbon's silhouette took center stage in the piece, her name expertly sewn beneath it. When Fluttershy didn't echo Rarity's logic, Rarity turned to Twilight to back up her statement.
Wouldn't you agree, Twilight?
Twilight Sparkle, the Princess of Friendship, didn't seem to heed the growing tension between her friends as she busied herself with a checklist. It was nearly as long as Rarity's unfinished masterpiece. She glanced up from her scroll, tired eyes locking on the unicorn, before following her gaze to the drapery above.
It looks great, Rarity.
Twilight muttered absently as the quill in her magic jotted down yet another unchecked task.
Just move it slightly to the left, Fluttershy, and you'll be good. We really don't have time to fuss over silly details like that.
Starlight Glimmer firmly chided, like a mother scolding her misbehaving children. Starlight's horn was aglow, and she was busying herself with ice picks and a giant slab of ice. She'd been sculpting for the better part of an hour now, and she took great pride in the art that she was able to create thus far. The sculpture showcased each of the fallen, and Starlight only hesitated for a moment when she reached for the smooth surface of ice, where the 14th pony would be. Starlight's heart panged and stomach clenched. She swallowed back a burp of bile, knowing that it would do no good to bring up her objections for the 6th consecutive year. This memorial had become a staple in the lives of the Ponyvillians. Ponies understandably wanted the 14th pony remembered and honored, even if, unbeknownst to them, she was the pony who had slaughtered the rest. Rarity bristled at Starlight's comment, dismissing her initial statement.
And how exactly do you suppose that the ice sculpture won't melt by tomorrow?
Rarity asked, and though the question was genuine, her tone reflected her inner bitterness.
I've done my research. There's a spell that prevents ice from melting. I found it in an old book in the library.
Starlight answered tactfully and devoid of annoyance. Still, Rarity was unimpressed. Fluttershy said nothing, secured the drape in place, and flew back to the ground before Rarity could protest yet again. Rarity pursed her lips to the side in defeat. She was clearly outnumbered.
It'll do. Next, I'll have you hang the floral arrangements.
Fluttershy's ears dropped, along with her stomach. Just when she finally felt freed from Rarity's discerning eye, she was thrust back into the thick of it again. Starlight rolled her eyes and put the finishing touch on the final sculpture. As much as she would have loved to take a step back and reflect on the ice sculpture's mastery, Starlight instead turned away from it. She was hoping no pony would notice its completion, so she wouldn't have to be reminded of that final face. However, a Pegasus desperate to get out of floral hanging duty was only too pleased to offer up a compliment.
It's lovely,
Fluttershy said with an encouraging smile. She trailed off a little when she too saw the 14th face. Seeing that confident, unbridled joy on that frozen, lifeless face was too much for her delicate sensibilities. She could do nothing but suffer the impact of the tidal wave of grief.
I miss her.
Fluttershy's statement hung in the air like a dead weight. Rarity, Twilight, and Starlight paused whatever they were doing to linger in the awkward silence, while they simultaneously stared at the ice. Unlike Starlight's bitterness and Fluttershy's grief, Twilight was grappling with a deep-seated guilt. It may have been several years since she had last seen that pony's face, but she could never forget their final conversation.
Applejack, I don't know what you're talking about. There was no potion. You worked yourself too hard and it caused a mental break.
Twilight could only speculate how painful those words, those lies, must have been for the former element of honesty. When she reflected on that day, she still wasn't sure what compelled her to leave her former best friend in such a callous way. On better nights, she could justify her actions by remembering how important friendship is for other ponies in Equestria to embrace. Even if she, Princess of Friendship, had failed her friend, she could still turn it into a lesson. She impressed upon others the importance of what she had learned, and hoped that it would be enough to prevent something like this from ever happening again. If she was found culpable, it would create a lasting and damaging effect to the ideals she was supposed to uphold. Even so, the profound, painful grip of remorse would never let her truly forget that it was her choice to leave Applejack the way she did. So, Twilight resigned herself to an unspoken atonement and guard over Ponyville like an immortal sentry. She took the role so serious, in fact, that she turned down her former teacher's request to rule all of Equestria and allow the royal sisters to retire. The silence in the throne room had now lingered for too long, but no pony was willing to be the first to break it. Luckily, the double doors across the way burst open and ended the silence for them. A bright pink earth pony paraded into the room. She triumphantly pushed a large dessert cart into view.
I'm back!
Pinkie Pie called out joyously with a voice so powerful it could have alerted the entire castle. She hurriedly pushed the cart towards the others to show off the various cupcakes, pies, custards, pastries, and the elaborate 4-tiered cake that she had prepared in the castle's kitchens.
Oh my, you made more?
Fluttershy asked nervously, her eyes beholding the trove of sugary delights, with more horror than appreciation.
I don't know how many ponies are coming to the party, and I want every pony to try as many different desserts as they like!
Pinkie answered swiftly, blissfully unaware of Fluttershy's skepticism.
There are only so many ponies in Ponyville.
Starlight said pointedly. She glowered at the ever-growing mountain of desserts.
True, but that doesn't count the ponies of Canterlot, Cloudsteel, the Crystal Empire, Trottingham, Hoovington, Appaloosa. Wait, what?
Twilight interjected, finally resting her quill to join the conversation.
I'm just so superly-duperifically nervous-sighted for the party. I sense girls everywhere. This year's celebration will be so big that all of Equestria will commensurate with us. Rememberate? Commemorate. I can never remember what it's called. So get those taste testers tester ready. It's time for my next course of creamy, dreamy cupcakes.
There was a collective churn of stomachs in the room at the mention of trying Pinky's desserts. She had started baking 3 days ago and hadn't stopped. It wouldn't have been so unbearable if she hadn't been so insistent on her friends trying and approving each new batch. Every pony was well beyond their tolerance of concentrated sugar.
I have every flavor you could possibly think of! Strawberry, raspberry, boysenberry, bumbleberry, banana, orange, blue, and...
Pinky stopped mid-rapid ramble, and her demeanor instantly dropped. She'd unintentionally told a lie by declaring that she had made every flavor. There was one flavor she had purposely left out, a flavor and ingredient that she would never use again. Ponies had asked her periodically why she no longer baked apple desserts, but she would simply state that apples reminded her too much of sadness, and the subject would be dropped immediately. Once again, the silence hung in the air, but this time was cut short by the sound of a speedy Pegasus zipping through the open doors and completing the circle of friends.
Sorry I'm late! We're planning or decorating or something, right?
Rainbow Dash asked, hovering over her throne chair around the circular table. Rarity scrunched up her face in disapproval.
The rest of us certainly have been. We've been here since dawn and still have so far to go. This is only the 10th tapestry, you know. I'll have to stay up all night to finish the rest. What could possibly have been more important than this?
Me and the Wonderbolts
The Wonderbolts and I.
Whatever. We were practicing the routine that we were gonna perform tomorrow, and I wanted to make sure that it was just right. And then, well, Spitfire made this comment about how I was gonna tire myself out, and I said that even with all the practice, I could still whoop her ass in a race. And, well, it kinda turned into me racing all the Wonderbolts to prove my point.
Rainbow admitted with a guilty smile.
My animals haven't been fed all day. We really could have used your help.
Fluttershy interjected in exasperation, and Rainbow was surprised to see her, of all ponies, aggravated at her absence. She knew it must be serious if Fluttershy was frustrated.
I'm sorry. I'm here now, and I'm still not too tired to help. Here, I'll hang these.
Rainbow said, gathering some of the bouquets on the ground and zooming around the room. Rarity's eyes widened in horror. She trusted Rainbow at least to hang her floral arrangements just right. She tried to protest, but Twilight spoke first.
That'll save us some time. Since Pinkie Pie apparently invited all of Equestria, we had to get these tasks done as quickly as possible. I divided our duties into separate lists.
Twilight said, horrifying the bunch by levitating long scrolls of checklist items to each of her friends.
If we get started now, we should finish about an hour before the celebration begins.
Sure wish a certain little assistant was around to help us.
Rarity grumbled bitterly while eyeing her task list.
But I suppose one does have to leave the nest eventually and forge a path all their own.
Don't worry, Rarity! Every pony is invited, and we can catch up all day tomorrow!
Pinkie exclaimed happily, rolling the checklist and depositing it into her mane, as if to glean the information on the scroll through osmosis.
But first, we've got work to do.
A collective sound of sighing around the room was followed by various admissions of agreement. It was going to be a long night. The hours ticked by, and eventually, Twilight Sparkle found herself hunched over a desk in her bedroom. Her eyes were transfixed on the specific scroll laid out in front of her, while a quill, held aloft in magic, waited for the next cue. Twilight broke a moment of long, unblinking concentration when the candle she had ignited to write by snuffed itself out, its wax spent. She ignited a new candle inside, crumpling the parchment in her magic and tossing it aside with the other discarded failures. Twilight peered at the task list she had meticulously written for herself, but the nagging feeling in her stomach prevented her from moving past the little checkbox labeled write the hostess speech to start the memorial. She knew that it had to be just right. Somehow, she had to convey that it was okay to celebrate the lives of their loved ones and still feel sorrow for their absence. She needed every pony to feel safe, secure, and protected by their princess. She also needed to stress the importance of friendship during trying times like these, and that was the part tripping her up the most. Just as Twilight pulled a new clean scroll from her desk drawer to start again, she heard frantic hooves pounding against the stone floor. The sound was growing increasingly louder as they approached from down the hall. Typically, Starlight Glimmer would graciously knock before interrupting her mentor, but there was no hesitation now when she burst through the bedroom doors. Twilight saw the terrified look on Starlight's face and whirled around to face her. Aside from the panic, the only thing Twilight noted out of place was the scroll held too tightly in Starlight's magic, hovering nearby.
Starlight? What's...
Starlight didn't answer, but magicked the scroll to the princess so hastily it almost collided into her face. Twilight dodged the throw, taking the scroll from Starlight's magic into her own before scanning the semi-crumpled urgent message. As she read, reality refused to sink in. Only a few key words and phrases stuck out in the unicorn's mind. Escaped. A struggle. The Canterlot guards can't recall the past few days. She was living in a waking nightmare, and each word she read pulled her deeper into that soul-shattering terror. Twilight reread the scroll once, then twice again in a silent panic, while the distressed Starlight waited on bated breath for what to do next. When the princess didn't pull her darting eyes away or speak, Starlight finally interjected.
If it's been days, she could be in Ponyville by now.
Twilight glanced up at Starlight with pinprick pupils. Despite the bile rising in her throat, she forced herself to remain calm and take back control of the situation before her own fears and guilt incapacitated her completely.
We need to get word to the girls. They're the only ones who know that Applejack is still alive and...
Twilight stopped abruptly when she and Starlight both heard rustling from above. The sound was muffled, but both mares' minds spiraled with all the possibilities. Was it an open window? Was it hoofsteps? Was it something knocked over in haste? Neither of them could be sure, but both feared the worst.
I'll check it out,
Starlight said, vanishing before Twilight could respond. Twilight's heart was racing, and beads of sweat formed on her brow. How could this be possible? How could Applejack escape? Perhaps Applejack's story softened the heart of one of the guards, and he helped her escape? But even if she had escaped Canterlot's prison, where would she go? What would she do? How would she react to seeing her friends again? How would she react to seeing Twilight again? Twilight's heart was beating fast and loud now, but she felt as though she were trapped in the belly of a great drum. She realized that she had been uselessly pacing for an unknown amount of time, just trying to grapple with the cascading horrified thoughts of what was to come. Blinking a few times, she forced her hooves into action, praying that she could devise some sort of plan to fix this egregious mistake. Twilight learned long ago never to underestimate what Applejack was capable of, and knew that she would need specific supplies before she began the hunt. She raced to the far side of the bedroom and ignited her horn. She had to ignore the hiccup lapses of magic from sheer anxiety to find the specific stone in the wall behind her bed. The stone pressed deeper into the wall with magic as the bed began to rumble. Slowly, a platform under the bed gave way to a secret set of stone steps, leading to a dark room below. Twilight galloped down the steps, 2 at a time, as torches along the walls ignited to shine her way forward. She stopped at the bottom, skidding on her hooves at the horrifying sight. There, on the ground, laid the remnants of a magical lock that was used to secure her secret laboratory entrance. More terrifying still was the light pouring in from behind the door, slightly ajar. The unmistakable clatter of glass slamming into a wooden surface from within sent a new wave of anxiety through Twilight. It ripped through her like a lightning bolt. She pressed forward, thrusting the door open to see the horrible reality in the flesh. Applejack, the orange earth pony who had haunted her thoughts and dreams for 7 long and languishing years, was standing unabashedly amongst the collection of empty potion bottles. Her fur was pale, almost cream-colored from the lack of sunlight. The wounds that once marred her coat had healed into a series of scars, some fresher looking than others. Her standing gait was still irregular from the bones in her back hooves setting wrong all those years ago. Deep, dark circles lined sunken eyes, and the unmistakable lack of nourishment left the earth pony looking almost skeletal, with fur clasped tightly to the frail frame. Twilight opened her mouth to speak, but no words would come. Thoughts wouldn't solidify. Her body refused to move. How did she get in? Did she use the other passage? What happened to the lock? It was supposed to keep every pony out, to keep her work secret and safe. Finally caught me, huh? Applejack said. Her voice was far removed from the happy country-tinged accent that Twilight once knew. Now, there was a deep graggle and a roughness akin to some pony dying of thirst. Gotta say, I thought you'd be here sooner. Suits me just fine, though.
Apple!
Yes, ma'am. That dirty little secret you've been trying to hide for years. Bet you thought I'd just fade into obscurity by now, huh? Afraid not. Applejack turned away from the stunned princess to clasp another potion bottle by the neck. She didn't hesitate, tilting her head back as she brought the rim of the bottle to her mouth. The swirling purple liquid disappeared past her lips and into her gullet in 2 deep gulps. With a satisfied exhale, the earth pony mockingly licked her lips for any excess potion that may have lingered there. Twilight didn't know how it was possible to be even more horrified than before, but seeing that carelessness provoked a panicked outcry.
No! What are you doing? You don't know what that potion does!
Huh. Guess I'll have to figure that out now, won't I? Applejack said, her demeanor eerily calm and devoid of concern.
Why?
It's been so long. I can't remember what it looks like. What color, what consistency. I need it. I need to feel that again. And I ain't got time to pore over your incessant drivel to find out. Applejack motioned to the bookshelf of journals that lined the laboratory walls. Twilight had recorded every potion and observation of their effects. It was a lifetime of work, and Applejack would have been there for hours. AJ kept piercing eye contact with Twilight as her hoof slowly reached for yet another unlabeled and unknown potion bottle. She was able to flick the stopper from the top and hold it aloft in her hoof, but this time was thwarted by a blast of magic. The magic shattered the glass and caused the earth pony to recoil. Twilight had firmly planted her hooves on the cold stone ground, a renewed sense of focus apparent in her horrified and worried expression.
You're looking for the sleepless potion? That's what started this mess! It's why you've been locked away! Why you killed all those ponies! Why in Equestria would you think I would keep that?
Twilight demanded, tears staining her cheeks, as her guilt roared itself to the forefront of her mind. You? Throw out a chance to study something. I may be out of touch, but I ain't stupid. Applejack snarled, casually brushing the pieces of shattered vial from her fur.
You've consumed all of those?
Twilight gasped in horror, her eyes finally beholding the graveyard of discarded bottles, beakers, and vials around her laboratory. She stuttered in disbelief.
But not all of my potions are for ponies! There are several that can't be ingested!
Well, guess you better hope that these kill me then, huh? Dangerous to combine so much magic. I can only imagine the hell I'm in for if I drink the wrong ones. Not that it matters, of course. I suppose death is another way out of this hell you saddled me with. Twilight couldn't help but shudder at the unemotional way Applejack shirked off her own uncertain doom. Her eyes quickly scanned the potion bottles that remained, but she couldn't be sure if that one was among them or not. Does that make me the experimenter? Or the experiment? AJ asked rhetorically as she reached for yet another potion bottle. Twilight didn't hesitate, focusing her magical blast at the next potion to stop her. This time, however, Applejack was able to move quickly to the side and avoid the stream of magic. 1 second she was standing a few feet from the princess, and another she was across the room, bracing herself against a wall. Twilight's magic had landed on the bookshelf, destroying some of her journals. Singed pages fluttered about the room. Both ponies were initially stunned by Applejack's newfound agility, but AJ's surprise melted into sheer delight. Super speed? That's awfully handy. You've been holding out, Twi. What would Rainbow think if she knew you had something like this all along?
Drop it!
Twilight screamed as she ignited her horn again, her crosshairs on Applejack's new position. If you say so. Applejack answered with a shrug, taking the potion in her hoof and smashing it against the floor. A great plume of green smoke overtook the room instantly, and Twilight reared back, inhaling the gaseous byproduct with a gasp. The immediate burning sensation in her nostrils started a wave of guttural coughing, so loud that she almost missed what Applejack said next. Ooh boy, hot in vision too? Twilight fucking Sparkle, you've outdone yourself. Twilight gritted her teeth and tried suppressing the burning in her throat to find the earth pony through the haze. She ignited her horn, but the light was useless against the thick green fog that lingered. To the left, Twilight heard the sound of glass sliding into AJ's hoof. Despite the limited visibility, it seemed that AJ was still going to down as much potion as she could find. Twilight knew she had to take action, and that it was better to stop Applejack than try and salvage her work. So, deeply chagrined, Twilight blasted magic in that direction, wincing at the sound of her precious equipment exploding on impact. Applejack laughed in response, clearly unharmed. Her voice was now coming from the right side of the room. Twilight whirled around again, desperate to stop her. It became very apparent that AJ was enjoying her new speed and sight as her voice bounced from one side of the room to the other. What's wrong? Having trouble aiming? Now why'd you go and shoot over there? Are you blind and dumb? Applejack continued on, unscathed and unceasing. Twilight was on autopilot now, striking every direction she could with a singular stream of magic. The lab became a magical frenzy as potions, books, machinery, and equipment exploded in disarray. Still, the princess knew she couldn't react. She couldn't afford to lose her concentration. However, the longer Twilight struggled, the more confident Applejack became. AJ delighted in adding to the chaos by smashing more potions onto the unforgiving stone floor. They each created new plumes of colorful smoke that consumed the room to keep her concealed.
Stop!
Twilight screamed in a fit of coughing, collapsing to the floor for the hope of some shred of fresh air that lingered there. Her magic was only making things worse, and the swirling colors of the room were so thick, it looked as though she could grasp the very air in her hooves. Twilight shakily and slowly pulled herself up again. She'd given up the hope of finding a clean breath, and did the only thing her brain could think of, chase Applejack on hoof. In her clumsy, desperate pursuit, she ran into just about every piece of furniture that still remained in the laboratory. Unseen objects nicked at her fur. Her mane and tail would occasionally catch on some kind of hanging debris, and little shards of broken potion bottles bit into her hooves. No matter where she turned, AJ was one step ahead, taunting and laughing at her frenzied flails.
You couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. You gotta be quicker than that, Twi. Gonna let me get away? Oh, you're not even trying. You gotta want it. That secret of yours is coming out tonight. What's Ponyville gonna think?
Eventually, Twilight heard Applejack's hoofsteps rapidly ascending the stone stairs towards the bedroom. Applejack was escaping again, and Twilight was no closer to finding her than she was the door leading out. Panicked, she reached forward, her hooves colliding into the wooden table that had previously avoided the carnage. The splintered pieces raking across the flesh of her torso and forelegs as she fell. The impact of the fall disoriented Twilight, and the smoke inhalation was causing an unparalleled dizziness. Her ears were ringing loudly, but through its shrill scream, she still heard another beaker burst. Liquid splashed on her front hooves, but the sensation turned from wet to cold, then sharp to scorching in mere seconds. Twilight cried out in pain as she heard the sizzle, then felt the burn of acid eating her flesh. Still, she couldn't stop now. Nothing else mattered but getting to and stopping Applejack.
Not only were ponies in danger,
but her secret shame would be laid bare for all the world to see.
What horrible consequences would follow?
How many more ponies would have to die before Twilight would succumb to the reality that AJ
Applejack was beyond saving in any
capacity? As Twilight struggled to find her bearings again, a scream from above pierced through the mist. It was a horrifying scream of terror that snapped Twilight out of flight response and into fight response. With renewed focus, she teleported herself from the mess below, her horn still hiccuping with unstable magic. She tried to trace the origin of the sound and appeared just outside of Starlight Glimmer's room.
Starlight! It's Applejack! She's in the castle!
Twilight screamed, pulling the handle of the door, only to find it wouldn't budge. Twilight slammed her body against the door, hoping it would give way, but it remained firm.
Starlight! Let me in!
Twilight shouted, pleading with the mare who she could clearly hear tussling with some pony else from within. When more slams to the door didn't give way, she backed off and blasted it with magic. However, her spell instantly deflected, as if it met an invisible magical shield. It ricocheted and whizzed over Twilight's head, colliding into one of the castle pillars behind her. Twilight jumped aside when the pillar collapsed into a pile of gemstone-textured debris.
Replace me, do ya?
Twilight heard Applejack's voice behind the door, and she grew more desperate. The crumbling pillar beside her gave her a frantic but potentially helpful idea. She shifted her focus from the door to the wall beside it. Twilight's horn steadily grew with light and magic, and she gathered all the strength she had for this singular spell. When she released it, the magical collision roared through the hallway as stone crumbled and dust billowed. The hole it created in the wall was barely large enough to fit her frame, but Twilight pressed forward. She sucked in a deep breath and squeezed, contorted, and pushed herself through the wall. The dust hadn't settled yet, so Twilight had to squint through another haze to find both Applejack and Starlight Glimmer. It was then that Twilight's eyes fell upon a gruesome sight.
Starlight!
The unicorn mare was laying on the opposite side of the room, near the ruins that were once her belongings. As the dust from the explosion slowly settled, some of the destruction in the room came into view. The bed was in pieces, feathers from the pillows still adrift in the air, mixing with the dust from the explosion. The armoire was nearly unrecognizable. All that remained were sharp splinters of wood and strewn about clothing. A mirror that once stood atop a vanity table was smashed into tens of thousands of pieces. Clothing, tapestries, childhood memorabilia, eviscerated. Then there was Starlight herself, who was in a similar state of upheaval. Her skin was marred with fresh injuries. The red soaked through her fur so thoroughly that wounds were indistinguishable from one to the other. A bone in her back hoof was jutting backwards, disconnected from its place. But most horrific of all was the cascade of blood oozing through hooves that clung desperately through a severed jugular.
Why?
Starlight asked, her breath caught in her throat. She was looking up at something that had been hidden in the haze. Twilight blinked a few times to bring her eyes fully into focus in the dim light, and found Applejack looming over Starlight. There was a strange, unnatural, and unnerving smile on the Earth Pony's face, looking pleased with herself for ridding the world of her so-called replacement. This was the moment that Applejack was no longer a pony in Twilight's eyes, but a demon that needed to be destroyed.
Clearly magic was no threat to this evil
beast. So, Twilight changed tactics,
gripping a sharpened shard of mirror in her magic
and leaping towards Applejack with a frenzied cry. Surely the weapon would instill some fear,
and at the very least, draw
Applejack away from Starlight. Much to Twilight's surprise, her plan worked. Applejack's face contorted to that of surprise, maybe even shock, and she didn't stick around long enough to see if the alicorn could bring herself to murder a pony in cold blood. She whizzed past Twilight so quickly, it seemed as though she was flying. In less time than it took for a pony to blink, Applejack leapt out of the hole the princess had just made in the wall and disappeared without a trace. Twilight could do nothing but stare after her, her magic finally failing as the shard of glass clattered to the ground. She knew the severe consequences that would soon follow if she didn't pursue her, but Twilight's mind wouldn't detach itself from the need to save her friend.
Starlight! Starlight! Starlight!
Her heartbeats were drumming loudly again, echoing Starlight's name over and over as she allowed insanity to creep into her reality.
Twilight.
Starlight stammered, each syllable uttered only strengthening the waterfall of life, drenching the mare's fur and pulling underneath her. Twilight cried out unintelligibly, collapsing on the floor beside her friend.
She wanted to hold her, to ease the pain, to promise she'd be okay, to make it stop, but it would only delay the inevitable. Starlight's gasping and gagging was fading, and Twilight could do nothing but watch as Starlight clung to her last
shred of life.
Please! Please don't go! Please don't leave me!
Twilight managed through garbled cries. She watched Starlight's face change from fear to confusion to finally sorrow. Twilight knew she should have said something, offer up some kind of solace or peace, but words wouldn't come. Instead, she helplessly kept her gaze locked on Starlight's as seconds slowly passed them by. The princess's stunned, silent grief was the last thing Starlight Glimmer witnessed in this world before slipping away into darkness. Twilight let out a scream that would echo through every hallway in the castle. She pulled Starlight into her embrace, cradling her body against her chest like a mother coddling a child. Twilight was consumed in grief, letting no other emotion take precedence, despite the severity of the situation around her. She didn't have long to dwell in it, however, when she felt a large, heavy object slam into the back of her head, and the alicorn collapsed onto the floor. Warning: the following reading contains subject matter that some listeners might find disturbing or difficult to hear. Listener discretion. The sound of a pan clattering against the kitchen floor echoed through the quiet sweet shop called Sugar Cube Corner. The accidental drop was loud enough to wake the young Cake twins, who jolted upright in their beds. Living in a bakery, they knew that awful loud clang rather well, but weren't used to hearing it at that time of night. They contemplated remaining in bed rather than run the risk of being caught snooping. But curiosity won out, so the pair quietly scampered down the main staircase towards the kitchen. Unsurprisingly to the twins, when they peeked around the corner of the kitchen doorway, they found a frazzled-looking Pinkie Pie. She was trying some kind of new balancing act the Cake twins hadn't seen before. A bag of piping was in Pinkie's mouth, which she was using to ice something onto a cake, while simultaneously grasping a saucepan in her left hoof, a cupcake tray in her right hoof, and attempting to open the oven door with her back hoof. This left only one back hoof on solid ground to maintain her equilibrium. Although the sight would have been amusing to most, the Cake twins exchanged worried glances rather than amusement.
Pinkie Pie?
Pound Cake said, boldly interrupting whatever it was he was witnessing, while his sister followed close at his hooves.
I don't like you, Dad.
Pinkie said, the words garbled by the piping bag in her mouth. When the Cake twins could only offer a face of confusion in response, she giggled and spit out the bag onto the counter, while sliding the cupcakes into the oven and setting a timer.
Oops! I forgot I was doing that! I'm so super-duper triple-ribble sorry that I woke you up!
Pinkie exclaimed, picking up the piping bag in her hooves and resuming her icing endeavor.
Why are you baking? Luna's moon is still high in the sky.
Pumpkin observed, pointing out the kitchen window to the bright moon shining overhead.
Well...
Pinkie started, then switched tasks yet again by sprinkling flour on the counter while finishing an icing swirl. Even her normal Pinkie absurdities were multitasking as a rolling pin produced itself from her mane.
I've got extra crazy lots to do before the big party tomorrow. Everyone in Equestria is gonna be there and they're gonna be hungry. I still have 6 dozen cupcakes, 7 pecan pies, 12 caramel fritters, and another triple chocolate cookie cake with chocolate frosting and chocolate sprinkles. You know those Camelot ponies, they love their chocolate.
Initially, the twins didn't respond, unsure how to answer such a string of absurdities. Eventually, they chose to offer their assistance rather than try to riddle out Pinkie's logic.
Want us to help?
Aw, you silly Billy should be snoozing in dreamland, not rolling out pie crusts and setting the caramel on the stove to soften.
Pinkie said, doing those exact actions as she spoke them.
Pinkie Pie? What in Equestria?
Pinkie and the twins' attention snapped to the matron of the family, Mrs. Cake, when she joined them in the kitchen. She rubbed the sleep from her eyes in disbelief at the sugary array stacked before her.
Hiya, Mrs. Cake!
Pinky exclaimed with an energy and volume that was unwelcomed at this hour. Mrs. Cake recoiled at the sound as Mr. Cake finally made his appearance, completing the house's inhabitants.
Just finishing up those desserts for the big party. The castle ran out of sugar, can you believe it? So I thought I would finish up here. I knew you all wouldn't mind. Sorry about all the noise. I can be a tad clumsy when I'm quadruple tasking. Oh, I can't wait to try all these tomorrow. I might just have to make a caramel chocolate cherry surprise pie just for me. I'm so hungry I could eat a dozen cupcakes all on my own.
Pinky, dearest, don't you think you could bake some of these things tomorrow after you've gotten a good night's rest?
Yeah. You've made plenty of desserts so far. I'm sure a couple cupcakes won't be missed.
Mr. Cake said, echoing the sentiment while nervously rubbing the back of his neck.
Sometimes it's easy to lose track of time when you don't give yourself a break.
Pinky laughed just as loudly as ever, while she slammed the pie dough on the counter and started to flatten it with the roller.
Don't you worry. Twilight's included sleepy time on that big list you gave me of things to do. Soon as I'm done with the baking, I'll get right on that list. And it's up to Betty Pie for this pink poop party prepping pony.
Pinky said dismissively, unable to pull away from her tasks, even for a moment, to make eye contact.
Maybe we should get your friends over here to help you in the morning then. We wouldn't want a pooped pink party-throwing Pinkie Pie. Isn't that right, dear?
Mrs. Cake sharply elbowed Mr. Cake as she gently nudged the twins towards the stairs. They looked back at Pinky one final time, their brows furrowed in worry, before giving in to their mother's silent command.
Yes, your friends and maybe your eccentric sister can come by. She'll know how to help.
Mr. Cake said nervously, watching his family ascend the steps to their respective rooms.
Sounds absolutely, perfectly perfect to me.
Pinky said, still not meeting his eye.
Well, good night, Pinkie Pie. I hope you get some rest.
Mr. Cake remarked with a sigh, before he too climbed back towards the comfort of bed. Pinky hadn't noticed if the Cake's behavior and comments had been anything outside the ordinary. She knew they worried when she worked so late into the night. But this celebration was the most important party of the year, and she couldn't afford a single slip-up. If even one pony left that party with a frown, she had failed. It would be a failure of Ponyville being able to heal. It would be a failure that would reflect poorly on Twilight, and that would mean more hardships for a friend she loved so dearly. But most importantly of all, it would be a failure to her very nature. Pinky took those dark looming thoughts and buried them beneath her sheer determination to keep moving forward. She had just started cutting the third pie crust from the flattened dough when the timer on the oven dinged. The party pony delightedly dropped the knife on the counter to grasp an oven mitt in her mouth. It was her favorite part of baking, opening the oven to the initial wave of warmth on her cheeks and the sweet smells of perfectly golden pastries that followed. There was a comfort in that familiar aromatic embrace, a comfort that her frazzled nerves and growing anxiety needed now more than ever. Before her outstretched hoof could reach the handle of the oven door, however, Pinky thought she heard more hoofsteps approaching. Her delight rapidly melted into annoyance. What had she done this time? She was sure she hadn't made any additional noises to wake the Cakes. Were they coming back to lecture her again? How long could she continually reassure them that she was okay before the happy facade would break?
I see nothing's changed around here.
Pinky froze for a moment. She could have sworn that was Applejack's voice coming from behind her. She giggled and shook her head.
Okay, maybe I do need some sleep. Now I'm hearing voices.
Pinky thought absently to herself. Oven mitt still clasped tightly in her teeth. She refocused on the task at hoof, and the oven door swung open with ease. A pang of disappointment twinged in Pinky when the initial warmth and smell did nothing to ease the tightness in her chest.
That any way to greet an old friend, Pinkie Pie? I'd have thought better of you if I didn't already know what a phony you were.
Pinkie Pie had never heard voices in her head this clearly before, and the grim curiosity caused her to spin around with the cupcake tray still in mouth. When she stopped, she could barely believe her own eyes. There, standing at the counter with Pinky's empty pie tins and baking supplies, was Applejack. Pinky screamed out and flung the cupcakes into the air, stumbling backwards onto the stove and narrowly grazing the hot saucepan with her right hoof. The cupcakes went soaring, splattering around the kitchen, while the hot tin came whirling back down onto Pinky's back right hoof. She screamed again, but more in shock than in pain, kicking the hot pan away as quickly as possible before letting her eyes focus onto the mare before her. Her eyes weren't playing tricks. This wasn't a dream or a cruel prank. This intruder was undoubtedly Applejack, but she wasn't quite the Applejack Pinky remembered. This Applejack looked haggard, like a sun-bleached, worn-out piece of leather. Her fur was matted and unkempt, along with her mane and tail, like a pony who hadn't had a proper bath in years. Pinky couldn't see her eyes from underneath that old, tattered hat, but she could see the hateful grimace. And that's what had startled her the most. Applejack wasn't exactly alone either, as she leaned against an old dirt-encrusted shovel and was wearing a belt with various old gardening tools. Pinky immediately recognized them as the very kind that had once been used as AJ's instruments of torture.
Applejack?
Pinky said, her voice squeaking more than usual.
Applejack!
Pinky flung herself forward, her hooves outstretched like she was welcoming back a friend from an extended vacation. It was all Pinky could think to do, knowing that her brain would need time to catch up with itself. Despite the innocence of the gesture, Applejack didn't give her the satisfaction. She didn't want Pinky believing, even for a moment, that there was anything good left between them. She shoved Pinky away, hard, and the pony fell against the sink, her head snapping back and forth so violently it gave her a headache.
You don't get to touch me like you give a damn.
But, AJ...
Pinky trailed off. She had a million thoughts buzzing around in her head, competing for a chance to form into words. So many things left unsaid, and so many questions. It only made her head throb harder.
Don't you but AJ me.
Applejack snapped back, taking her hoof and setting it behind one of the empty pie tins. Before rocketing it off the counter, Pinky jumped and gasped out when the tin hit the adjacent wall. The ringing soon took hold in her ears and wouldn't relent. An unsettling feeling of dread was growing steadily in the back of her mind.
Twilight made sense. She had to keep up that perfect little image of hers. And I wouldn't expect Dash to give a shit. And Fluttershy will do whatever the hell the rest of y'all tell her to do. Rarity's another fucking story. But you, Pinky, what's your grand excuse?
Applejack growled, violently flinging another pie tin across the room.
Excuse?
Pinky asked, voice shaking as she helplessly covered her ears from the increasingly loud timbre of ringing.
For abandoning me!
Applejack screamed, taking the shovel in her hooves and knocking every last item, ingredient and pastry from the counter. Among the disarray, a bag of flour collided into the kitchen window, mere inches from Pinkie Pie's head, and she had to bite back the urge to sneeze when its contents billowed around her.
No, I didn't, I swear! When Twilight told me the truth, I went there every day, Applejack! Every day! I wanted to see you, but they wouldn't let me! I begged, I pleaded, I even tried to bribe them with cake! Twilight had to drag me away! I wasn't going to give up, so she said I could send you letters and packages! I was writing 3, sometimes 4 letters a day! I didn't stop until they all came back! They said you rejected them!
And you believed them. Just like that. Some friend you are.
AJ's words stung like 1,000 bees, all attacking Pinkie's heart at once. She had often wondered if it was truly Applejack who had sent back her countless letters, all unopened and unread. Deep, deep down in the pit of Pinkie's stomach, she'd always known it was a lie.
I shouldn't have given up.
Pinkie admitted, strands of shame gripping around her heart like a vice. She hung her head, unable to bite back her tears. There was a brief, uncomfortable silence between them while Pinkie succumbed to her soft sobs. They were interrupted by the wind whistle of Applejack's shovel whirling past Pinkie's head to land mere inches away, stuck into the wall beside her. She jumped, gaping at the shovel that could very well have implanted itself into her skull.
Applejack?
I'm not really feeling very merciful tonight, Pinkie Pie. Lots changed since you knew me. And some things, well, I just can't forgive.
Applejack abruptly jolted towards Pinkie like a mad mare, hooves outstretched for the party pony's neck. Pinkie didn't even have a chance to scream. She could only squeak in fear and duck out of AJ's way. She scrambled, crawling towards the stove as Applejack pried the shovel from the wall.
Come here!
Pinkie could hear the orange mare's gallop, her rapid heartbeats in sync with AJ's thunderous hooves. Pinkie jumped up from the floor and grabbed onto the only thing she could reach, the saucepan of caramel that had been melting on the burner. With an outcry of effort, she flung the pot and its contents in AJ's direction.
Oh, God!
AJ let out a scream of pain and anger, the garbled sounds of her guttural shriek mixing with the ringing in Pinkie's ears. The caramel contents spilled out onto the floor as the saucepan clattered to the ground beside the pair of mares. At first, Pinkie couldn't believe a pony could take a red-hot pan to the face and still remain standing. But with grim realization, she remembered Twilight mentioning an aversion to pain as a side effect from that accursed sleepless potion.
But they said they cured you!
Pinkie stammered. She was backing herself into a corner while the former farmer stalked ever nearer.
You knew they were fucking lying! You knew that I never got any of those goddamn letters, but you still gave up! You gave up on me!
Pinkie knew that if she didn't act fast, she would surely meet her gruesome end. She gathered what courage and stamina she had left and charged into the mare, slamming her head into AJ's chest and forcing her backwards until she hit the countertop. Pinkie didn't take the momentary victory for granted. She extended her hooves to gather as many pastries and cupcakes as she could reasonably hold from the carnage on the floor. They would be her arsenal of weaponry. Taking one muffin in hoof, she desperately flung it in Applejack's direction, following it up without hesitation with the remaining treats, one by one. Pinkie knew her chances of survival and escape would increase drastically if she chose to throw something heavier or sharper, but she couldn't fully comprehend those consequences. Objects like that could maim, dismember, or kill. Not Applejack. She couldn't do that to Applejack. She'd already failed her. She couldn't keep failing her. The other mare didn't need to contemplate the severity of such a situation, as Applejack unsheathed the spade from her tool belt and hurled it towards Pinky. Pinky dodged again, only running on adrenaline now. As she looked for a way out, she saw the back door was a few gallops within reach. But what about the cakes? If her baking woke them before, what was to stop them from hearing this potential massacre? She knew she needed to get to the stairs and block Applejack from reaching them. Pinky veered to the side, choosing to run around the kitchen, hoping to confuse Applejack. She made one mistake, though. Pinky forgot the sticky caramel was now soaking into the wooden floorboards near the discarded saucepan. Although it wasn't enough to keep her stuck in place, it was plenty effective in tripping her. Pinky fell forward, grasping the kitchen curtains as a fruitless effort to soften her fall and snapping them out of place. She collided hard with the unforgiving floor, brain rattling in her head. A few seconds passed before Pinky felt an incredible force yank her up by the mane and press her face towards the still lit burner. Pinky gritted her teeth and pushed back against the hoof that was trying relentlessly to incinerate her. She felt the heat singe the bits of fur on her cheek, but she refused to give up. In a moment of frightened insanity, Pinky pushed her own face against the burner to shock Applejack enough to remove her hoof. It worked, and the pink pony pulled away from the heat as quickly as she was able. She didn't want to assess the damage. She just needed to get away. Maybe it was the final straw having to burn herself just to flee. Or maybe it was the thought of the innocent cakes in danger. But either way, Pinky found herself with much stronger conviction. If she didn't kill Applejack, Applejack would kill her. She was a failure, but she wanted to be a live one. Pinky reached for some of the knives resting in the block on the counter near the sink. She screamed out, thrusting one at a time at the orange mare. She couldn't be sure, but Applejack seemed to move faster than any pony ought to be able. Not a single knife was successful in its endeavor. Even more frightening was the sight of AJ picking up the discarded knives, like she was calmly collecting a deck of cards. Pinky's hoof eventually found nothing but air, and she quickly glanced to the side to see that the knives had all been thrown. In desperation, she grabbed the block of wood they had been resting in and threw that at Applejack while sprinting away from the kitchen. Pinky's hooves beat against the ground fervently until she spotted two of the very ponies she was trying to protect. Mr. and Mrs. Cake were indeed coming downstairs at the horrendous noise, but their timing was deadly. As Pinkie Pie retreated, Applejack had decided to try her luck at knife throwing, and her aim was far superior to the frightened party ponies. Pinkie collided into the pair of cakes. She tumbled roughly to the ground at their hooves. Screeching, buzzing, and drumming bees whizzed around in Pinkie's head as a headache exploded from the sudden impact. Their angry noises mixed with the ever-present ringing in her ears. It was so encompassing that it deafened the world around her. Pinkie only knew that she was gasping for air because of the violent expansion and contraction of her chest, and the burning in her lungs. Louder and louder the chaos grew, and not even shaky hooves pressing her ears into her skull could stop its ascension. When Pinkie finally opened her eyes to look up, she saw Mrs. Cake's face. The odd expression struck a chord in Pinkie. It was unnerving. The pastry shop matron was pale, wide-eyed, and shaking. She was looking down, though not at the pink pony at her hooves. Pinkie's gaze followed hers until it fell upon the blade protruding from her friend's chest. Pinkie opened her mouth to scream, but wasn't sure if anything came out. From where Pinky laid, it seemed as if Mrs. Cake was playing a macabre game of freeze tag. She didn't move, her chest didn't expand for breath, and her fixed expression didn't change. Then, all at once, Mrs. Cake crumbled to the ground. Pinky didn't even see the blood until Mr. Cake frantically pried the blade from Mrs. Cake's chest, spraying Pinky's face with his love's viscera. Pinky knew it in her gut now. Applejack had won. There was no escaping this gruesome end. Pinky awkwardly scrambled backwards, wincing from droplets of blood in her eyes, clouding her vision. The sight before her was too much to bear, so she turned back towards the kitchen to face down her demise head-on. Instead of finding a murderous mare, however, Pinky met the smiling face of what she could only describe as a demon, its figure aglow. It took a few seconds for her to realize that the glow wasn't from an otherworldly sight, but the beginning wisps of flames on cupboards and counters. Fire had broken out in the kitchen, and Pinky spied the fallen curtain resting and burning on the open stovetop. This was her fault. Abandoning AJ, leaving her loved ones in danger, starting the fire from her carelessness. All of it. Pinky was ready to give up the fight and curl into herself in anguish. But just as she was about to squeeze her eyes shut and await her demise, Pinky caught sight of the twins. Somewhere in the confusion, they must have joined every pony downstairs, only to find their mother's lifeless corpse. Their little cheeks were marred with tears as they tried uselessly to shake her back to life. Pinky didn't know what strength she had left, but her hooves responded. She sprang up from the ground and screamed above the roar of the blaze at Mr. Cake. It was odd to feel the words in her throat, but be unable to hear them. The fire and the damage it was causing had taken the place of the ringing and humming, but it was still too loud to be heard over. Pinky grabbed Mr. Cake's hooves that were still clutched tightly to the body of his wife. He shirked her away from him angrily, but she kept trying to drag him up. Pinky could see the flames in her peripheral vision. They were seconds from consuming them all. It was then that she realized that she could no longer see Applejack, but assumed that she had fled once the flames overtook the kitchen. It was a small mercy to be able to help her loved ones without the crazed mare simultaneously trying to kill them. As Pinky struggled to get a response from Mr. Cake, she grew to realize she couldn't waste more time on a pony that didn't want to be saved. No, she had the twins to think about now. Pound was the closest, and her hooves wrapped around his little waist, prying him from his mother. He thrashed wildly, beating his hooves against Pinkie Pie, and even bit down hard on her foreleg. She couldn't afford to release him, though, and silently withstood his frenzied resistance. Pinky and Pound were the closest to the back door, and the encroaching blaze had not yet overtaken it. She bolted towards their freedom until shaky, sweaty hooves were forced to fumble with a lock. Pound's thrashing was only making things more difficult, but Pinky clasped him tighter to her chest. Finally, the door handle moved, and a rush of fresh air entered the kitchen as the door swung open wildly. The gust of wind it created picked up the powder of flour scattered about the kitchen, and the flames immediately took hold. A resounding explosion followed after Pinky's getaway, sending her and Pound flying into the street behind the bakery. Pound finally had leverage over Pinky, kicking her away from him as he bolted free from her grasp. Luckily, the foal was wise enough to run away from the fire, rather than attempt any futile effort to save those within. Pinky didn't have the strength or mental capacity to follow after him. All she could do now was lay in the street and stare. Sugar Cube Corner was completely alight, burning away all that she loved. Tears stung the burn on her cheek as she helplessly watched the fire's destructive glow. She kept her eyes locked, transfixed, on the orange mare standing in the window of the bakery's kitchen. Applejack hadn't fled at all. She remained to watch the fallout. Flames were licking the sides of her fur, but she did not burn. The unholy demon was immune. The sound of a very hungry bear's bowl colliding with the floor repeatedly was grating on Fluttershy's last nerve. However, he was not the only protester in the little cottage on the outskirts of Ponyville. More than a dozen of Fluttershy's animal friends were squeaking, shrieking, screaming, and roaring defiantly to be fed. She knew her animals would have been hungry after she had dedicated all of her time to helping her friends, but they were far more unforgiving than she would have thought.
All right.
Fluttershy said in exasperation as she headed towards the cupboard in the kitchen where she kept nuts and berries. She held a small brass key in her hoof and placed it into the lock on the cupboard, turning it to the side to allow her access. She hated the idea of locking food from her animal friends, but what else could she do? Angel and some of the other forest creatures would often attempt to raid her stash of food and gorge themselves until they were sick, leaving nothing behind for any creature else.
I've fed you 3 times already since I've come home. I don't know why you're all acting like you're starving to death.
The animals didn't respond, snatching the portions of food she'd pulled out of the cupboard before she could even lower her hooves. Fluttershy sighed in a mixture of annoyance and relief, seeing her ravenous animals quiet at last as they satiated their hunger. She knew that they were all very capable of hunting and gathering food for themselves, but they refused. She wondered, regretfully, if they had relied on her for too long and lost the ability to do so. She turned back to the cupboard, locked it, then made her retreat from the overcrowded kitchen. Fluttershy's hooves felt heavier than she remembered them being.
She pored over the days of events in her head,
wondering how it could have dampened her spirits so significantly. She knew Rarity had an issue with perfectionism, yet her constant requests for slight changes had whittled down Fluttershy's resolve. Twilight certainly didn't help with her long list of tasks, which only a small fraction Fluttershy would deem important.
She found herself with a pang of bitterness, too, at Rainbow Dash's sudden appearance at the end of the evening. Fluttershy had worked so hard for so long,
just to have Rainbow casually show up and decorate twice as much in 10 minutes
than she had in 5 hours.
If only she could stand up to Rarity. If only she could rationalize with Twilight's demands. If only she could turn away Pinky's stomach-churning desserts. If only she could avoid the waves of guilt and pain she felt seeing that ice sculpture of Applejack. If only.
Fluttershy's thoughts were far more negatively charged than she would have liked, and it gave her pause.
I think I'm just exhausted.
Fluttershy muttered out loud to herself, dragging those tired and near-useless hooves towards her bedroom. However, before she could take a single step inside the doorframe, Fluttershy's ears swiveled around to an unfamiliar sound. Slow, drawn-out hoof steps.
She wasn't sure why, but the sound instantly filled her with fear.
Fluttershy snapped her head to look behind her, but found nothing. Fluttershy shook her head and pressed her forehoof to her temple. She massaged the skin to try and calm herself, but found little relief. She went to move again, and the hoof steps returned, louder this time. She was sure she hadn't made it up in her delusion, so Fluttershy briskly walked back down the hallway towards her living room.
Hello?
She called out, hoping no pony would answer.
What you been doing to them animals, Fluttershy? I ain't never seen a more frenzied pack of wild vermin.
Fluttershy's fears roared to the forefront of her mind when she came face to face with the only mare who had ever broken her spirit and faith in pony kind. Though her face was obscured, the familiar orange hue, apple cutie mark, worn Stetson, and gathered blonde mane and tail were unmistakable. Nevertheless, she didn't linger too long on Applejack's overall appearance, but looked instead to the sharpened blade atop the thick shaft held firmly in her grasp. It only dawned on her when she saw the stains of old dirt that this was once a shovel. Now, though, it resembled much more of a weapon. Fluttershy's wings flared, and she soared to the ceiling of her living room to put as much distance between her and Applejack as possible.
You never were one to mince words, were you?
How did you... Where did you come from?
That's not the right question to ask, Fluttershy.
Applejack said, calmly wiping the end of the shovel with a handkerchief, like a chef cleaning a knife before carving into meat.
What?
What you should be asking is what I'm gonna do while I'm here.
Applejack added, tilting her head towards the ceiling and locking eyes with Fluttershy for the first time. Fluttershy's pupils shrank in horror when she saw the eerie, unholy red glow of AJ's irises. It was so prominent. A crimson illumination tinted the rest of her face, making her smile all the more terrifying.
What happened to you?
Fluttershy screamed, pressing herself into the farthest corner of the ceiling, praying that AJ wouldn't make a move in her direction.
Oh, I've got all kinds of new tricks. Wanna see?
Fluttershy didn't reply. She could tell by Applejack's intonation that whatever she would have shown her would have been a terrifying sight. Instead, Fluttershy darted from the room to the kitchen. She knew better than to waste time trying to appeal to some pony
who was obviously gripped by terrible dark magic.
Fluttershy's first priority was the same one she'd had most of her life, saving the animals. She was almost surprised to find them all busily chomping
their third dinner.
Despite the unwelcomed visitor only a room away.
Go, little friends! Get out of here!
Fluttershy screamed, gesturing her hooves wildly while checking over her shoulder for Applejack. Only some of the animals looked up at Fluttershy when she shouted at them, and even the ones that did eventually turned a cold cheek to resume feeding. Fluttershy didn't have time to calmly explain why
it was so dangerous for them to stay in her cottage.
She had to act fast and efficiently. She scooped up a pair of chipmunks and flew to the window, gently tossing them onto a tree branch outside. They rolled into each other in confusion before getting up and shaking their fists angrily. Fluttershy was getting an earful of their squeaky objections.
Run, now!
Fluttershy hollered back at them before scooping up the next group of critters and pushing them out the doggy door. She moved faster than she had ever moved before, determined to save them from some unknown fate. Harry the bear was the last one she had to move, and he was far too large to move on her own. Despite her pleas and desperation, he refused to budge. With no other options, Fluttershy sucked in a breath and bore her stare down upon him with no mercy. Harry stared blankly, slack-jawed, before scrambling to leave the kitchen through the door, where many of her other animals were attempting to sneak back in. Unfortunately for them, they were steamrolled by a retreating bear instead. Fluttershy immediately slammed and locked the door. She pressed her body against it and squeezed her eyes shut in fear.
There you go again, putting the lives of pests and vermin above pony folk. Guess it was too much to ask to keep faith with your friends, when it's them animals you really give a damn about.
Applejack said, walking slowly and calmly towards the kitchen. The shovel in her grasp was dragging across the wooden floorboards.
And the scrape of metal felt like it was carving into the inside of her skull.
Fluttershy ventured a look at the mare again, and the red glow seemed to only brighten the longer she stared. Eventually, Applejack stood between Fluttershy and her way out. The Pegasus knew she was trapped. She closed her eyes again, silently vowing that she wouldn't dare look a third time into those deep, horrifying red irises.
Then again, you're swayed one way or the other by any pony with an opinion, ain't you? I don't even know if there's a single thought in that empty head of yours that is truly your own. You know who takes orders and does what they're told without question? Critters. That's all you are, huh? An oversized, dumb critter.
Fluttershy's eyes brimmed with tears. She'd been called many horrible things over the years,
but this one especially hurt.
Did other ponies see her this way?
How exactly was she
different from just another blindly loyal pet? Fluttershy's careening thoughts were interrupted when the animals on the other side of the door slammed themselves into it defiantly. They were screaming, chirping, chittering, and demanding to be let back in. How was she going to convey what was happening?
Was there even any danger?
All Applejack had done was berate her.
But those eyes...
Those glowing, ungodly orbs.
Fluttershy was sure they could only mean
danger.
She braced herself against the door as best as she was able, withstanding the repeated blows from her misguided animal friends.
Want to know the thing about critters, Fluttershy?
Fluttershy's eyes were still squeezed as tightly shut as she could get them, but she could tell that Applejack was getting closer. Still, she didn't respond. What would have been the point? If some pony wanted to frighten, berate, or debase her,
there was little she could do to stop it.
Fluttershy could hear the shovel scraping closer and closer as her whimpers swallowed her screams. When the sound stopped, Fluttershy held her breath, willing her body to come to a complete standstill, as if it could somehow shield her from what was to come. She felt the hot breath of air on her snout, and she could smell a horrendous unknown stench that followed. The shovel moved again. This time, it sounded like it was being held aloft. In a voice no louder than a whisper, Fluttershy heard the words, "It ain't a crime to kill a critter." Fluttershy's eyes snapped open and she screamed, darting away from the shovel poised above her. She wanted to make a break for the front door, but she caught sight of Angel Bunny in the corner of her eye. She gasped and lunged towards him fearfully, the pair tumbling across the kitchen to land under the table and against the wall. It knocked the wind out of Fluttershy, keeping her disoriented and slumped to the floor. Once she'd taken a few deep breaths, she twisted her body to the side, just as a soft whirring zipped past her ears. Before she could see what it was, she heard the thud of Angel Bunny next to her. No! Fluttershy screamed, seeing that the weaponized shovel had effortlessly sliced through her beloved pet's flesh.
Splaying him out before her.
She turned away immediately, puking violently on the floor amidst a cascade of tears. Her sobs were loud, but they didn't completely drown out the sound of Applejack simply and stoically opening the door to the animals waiting outside. The sound of the handle clicking and the old hinges squeaking was enough to snap Fluttershy out of her grief. She sucked in a frightened gasp.
Her animals. She had to save them, so she clambered her way out from under the table in a frenzy.
Fluttershy was so convinced that Applejack was going on an animal killing spree that what she actually saw momentarily stunned her into place. Applejack wasn't attacking the animals at all. Her hoof was gingerly cupped to Harry's ear, and she whispered something Fluttershy couldn't catch from her distance away. Fluttershy didn't understand what she was seeing. Harry was calmly staring straight ahead with a glint of recognition and understanding in his eyes. Her breath caught in her throat when AJ's gaze moved to lock on hers. Even so, Applejack didn't stop whispering to Harry. But this wasn't logical.
It just didn't make sense. Applejack couldn't speak to animals.
Unless that glow, it is dark magic.
Fluttershy's gaze detached from AJ's long enough
to see Harry's new pair of
glowing red eyes.
Something deep inside Fluttershy was awoken the second she beheld his new,
unnerving, and evil illuminated face. It was like an erupting volcano. Red-hot anger that had been kept dormant for too long finally unleashed.
A few dark whispers from Applejack was all it took. Mere words and her animals could be swayed. Just like Fluttershy when her friends told her to feel one way or another. They just succumbed. Pushovers, all of them. Useless, mindless animals with no real capacity to make their own decisions or to come to their own conclusions.
The pieces were slowly falling into place. Applejack wasn't going to get her own hooves dirty. She had something far darker in mind for the Pegasus and her demise. Fluttershy took one final look at Angel's mangled, soulless body, then let out a guttural scream that could have shaken the cottage's foundation with its magnitude. Harry roared defiantly back at Fluttershy as the pair raced towards each other. Fluttershy's mind was in a frenzy. No clear thoughts could penetrate the anger radiating from the tips of her wings to the base of her hooves. She had always been grossly underestimated when it came to speed, agility, and strength. She used that to her advantage now as she zipped around Harry, landing blows to his torso and head as he swung wildly at her. His claws were bared, and he was able to get a good swipe at Fluttershy's left flank in the struggle. She screamed out in pain, glancing to see the damage, and only finding a dark representation of how she felt. He'd sliced into her cutie mark, marring it with blood, their glowing red eyes unforgiving as they bore down on the mare they had once viewed as a saint and a mother. A final pang in Fluttershy's heart echoed through her chest at the sight of her animals turning on her as they did. But these weren't her animals anymore.
Applejack had seen to that. Fluttershy couldn't comprehend how she had the capacity to meet each of their blows with one of her own.
Her thoughts,
her feelings,
her pain,
all pushed out of mind for the will to live. Even through the screeching of birds, screams from the forest critters, and roars from Harry, Fluttershy could hear Applejack's whispers.
More and more of her friends were turning on her, intent to kill. Fluttershy kicked and swatted the smaller creatures away from her.
As she focused on Harry,
his attacks were the most volatile after all.
Applejack's laughter grew more thunderous and reverberated with each animal Fluttershy had to fight away.
Finally, Fluttershy wrapped her hooves around Harry's neck and pulled hard. The sickening snap was jarring enough for the other attacking animals to silence themselves temporarily. Harry made a soft grunt, like a last gust of wind leaving his lungs, as he collapsed hard onto the ground. Reality was slow to set in, creeping up inside Fluttershy with each swift heartbeat. She had done the unthinkable. The remaining animals looked upon her with the same fear she had shown Applejack minutes earlier. Fluttershy saw reflected in their glowing eyes a tiny glimmer of their old selves, stuck in shock. It was Applejack's voice coming from behind her that finally broke the silence. It was not to Fluttershy that she spoke, but to the animals she had corrupted. "Finish her." The words, sickly sweet and sinister, erased any hope Fluttershy had to leave her cottage without more death by her hooves. She gave in to her outpouring of rage, induced by heartache, as the sweet cottage on the hill turned into a house of horrors. Warning: the following reading contains subject matter that some listeners might find disturbing or difficult. Luna's moon shone directly overhead as a strong autumn wind beat mercilessly against Carousel Boutique. The gusts were powerful and eventually worked their way through small cracks between a window and its sill. Rarity jumped and gasped out in surprise when the pane gave way and opened to the roaring wind outside. She steadied her breath and trotted to the window to firmly press it back into frame. A voice called out from the room above the boutique and carried down to the nearly empty shop below.
What was that?
Rarity looked up at the staircase with chagrin.
Just the wind, sweetie. You can go back to sleep.
Rarity called to her sister, but received no reply. She bitterly wished she could be like Sweetie Belle right now, warm in bed and drifting off to a contented sleep. But Rarity's tapestries remained unfinished, so she could not afford such a luxury. Instead, Rarity clung to the anticipation of a soft pillow and a proud sense of accomplishment. She just hoped that Luna's moon would still be in the sky by the time it became a reality. With the wind muted, the boutique's ambience quieted to the soft hum of a sewing machine, and the rustles of fabric fed into it with precision. The 13th, and the most elaborate tapestry to date, was nearing its completion. Rarity hoped it, and the many other tapestries she had created, would remain hung in the castle, or perhaps town hall, long after commemoration's conclusion. After all, these weren't silly ice sculptures or party decorations that could be cast aside at the end of the night. These were intricate pieces of art that Ponyville could embrace year-long. At last, the sewing machine stopped on its final stitch. Rarity carefully pulled the tapestry free from the machine, cut the excess thread, and held it aloft in her magic. She remained stone silent as she stared at the silhouetted depiction of the stallion it bore. The drive and determination to complete her task was pushed aside for darker, unwelcome thoughts. She was familiar with these thoughts and memories, and chagrined that they assault her mind now when time was a crucial factor. But Like the flow and ebb of waves crashing into a shore, there was no stopping their occasional flooding her consciousness. It was always the same memories, played out like a picture show, incessantly reminding her of the night that changed everything. A night 7 years prior. A night whose secrets she would keep until her dying breath. That night began with such hope and confidence in Rarity. After weeks of study and preparation, Twilight was finally ready with a cure. No longer would Rarity have to hear about those massacres found in that once thriving apple orchard, or about the monster that lingered there. A monster that only Twilight and her friends knew to be Applejack. They all gathered at the outskirts of Sweet Apple Acres, and each were given a small syringe of that mysterious remedy. Rarity recalled clutching the syringe tightly in her hoof and feeling an odd reassurance of safety and hope. Her friends all felt varying degrees of anger, fear, and betrayal, but Rarity felt conviction. If this was the cure, it meant that the fault did not lie with the pony, but with the potion. Applejack, the real Applejack, would never allow such monstrosities to occur. To Rarity, she was just an unwilling and unlucky vessel for dark magic to corrupt and possess. Applejack would be found, cured, and their lives would resume with normalcy and peace. This was the delusion Rarity chose to embrace. So, boldly, Rarity ventured out into that cursed orchard. To cover more ground, it had been decided that each friend venture out on their own, though even Rarity felt trepidation at such a prospect. She recalled the eerie silence in those trees and the uncertain fear that hung in the air. After some time wandering aimlessly, she happened upon a victim yet to be discovered. Their desiccated corpse was shriveled and dried from the intensity of the heat wave Equestria was suffering. Enough time had passed that wildlife had already picked it clean of tissue and organs, leaving only bones and patches of colored fur behind. The shock and stench of decay brought instant tears to Rarity's eyes. She refused to investigate it further and give an identity to the poor pony victim, but made a mental note instead where to send ponies for the remains on the following day. Rarity swallowed her fear and repulsion and pressed onward. Soon after, she happened on a second undiscovered corpse strewn about the orchard in Rarity's path. Then, a third. Seeing the gruesome death first hoof like this was weakening her resolve and corroding her sympathies. Rarity's hope wavered as dimly as the unicorn magic she used to act as her light in the darkness. Still, she forced her hooves to press onward. She knew she was getting close and was mentally preparing for the shock of what Applejack had become when she found the fourth butchered pony. At first glance, he was unrecognizable like the others, but the bloodied patch of fur bearing a cutie mark caught Rarity's eye. She didn't want to believe it, but her pinprick pupils landed on a torn mustache, and finally, a wide and unblinking blue eye whose hue matched perfectly with her own. There was no mistaking him now. Hondo Flanks, her father. An overwhelming sensation of 1,000 pricks of needles assaulted her skin, and the world around her was swaying off-kilter, as if she could not find balance. Seeing some pony she loved so brutally annihilated had shattered her resolve and her mind. Had her legs given out? Had she passed out? Had she even screamed at all? Those memories were lost to her. All she could recall was being frozen in grief and would remain on the orchard floor until she was discovered hours later in that harsh, hot sunlight. Rarity never spoke of that night, not even to Sweetie Belle, whom she learned after the fact had been in those very trees that same evening.
Rarity screamed out again when the same window she'd closed minutes earlier erupted into a cacophony of shattered glass. The gust of wind that followed blew out the candles that Rarity had lit to sew by. She put a hoof to her chest to steady her heartbeat as she ignited her horn with magic to light the way. She walked carefully towards the window to inspect what had happened. However, her hooves came to an abrupt halt when she spotted what lay amongst the glass debris. It was small and old, rusted and weather-worn from exposure to the elements. A long, cloudy cylinder held what appeared to be a solidified solution inside. On one end of the cylinder was a broken metallic tip that Rarity knew had once been a long, sharp needle. On the other, a plunger that was now rusted in place and unusable. She fearfully stepped closer, her mind refusing to believe it could be the very syringe she'd carried all those years ago. Before she could brave a chance to pick it up, however, she could hear a voice above the wind outside.
Lose something?
That voice, the gruffness and graggle, was both familiar and foreign. Rarity's eyes shut up to see a figure outside the boutique, shrouded in darkness and the haze of new rainfall. Swallowing back the lump in her throat, Rarity raced to the door of the boutique and pulled it open with her magic. She had every intention to confront the unknown assailant for what had happened to her window, but the rain pitter-pattering on the doorstep gave her pause. Getting wet was notably the least of her problems, but the instinct not to venture into it granted her some precious time to think before she acted. Was an encounter with a potential stranger in the dead of night really an intelligent pursuit? Rarity was rapidly weighing her options when the shrouded figure made their presence known and walked with a confident stride towards the door. Rarity realized she'd made a mistake and backed away quickly. She gripped the handle of the door in her magic to slam it shut, but it was too late. The intruder had jutted out their hoof to keep the door open.
Can't run away this time.
Rarity and the intruder were only a few feet from one another, but the aggressor's identity remained a mystery. The only light source at Rarity's disposal was her unicorn magic, but its meager blue tint did not offer her many helpful clues for distinction. Rain had flattened whatever style their mane and tail had been in before the storm, so all Rarity could make out was a strange, sopping wet, pony-shaped figure inching ever closer towards her.
A small inkling started to build in the back of her mind
when she heard that deep, raspy drawl.
Goodness, it's an absolute downpour out there. Come inside, you must be drenched.
Rarity's years of putting on a professional demeanor for customers was serving her well in this terrifying ordeal. She didn't know if this pony was dangerous, or if they could be fooled, but she held firm to the facade. She motioned for the pony to come further inside as she forced a smile.
Let me get you some towels and perhaps something soothing to drink,
she asked, looking for any excuse to distance herself from this stranger.
Why'd you let me do that, Rares?
Rarity's breath caught in her throat, and her hooves froze in place. Only one pony ever called her Rares. The only pony this couldn't possibly be, and yet...
Applejack?
Rarity dared to ask. She brightened her horn's glow to take in the details before her. An object barely passing for the term hat was practically in shreds as it laid limp and wet atop the pony's matted mess of a mane.
The eyes this pony had were sunken into her skull, listless and
almost devoid of color. Her skin sagged in places around her eyes that made her appear far older than she was. It didn't help that the fur itself was paler than the warm orange hue she remembered, like Applejack had been sun-bleached. Rarity glanced away from her face to take in the rest of Applejack's wrinkled, marred fur and hooves. She noted that Applejack's frame was bulkier in places than she remembered, as if the elapsed time apart had been spent honing the strength that was present in Applejack from the beginning. When she let the terrifying reality finally settle, she returned her eyes to AJ's to find a piercing gaze that was firm and bore into Rarity.
I'm waiting. Let you do what? I don't understand.
That night, you and I both know what you saw.
Applejack said, taking a step closer to Rarity. She stumbled back a few paces.
Her heart was pounding so violently.
She could feel it in her temples.
Applejack, I couldn't. I mean...
Rarity scrambled for words. She did indeed know what Applejack was talking about, but she had denied that thought, that reality, for so long that she convinced herself it wasn't true.
I don't know what I saw. I saw my father, that's what I saw.
Applejack cocked her head to the side in confusion, like she wasn't expecting that response.
She moved again, but pushed past
a confused and frightened Rarity to stand at her workstation instead. Applejack reached out with a withered hoof towards the tapestry waiting there and stroked the fabric depiction of Hondo flanks.
So what? You just gave up on saving me then?
No, I wanted... I had every intention. I was just so scared, Applejack. I didn't know if you caught my case or not. I didn't want to be the next victim rotting in your family's orchard.
Rarity pleaded. Images assaulted her mind as she was unable to force back the memory.
She did see Applejack that night.
It was after the discovery of her father's corpse. She theorized later that she must have found her before Twilight or Rainbow Dash had. She could have spared her friends and her sister from what was to transpire that night. Instead, Rarity chose to remain frozen on the ground, while AJ slinked back into the darkness.
It weren't like I was coming at you. If I hadn't seen you, you could have snuck up behind me with... that.
Applejack motioned to the broken glass and the old syringe beneath the windowsill. Rain was pouring in from outside, and a clap of thunder roared into the dimly lit room.
Rarity was at a loss for words. She'd had that very thought time and time again, only now it was made real by the pony she failed to cure.
You didn't by chance to see what happened to Dash? Why? What about them youngins, huh? Scootaloo. Did you see how it affected your sister?
Applejack asked. Rarity knew she was dancing around the gut punch, but that it was coming. Applejack stared Rarity down, as if she was waiting for Rarity to mention the name of the final pony present at that horrible scene. When Rarity didn't respond, Applejack's demeanor instantly changed. She took the tapestry in her bare hooves and tore at the fabric, ripping into it as easily as tearing a piece of parchment.
No! Applejack, please!
Rarity pleaded again, frantic this time and reaching out for her ruined tapestry.
What happened, Rares? What happened because you didn't cure me sooner? Tell me! I want to hear you say it!
Applejack tore into the tapestry again, but Rarity lowered the hoof she'd raised in protest. Guilt had encompassed her, and she no longer had the will to stop AJ from her destruction. Rarity took a couple of steps back, with her ears flat against her head. Eventually, she turned away completely, refusing to watch Applejack make tatters of her father's likeness.
Oh, I see. You're still lying to yourself, ain't you? You still think you're innocent.
No, I am not innocent. I know what I didn't do, and what I could have done.
Rarity snapped, bitter defeat in her tone. She'd suppressed this shame for years, but knew eventually she would have to confront it. She just hadn't expected to do so like this.
Say her goddamn name, Rares.
Rarity looked up, in shock, to see Applejack standing on the other side of the room when she hadn't heard her make a single hoof step. She whirled back to see the remains of her father's tapestry before realizing Applejack wasn't satisfied with just one tapestry.
Applejack, please. I know you're angry with me, but you don't have to do this.
Say her name!
Applejack screamed, tearing another tapestry down the center. When she did, Rarity's all-consuming guilt morphed itself into anger.
Stop it!
Rarity screamed, using her magic to rip the tapestry from AJ's grasp, exacerbating the damage. Applejack continued her destruction, while Rarity desperately tried to stop her.
I'm not the one who took dangerous magic from Twilight. I'm not the one who didn't heed her warning. I'm not the one who slaughtered pony after pony on my family's property. I'm not the one who tried to kill our friends. Apple Bloom wasn't my fault.
Applejack stopped suddenly at the mention of her sister's name. After a long pause, she looked up at Rarity with tired, soulless eyes.
There now. Was that so hard?
The gathered tapestries in Applejack's hooves were then unceremoniously dropped, and she walked away from their remains. Rarity seized the opportunity and raced to protect them from further harm.
She fought back the urge to
sob as she gathered weeks of ruined work into her hooves. Silent tears fell onto their shreds, but they weren't shed for the loss of art. No, these tears were for her returning guilt, unearthed and unyielding.
Rarity?
Rarity's head snapped up the second that Sweetie Belle spoke. Sweetie was standing at the base of the staircase,
looking from one side of the room to the other,
taking in the sight before her.
When her eyes fell on Applejack,
she screamed in unadulterated fear and sprinted back up the steps.
something dark and evil started growing in Applejack's sinister expression.
Rarity didn't know what it meant,
but she knew to be afraid. She tried to scramble to her hooves to stop AJ from whatever she was planning to do next, but was caught up in the tapestry's tatters.
Applejack! This is between you and me! You leave Sweetie out of this! I'm guilty, alright? It's my fault! Just leave her alone!
Rarity screamed, her voice cracking as she ignited her horn with magic. She levitated anything within magical reach to hover around her as makeshift weapons.
Hoping it would be enough to intimidate Applejack.
Sewing scissors, pins, bolts of fabric, needles, and even the sewing machine itself hovered around the frightened unicorn as she kept fighting to be freed from the mess of her ruined art.
You'll never understand my pain,
Applejack said coldly, her icy gaze falling on the scrambling unicorn without a hint of concern.
I lost my sister, so maybe you won't understand until you lose yours.
A frightfully similar sensation took hold of Rarity at the sound of those words. Those 1,000-needle pricks and the nauseating swaying assaulted her body as it had 7 years prior. It was all she could do to remain upright as she watched Applejack ascend the steps after her sister like a bolt of frenzied lightning.
No, Rarity wouldn't succumb. She couldn't succumb. She'd left Sweetie Belle in danger once before,
and this was her one and only chance to rectify that mistake.
With an outcry of fear, Rarity thrust every object she'd held aloft in her magic after the fleeing Earth Pony. She didn't wait to see if any of them had had any success before building up her magic for a second blast. The resounding explosion of light and destruction eviscerated the tapestries that held her down. There was no time to feel any regret for the loss, as Sweetie Belle's distant screams urged her forward with single-minded determination. She raced up the steps, 2 at a time, her tiring magic building for a third blast. She had just reached the doorway to Sweetie Belle's room when
Applejack opened the door and slammed herself into it.
As a result, the door lambasted Rarity with enough force to send her careening down the hallway. Magic sputtered as Rarity screamed out in agony. She roughly collided headfirst into an adjacent wall. Through the cacophony of shrieking, dissonant tones, Rarity could have sworn she heard something crack. There was no word for the pain of it all, just a continuous and searing white-hot agony that threatened her consciousness with every passing second.
Still, Rarity refused to give in
to the comfort of darkness. She couldn't fail her loved ones. Not again. Not ever again.
Applejack's screams were barely audible over Rarity's pain, but she latched onto them as an anchor in reality.
Adrenaline wouldn't pump through her veins forever, so she had to act now. Then came the sound of Sweetie Belle's garbled cries. More anchors, this time pulling her to stand again. Her legs shook, each step a renewed tidal wave of needle pricks with increasing intensity. She kept going. This was a pain she'd wish on no pony, enemy or otherwise. But she refused to relent. Her sight was greatly impaired, and her equilibrium suffered even worse. She fell flat on the ground, darkness encroaching. A single stream of blood flowed from somewhere above her eyes, coloring her vision in crimson before she swiftly wiped it away. Gritting her teeth, she crawled onward, then pushed herself up to her hooves and stumbled forward haltingly.
The distance to Sweetie's room
was the most lengthy and languishing journey Rarity had ever experienced. Finally, the opened door was within reach. As her hoof outstretched for the handle, hoping to steady herself with it, she caught sight of her sewing scissors. They had been part of the weapons she'd flung after Applejack, and, in a pinch, they would serve her just fine. She attempted to ignite her horn and hold them aloft, but her magic refused to respond. Rarity let out a winded sob, gathering the scissors in hoof.
Feeling of the cold, weighty metal in her grasp. It was almost
identical to what it had been like that night with the syringe. The past had caught up with her at last, and her greatest mistake was played out before her again with a choice. Rarity's mind was made up. With a frenzied cry, Rarity rounded the corner into Sweetie Belle's room.
Applejack was waiting for her there, their hooves colliding together at the same moment as a clap of thunder roared outside. The pair struggled for control of the weapon in the darkness, and Rarity couldn't help but notice the absence of Sweetie Belle's voice. She could only hope by the princess's grace that Sweetie was unconscious, but all right. With each agonizing second, Rarity's strength waned. She was losing the fight, and she knew it. In a fit of hysteria, she pulled away from Applejack, allowing her to keep the sewing scissors. However, Rarity thrust out her hoof when Applejack attempted to take a step. Much to her surprise, AJ's footing caught hold, and it sent the earth pony barreling to the ground. Rarity could only watch in shock through bleary vision as the scissors were propelled out of hoof and skid in Rarity's direction. This hadn't been the way she wanted it to end. There was so much left unspoken, so much still unknown. She didn't even know who was killing her now, a mare or a monster. But Rarity couldn't riddle out her morality. She wasn't giving herself the choice. This was a kill or be killed situation, so she was going to commit. Rarity's body screamed in pain as she forced herself up on her hind legs, syringe held aloft. No. Not syringe, scissors.
There was a sickening sense of falling forward as the blades
and the pony wielding them thrust downward. Rarity braced herself for the impact with her victim, but the far more frightening surprise was the awkward stab hitting not pony, but floorboard.
Rarity released the scissors as her body rolled to the side, senses screaming.
Somehow, Applejack had maneuvered out of the way of the final blow.
For the time being, the world was spinning too violently for Rarity to find the right footing to stand. As each second passed, dread built in the unicorn's veins. She could only will her body on for so long before it would refuse to respond, and she was dancing around that last shred of consciousness.
Somewhere in her stupor, Rarity's ears twitched to the sound of thundering hoofsteps descending the stairs, followed by the sound of a door opening and slamming shut again. Applejack hadn't remained to finish her off, as she had expected.
Rarity slowly rolled onto her back, having to blink through the stream of blood obscuring her vision. She tried again to ignite her horn, and this time magic hiccuped to a dull light. Even just the act of turning her head to the side sent waves of piercing pain through Rarity. By some stroke of luck, she found what she was looking for right away. Sweetie Belle.
Rarity gasped out in relief to find her sister so nearby.
However, Rarity beheld the horror of her little sister's face, and that relief vanished. Sweetie Belle's mouth hung open slightly, blood pooling there from unseen damage within. It leaked onto the floorboards and soaked her purple and pink mane. All Rarity could see was frozen fear in those damp, milky, and lifeless eyes. She whimpered, her horn's magic extinguishing on its own, sparing her from seeing more of what had become of her baby sister. There she was again, frozen in fear and grief on the ground, while the remains of her family rotted away beside her. This time, however, Rarity didn't get to see the stars or feel a night wind blow. She had to mire in the smell of fresh blood and viscera, unseen but potent. Darkness was the only mercy left to Rarity, but even that lasted only for so long. A great flash of lightning from outside the boutique lit the room, and it was then that Rarity beheld what atrocity
Applejack had left behind.
The acrid smells in the room weren't just coming from the corpse beside her, but from the very walls and ceiling. For even in that second of light, Rarity could see something scrawled over and over with her dear sister's blood. The red of it was still oozing and dripping freely, making it sound as if the rain outside had leaked into the room. Another flash as Rarity's eyes beheld
the final judgment that Applejack had laid on Rarity for her crimes.
Guilty, guilty. Hoof-written and frantic, and found all over the walls, the ceiling, the canopy bed, the fixtures, and some furniture. Rarity didn't have the strength to make a single sound at this macabre sight. She couldn't even properly comprehend it, now that the sharp pains, once kept at bay by adrenaline, came roaring into focus. Rarity's heartbeats echoed the sentiment she now felt for her sister's untimely demise. Guilty, guilty, guilty,
Guilty.
Guilty. Thunder clapped and the lightning split the sky, but Cloudsdale's Cloudoseum was unfazed and untouched above the storm. The massive cloud structure was never truly in the same place twice, as it floated freely above Equestria. It was the largest active Pegasi arena and the official home of the Wonderbolts, hosting their many races and airshow spectaculars. However, that was during the day, and at the present hour, it was long past Celestia's sunset. Soren, the Wonderbolt's commander, was resting on a small section of the Cloudoseum's base cloud and reflecting on how unpleasant the place seemed when it was empty. He had grown accustomed to the sounds of the cheering crowd or even the barked orders of his team captain, so it felt eerie to be absent from both. Even the sound of the rainfall beneath him couldn't shake the uncomfortable silence as he waited out the storm. Cloudsdale would never admit it, but they had been struggling since the infamous drought 7 years ago to precisely regulate the weather. Planning and preparing for rain used to be simple and easily scheduled, but even with the most precise timing and ingredients, Weather machines seemed to have minds of their own from time to time. Even so, Soren hadn't thought much of staying a little late at the Coliseum that night until he heard the clap of thunder that started it all. He internally kicked himself for fussing over their commemoration performance gear, rather than return home like the other bolts. He wasn't sure who to be more upset with, the weather workers who promised the storm would strike after the memorial, or the new recruit who had forced him and their teammates to endure a grueling practice with her exceptionally high standards. Either way, he was stuck. He could technically fly through the rain, as he had many times before, but his limbs and wings ached from the laborious day. He decided that fighting the wind, water, and lightning wasn't in his best interests, especially before a big performance. As he waited, Soren reflected on the destructive nature of the storm. He winced at the thought of all those perfectly placed outdoor commemoration decorations ruined by the torrential downpour. But as time wore on, Soren's eyes grew increasingly heavy, and his head slowly sank towards the fluffy cloud that held him. Before sleep took him, however, something swiftly broke through the layer of storm clouds and brought with them a gust of icy cold wind. Soren reared up and gasped out from the sudden onslaught of liquid spraying his coat and wings.
Soren, what are you still doing here?
The source of that gust, Rainbow Dash, asked in surprise.
Me? What are you doing here, Crash?
Soren snapped back, using the nickname he knew she hated.
I left something in my locker. Not that it's any of your business.
Dash replied curtly, her eyes narrowing in disdain. She could usually take a ribbing from the other bolts, but Soren was toying with her last nerve.
If I wanted to get soaked, I'd just fly through this damn storm.
Soren remarked bitterly, shaking the feathers in his wings to remove any lingering moisture.
Afraid of a little rain, huh?
I'm not stupid enough to race lightning bolts like some ponies.
And if I were, I'd win that race too. What was our final race time earlier? Oh yeah, 15 whole seconds ahead of you, wasn't it? Guess you better hope that Spitfire isn't looking for a new commander after that kind of defeat.
Rainbow chuffed. If Soren was going to open the floodgates for a verbal sparring, rubbing today's defeat in his face would be a perfect counter to that ridiculous nickname. Dash didn't ask at the time, but she wondered now if defeating every single Wonderbolt in a one-on-one race on the same day was some kind of record. She knew that kind of defeat might put some of the bolts in a foul disposition, but it was worth it.
I don't want to hear it, Crash. You drilled us for hours over the routine, so it's not exactly a feat to beat us in a stupid race afterwards.
A stupid race. Try 9 stupid races. Practice couldn't have been that bad if I was still kicking ass. I can't help if you're that out of shape.
Soren gritted his teeth and sucked in a deep, shaky breath. It took every ounce of restraint not to start shouting in exasperation and fatigue. Dash wasn't normally this grating, but for some reason, today she was quickly eroding his resolve. Soren's only saving grace was the ebbing of the storm beneath him. After some silence, Dash continued.
I bet I could do it again. Right now. Even after helping Twilight with that pointless list.
You know what? You're on. I don't give a fuck if it exhausts you for tomorrow. You need to be reminded of your goddamn place.
Soren asserted, spreading his wings in preparation. He had been resting for a better part of an hour now, and was confident that he could finally shut Rainbow up with a well-deserved defeat.
3 laps around the Coliseum. The entry arch is the finish line.
Rainbow Dash didn't argue, her brow furrowing as a smug smile spread on her lips.
3, 2, 1, go!
She screamed in rapid succession, taking off like a rocket and leaving a streak of rainbow behind her. She could hear Soren angrily shout something in response, but was too focused on the race to pay attention. The cold night air passed through her feathers at a breakneck pace, chilling every inch of her fur. Its icy grip felt as if it penetrated her very bones, adding to the intense fatigue that she fought to keep at bay. Despite her body's warning signs, Rainbow gritted her teeth, refusing to believe that her ego had written a check that her body couldn't cash. She was so focused on victory, in fact, that she didn't notice the storm clouds dissipating beneath her until they were almost completely dissolved. When she was sure her lead on Soren was secure, Dash's attention shifted to assess her surroundings. It was something she did subconsciously when she flew. Something sour permeated on Dash's tongue as she took in the realization that a heavy mass of trees was directly beneath them. She hadn't given much thought to the exact location of the Cloudaceum that evening, especially since the storm had previously kept her whereabouts obscured. Now, though, a slight fear was trickling up her spine and threatening to ruin her concentration. Could these be the very trees she had avoided all these years? Could she be poised just above the only place in Ponyville she vehemently refused to visit again? Rainbow's breathing quickened even more than the rigorous pounding in her chest. She tried to block the thoughts that trickled around the fringes of her mind by focusing on that final lap. It was ridiculous to allow something so inconsequential to deter her from her task. After all, a mass of trees is no threat to her, not when she was soaring hundreds of feet above them. Success was inching closer and closer for Rainbow Dash. Perhaps that was why her attention veered beyond the clouds, so assured of her win that she could focus on other things. Her line of sight lingered on those trees, trying to coax herself into believing they were truly inconsequential. That was when a glint of light caught her eye. It was only a glimmer amidst the dark grove, but it sent a paralyzing wave of shock through the Pegasus. She seized midair, her limbs refusing to move to her brain's commands. An abrupt halt was too sudden and too late for Rainbow Dash's racing partner to avoid, so the pair of Pegasi violently collided. Although it was enough of a shock to bring some life back to Dash's hooves and wings, the sudden confusion of entangled limbs left gravity free to pull the helpless pair towards their demise below. Both Pegasi fought to separate themselves, fighting, bucking, and screaming as they plummeted. Dash was able to get one final clean buck to Soren's chest before the pair descended into the trees. Branches reached up to rake across wings and fur, ensnaring the ponies in their matted clutches. The sting of fresh wounds meshed with the choir of snapping twigs and rustled leaves. Finally, Rainbow's flailing body impacted onto the hard, unforgiving ground. She heard a series of cracks, but couldn't be sure if it had been from within or from the rain of tree debris crashing on and around her. She laid on the ground, her chest heaving as she struggled to regain her breath. Her eyes were wide and afraid, barely blinking as they surveyed the scene above her. When the rustling ebbed, she ventured to look around to see if Soren had landed nearby. Rainbow struggled to right herself, finding her limbs heavy and any movement increasingly laborious.
Soren!
She called out, her voice cracking more than usual as she fought the rising terror in her chest. Dash couldn't see much from the limited light under the cover of trees, so she flared out her wings to take off in flight. The problem was, only one wing responded. Dash could feel her heart pounding in her head as she slowly turned to find her left wing laying limp at her side. Seeing the marred, twig-encrusted, feathered mess was bad enough, but it was what else Dash's eyes beheld amidst the debris that delivered the worst shock. They were small, red, round, and straight from her nightmares. Dash reared back, every inch of her body screaming to flee.
Soren! Where are you? Soren! Say something!
Dash demanded, her mind spiraling. She peered back up at the trees, but found only obscured shapes of leaves, fruits, and twigs against the moonlight. It was a sight she'd seen before, and aside from the damp soil beneath her hooves, everything about this place felt familiar in the worst way.
I told you, I don't want you fucking here.
Dash swallowed hard. That voice reverberated in her skull, dulling her senses. She squeezed her eyes shut and held her breath. No, not now. She couldn't let the nightmares have control. For a brief moment she lamented turning Twilight away all those years ago. She tried to insist that Dash speak to some pony about that night, but Dash stubbornly refused time and time again. Maybe if she hadn't, she'd have some kind of method to utilize now that would keep this phantom out of her thoughts.
Soren?
Rainbow meekly called out again, unable to get her voice above a whisper. A gust of wind rustled the leaves around her, shaking some raindrops loose. The pitter-patter of droplets on the moist ground sounded like rocks colliding into boulders in Dash's ears. That musty scent in the air lingered in her nostrils, growing increasingly foul.
I am the inevitable, the harbinger of fear, and the messenger of truth you silence with hope.
Rainbow's hooves responded to the phantom in her mind, and she bolted in any free direction she could find. She couldn't stay. What would have been the point? Her fear was already crippling her when she was hundreds of feet in the air. She would be even more useless now that she was grounded. Her eyes scanned for any signs of light or life as she tried desperately to outrun her thoughts. So frenzied were her movements that she tripped and fell over an unseen object. When she hit the ground, she rolled until she came to a stop against something hard. For a long while, Dash remained disoriented, not knowing which way was up or down. When her eyes finally opened, though, she could assess that she was upright and against a tree. But her eyes fixated on the object that had caused her fall. Dash's breath went still in her chest. Even in the darkness, the shape sticking out of that dirt in front of her was unmistakable. It was a long shaft with a metal end that pierced the ground to remain semi-upright. Though it was impossible to make out details with limited light, her mind filled in those blanks. Even so, it just couldn't be possible. She destroyed that accursed shovel years ago. She'd watched it blacken and burn in that firelight, the metal spade warping from the intense heat of the blacksmith's furnace. This must have been a trick. A mirage that phantom in her memories had conjured to torment her.
That truth is that in the end, you're nothing at all, except me.
Dash winced, covering her face with her hooves and shaking so violently she was sure she'd lose consciousness. It was all she could do, just to fight back the convulsions and gagging. Tears were freely streaming down her cheeks, until finally she pierced that silence by sobbing uncontrollably. Her garbled gasps for oxygen were the only sign that she was even still breathing. Dash gave into those years of suppressed anger, fear, and torment. She wasn't sure how long she had been inconsolable when she picked up a faint sound. Her ears swiveled behind her when she heard the movement of twigs and leaves. By Celestia's grace, Soren was alive and nearby. At least, that's what she thought she heard. Rainbow Dash. That voice was low and ragged. Dash hiccuped through the sobs that refused to cease. trying to fight through that immeasurable pain to reach her friend.
Where are you?
Well, right here in the orchard, of course. Where else would I be?
That voice was clearer now, no longer obscured by Dash's cries and whimpers. It wasn't quite what she was expecting, however. The voice sounded both near and far away at the same time, almost like it was carried on the wind through the trees. The tone was far removed from Soren's natural timbre, but Dash chalked it up to the spiral she was enduring mentally. The branches above her started to quake.
I can't see you. Are you hurt?
Dash responded, a little more conviction in her tone. Focusing on Soren helped keep her mind busy from the fearful frights around her.
I suppose, in a way, I am hurt by what you did. Or at least what you tried to do.
Some part of Dash knew that pony she was conversing with now was not that same stallion she'd be groveling to for forgiveness later. Nevertheless, she carried on with the conversation without allowing her better senses to recognize the potential danger.
Can you fly? I think I popped my wing out of its socket. If you can just pop it back in, we can get out of here.
Rainbow said, realizing that she hadn't moved and her eyes were squeezed shut to remain focused on the task at hoof.
I won't ever go back. And nothing you pathetic ponies do or say can make me.
Rainbow's eyes popped open to pinprick pupils. As much as her brain tried to deny it, there was no mistaking that voice now. Word for word, just as in her nightmares. Rainbow couldn't face this. Not then, nor now. She had to escape. All hope for rescuing Soren was dashed as Rainbow leapt to her hooves and took off running again. As before, she didn't make it too far before she was thwarted. Though it was illogical, Dash witnessed limbs and trees shifting, reaching out for her and impeding her path. Their gnarled branches shot out from decayed trunks, blocking any hope of retreat. Dash didn't stop running, just changed course. To her horror, the process just kept on repeating itself until she was effectively imprisoned within the circlet of trees. Oh, we weren't done, the voice said, though it sounded far less ethereal this time. Dash whipped her head in all directions and spotted a faint pair of green eyes glaring at her from behind the fence of branches.
You're not real! You can't hurt me!
Dash asserted, digging her hooves into the dirt floor into a readied stance. The eyes she stared into suddenly disappeared, though, and the voice responded to Dash's left.
Oh, see, that's what I liked about you, Dash. Only pony I knew without a lick of common sense. Just a whole lot of stupid.
Dash found the eyes again, only to have them changed to a position on her right.
The only pony who thought she could cure me. Well, do you honestly think there's anything left to cure, Rainbow? Do you still believe you're saving me?
Shut up!
Rainbow screamed, charging at the trees where the eyes glowered into her skull. She beat against the branches between her and that taunting voice, tearing at them by mouth and hoof, like she was ripping trees from the roots to make her escape. As before, the eyes disappeared, but Rainbow didn't deter from her task. If she couldn't confront that assailant, she could at least free herself. Dash's brow was thick with sweat, and she felt as if every nerve ending was alight with anxiety. Clumps of branches, twigs,
Leaves and fruit were tossed over her shoulder during her frenzy. After some time, however, Rainbow felt that sickening realization take hold. She wasn't making any progress. No matter how much she tried, that underbrush never thinned. Eventually, fatigue wrapped its jaws around Rainbow, and she slumped to the ground, hyperventilating. Her breaths were so loud, in fact, that though she heard the voice again, she couldn't quite make out what it was saying. Every ounce of her being wanted to collapse then and there, but her unadulterated sheer will refused to relent. If this part of her prison was impenetrable, then she would try someplace else. Rainbow turned around and finally beheld the massive pile of debris she created. Her heart sank, realizing just how much she had fought through to no avail. Still, Rainbow wouldn't give up. She took a shaky step forward, choosing a different patch of gnarled fencing to try next. By the third step, Dash heard something abnormal, a shifting sound beneath the pile before her. She shook her head, rejecting the dread that followed the noise. On that fourth step, the shifting grew louder, and Dash could see movement from the corner of her eye. Morbid curiosity caused the Pegasus to pause and see what was coming for her next. Branches were weaving into one another, thickening themselves and casting off their apples and leaves in the process. The discarded leaves braided together their stems, while the apples collected themselves into piles. The sounds it was emitting were more than just snaps and crackles, but it also included wet sloshing and squelching. Then Rainbow felt the very ground at her hooves begin to shake. She beheld in shock a series of roots that slithered along the ground like snakes towards the amalgamation, further strengthening it. Dash wrenched herself away from the bewildering sight, deciding on a new tactic instead. She would dig her way through the muddy soil at her hooves, mud slung in every direction, as the hysterical mare fought for freedom. A taunting laughter filled Dash's ears. She grunted through gritted teeth, frustrated that the mud she excavated would end up sloshing back into place. However, she didn't stop her fruitless endeavor until the shovel from earlier whizzed past her and planted itself into the muddy mound by her side. Here, try this. Dash reached for the shovel before turning to see the final conglomerated monster in the center of the orchard prison. The creature was as tall as the trees that bound Dash, though vaguely pony-like in shape. Long, twisted roots, branches, and bark made up the limbs and torso, while the leaves cascaded from the tree like a mane and tail. 6 apples adorned its wooded flanks. Perhaps eeriest of all was the eyes on the pony-shaped face. 2 sunken indents of writhing, contorting limbs wove themselves in and out of the massive hollowed sockets. When Dash lingered on the darkness within them, however, she could make out a faint image. Dash squinted her eyes, leaning forward slightly in hopes the shape would manifest itself clearer in her vision. A strange shimmer, almost like a veil of dew, was reflecting from the darkness. Within that shimmer, though, Dash watched 2 smaller ponies take form. The ponies were identical, shy and frightened little mares, clinging to their last shred of sanity. Blues came into focus, then reds, yellows, then a whole hue of the rainbow. These mares weren't real. Well, they were just reflections. Dash was watching mirrored images of herself retreating away from her and further into the darkness. This creature wasn't just an enlarged pony timberwolf. It was a demon. At first, the thing appeared rooted to the ground until Dash gave it the attention it wanted. The left forehoof then lifted itself, roots snapping from place until it came back down hard,
only a few inches away from its prey. Dash yelped and bolted, keeping the shovel in her tight grasp.
You wanted to kill me that night.
A voice that Rainbow Dash finally accepted to be, well, me, said. He was coming from beyond the prison of trees and from that monster, simultaneously.
Here's your chance, Rainbow. Fix your mistake.
Rainbow screamed an agitated, frightened cry as she thrusted that shovel into the thicket of branches behind her. Attacking the confinement's walls seemed a smarter bet than the monster itself. Both monster and pony roared with laughter when the shovel bounced off branch and twig, as if made from a sturdy metal and not wood. Dash knew that there would be no other way out of this hell until she faced and conquered that demon. If I wanted a fight, well, she best better give me one. With murderous intent, Dash started hacking away at the beast with shovel in hoof. To her delight, however, the monster was penetrable. Chunks of orchard debris fell off in heaps with every successful attack. The monster wasn't remaining dormant. Earth-shattering stomps were made by tremendous hooves, each one unsuccessful. The massive head lowered to ram into the small Pegasus prey, but it too would find only failure. Rainbow took great satisfaction seeing the beast ram into their wooded prison walls, and large pieces of itself snap and fall away. Even more gratifying were the outcries of anger and pain coming from that beast, as well as the voice from beyond the confinement. As Dash whittled the monster down, her confidence and her anger only grew. As it said, she should have killed me that night. That Twilight Sparkle. She was a fool to insist otherwise, when they could clearly see the irreversible evil that I had done. It didn't matter how I got free, or how I came to be here. It didn't matter what strange magic I had invoked now. This was a gift. This was Dash's chance to truly save Equestria the right way. Dash had almost completely dismantled the orchard monster when she caught sight of something that surged exhilaration through her body. Blood. The pony who wielded this behemoth must have been at its core. Dash didn't hesitate. She took the shovel in both front hooves and pierced it completely through the center of that creature. The monster screamed in bloody agony before slumping to the ground, the rest of the flora falling away. Simultaneously, the branch barriers between the trees shriveled and dropped, opening several escape paths into the orchard. Dash was clutching her chest as she tried to steady her breath, relieved to finally be free. That was, until some branches gave way to show an orange earth mare standing proud among the trees. Her green eyes glinted in that darkness, while an evil smirk played on her lips. Dread filled Dash's mind. If I was still there, then who did she? Dash knew she shouldn't look. She knew that I had played her for a fool. She knew exactly what she was gonna see when she turned around to look at the remains of that monster. She knew, but she also couldn't stop herself from confirming it.
No, please.
Dash turned her head to see the murderous shovel standing proud in the back of her pony prey. Their eyes were shut, tear-stained cheeks mired in mud. Hooves were splayed behind them, and wings let out a final twinge before falling lifelessly on either side of the shovel spade. Soren was gone, and it was all Dash's fault.
No.
Dash whimpered, prying the weapon from her teammate's back and spraying herself in his blood. She cast the shovel aside, collapsing on the ground and giving into her violent nausea, which ripped through her in wave after wave of shock and despair. The sounds of, well, my delighted and unhinged laughter eventually pulled Dash out of her stupor. Maybe I anticipated this being the end of Dash's attempts to subdue me, but I would be wrong. Dash methodically pushed herself back to standing position and slowly reached for the bloodied shovel that she'd cast aside. She approached me, the distracted, laughing villain, keeping her hooves as silent as possible as they carefully navigated around the debris. Once she was sure of her aim, she lifted that shovel. Dash screamed, thrusting the weapon at me, who only had a few moments to avoid that attack. Although she was chagrined to see herself miss, Dash did catch a hint of shock and fear from me when I realized that Dash was trying to pursue me still. I reared up and turned on my hooves, racing deeper into the orchard, but this time as prey, not predator.
Let's finish this.
Dash snarled, casually picking up the shovel and holding it aloft in her good wing. Each step she followed, she did so in confidence. One way or another, this was going to end before sunrise. Warning: the following reading contains subject. In the stillness of the night, a small pink light formed amongst the apple trees on the fringe of Sweet Apple Acres. Its glow progressively intensified until it had formed itself into a magical dome, and an alicorn emerged from within. Once the teleportation was complete, the light extinguished, and the princess found herself alone under the deep cover of darkness. Twilight Sparkle had many things on her mind that night, and none of them pleasant. She steadied herself with a slow, deliberate breath. If Applejack was going to flee anywhere, it would be here, her homestead. Twilight walked a few paces forward before she could see the farmhouse and the accompanying barn in the distance. It had been abandoned for years now, a shadow of its former self. It was difficult to assess details in the murkiness, but even without seeing the peeling paint or missing roof shingles, the farm emitted an aura of dread. Once the Apple family was gone, no pony, extended relatives or otherwise, was willing to take up its residence. The thoughts of such horrific deaths occurring within the property's limits effectively left the house and orchard behind. Now, they remained only to serve as a ghost story or legend. Twilight wondered why her magic had taken her to the fringe of the orchard, rather than the front door of the farmhouse as she intended. She reasoned it was her frazzled nerves, or a combination of anxiety and grief still coursing through her veins. Starlight Glimmer's final moments were imprinted on the princess's mind, carving themselves into her memories. The pain these thoughts emitted had twisted itself into conviction. After all, an irreversible act of violence was the only logical, noble course of action. It was the only option left, as she had already tried to show mercy all those years ago. In fact, Twilight was no different than her beloved mentor, Princess Celestia. Better, even. Celestia had once banished her sister to the moon, then justified her actions by convincing ponies of Luna's villainy. She'd even allowed ponykind to celebrate the banishment with the annual Summer Sun celebration, and that was nothing compared to the creation of Nightmare Night, further vilifying her sister. Twilight at least had acted with far more care and tact. No pony outside of herself and her friends knew of Applejack's malignity. She was just another victim that would be honored and mourned. There was no celebration for her defeat, but instead a memorial. Celestia also hadn't had Twilight's foresight. She had to take on Luna's responsibilities herself, while Twilight was able to replace the missing element with the very capable Starlight Glimmer. Being a princess meant making difficult decisions, and until this night, Twilight felt certain that she had done what was right for every pony. She was the princess of friendship, and that carried a weight of responsibility. Mercy hadn't worked, so a more permanent solution was needed. Regardless of her own feelings and emotions, this was the right thing to do. Twilight took another confident step forward. Her ears swiveled back to the sound of something emerging from within the thicket of trees. Her heartbeats quickened, though not from fear. On the contrary, Twilight was relieved at the prospect of coming face to face with her target. Killing to defend herself from Applejack's insatiable wrath would provide Twilight with excellent rationalization for any lingering guilt. The alicorn immediately ignited her horn, though the magic hiccuped from her growing stress. Even a half-strength spell would cause damage, though, so Twilight released it without a second thought. True, it was careless not to check if the approaching pony was Applejack, but it was clear from the time of her friend's death that rational thinking was absent from the alicorn that night. Some pony cried out. The shrill yelp was from shock and not from pain. She must have missed. Twilight summoned her magic again, this time allowing the spell to strengthen first. She grunted with effort as the blast whizzed through the trees. It landed much harder this time, though it missed its target yet again. The spell collided into a tree, its trunk exploding into splintered wood.
Not this time, AJ!
A voice tinged with anger and desperation cried out. The pony it belonged to, Rainbow Dash, ejected herself from the tree cover to tackle the alicorn. Twilight, however, was slightly quicker to react. She caught and held Rainbow captive in levitative magic before her blow could land. The pair froze and locked gazes with wide, shocked eyes.
Rainbow? Twilight? What are you doing here?
Thanks, Celestia. I thought you were...
Rainbow trailed off in relief. The Pegasus's desire for vengeance wasn't quite as strong as her friend's, as thoughts of consequences tempered her objective. She exhaled her frenzied panic before gesturing to the magic that detained her above ground. Twilight blinked a couple of times to recover from the initial shock, then set the Pegasus down gently. Both Twilight and Rainbow held the silence to analyze one another. The pair immediately noticed that each of them appeared disheveled and haggard, a stark contrast to the beginning of this horrendous night. Twilight was marred with scrapes, bruises, and acid-burned hooves. Starlight's blood was still encrusted onto her fur, making it difficult to tell a wound from a stain. Her mane and tail were a frizzy, tangled mess, and her eyes were wild with shock. Rainbow Dash, on the other hoof, looked notably more distressed than the princess. Her fur was tinted with faint smudged crimson, as if she had attempted to wipe away the blood that lingered there. Her Her eyes were far more bloodshot and sunken than Twilight's, and even in the pale light, Twilight could see a tremor in her hooves. Most notable of all, however, was the limp wings swaying unnaturally at her side. They silently came to the same conclusion, that neither pony looked entirely prepared or even capable of the act that they had come to commit.
What happened? Are you all right?
I'm here. So, let's just skip the details.
I guess I don't have to ask why you're here.
Yeah, we both know where this ends.
Twilight and Rainbow Dash peered into the distance and lingered on the site of the farmhouse.
You don't have to go. You don't have to do this. There's no point in both of us dirtying our hooves.
Twilight offered, hoping her friend would grant her this small mercy. Rainbow Dash swallowed hard. She didn't correct the princess by volunteering the information that her hooves were already dirty. Although it was a trick orchestrated by Applejack, she still carried the guilt as if she had murdered Soren of her own volition. Rainbow chose to change the subject instead.
We should have finished this. She should have never left those trees alive. Ponies died because we were too weak to bring ourselves to do what was right. I'm not going to fail again.
Each word struck Twilight like a series of sharp blades. She conceded. There were no small mercies this night, and there were no happy endings promised with the dawn. In lieu of a response, Twilight merely started walking towards the farmhouse, and the Pegasus followed suit. Soon, the pair left the relative safety of tree cover to walk the bare open field. The eerie similarities of pursuing Applejack now versus 7 years ago were uncanny. The air was as thick and hot, the trees as shriveled and unkept, and the dread as daunting and all-consuming. The silence between the mares exploded into a symphony of metal springs and frightened screams. Sharp, jagged teeth embedded themselves into Rainbow Dash's left forelimb with the strength that greatly outweighed her own. She'd fallen victim to a bear trap, a contraption she'd only ever heard existed and never seen in use. Twilight gasped in surprise, whirling around to see the aftermath of blood oozing from a new wound, and the metal monstrosity holding her friend in place. Twilight immediately sprang into action, fortunate that she had read of these traps and knew, to some extent, how to release a victim from its clutches. Still, she would need to stop a pain-racked Rainbow from thrashing first.
Hold still! Hold still!
Twilight pleaded, her voice a frantic whisper, knowing that they were exposed and Applejack could be waiting nearby. She raced to the Pegasus's side and attempted to ignite her horn, but magic didn't respond. Dumbfounded, she tried again, to no avail. Try as she might, the glow refused to come. Had her anxiety finally willed out over her magic? Rainbow's hoof remained unassisted as she fought through grunts and whimpers to free it. Amidst the searing pain, Dash mentally kicked herself for losing her weaponized shovel. It would have been the perfect tool to wedge the metal jaws apart, if only it had not been lost somewhere in the depths of the orchard. After hours of fruitless searching, the shovel had to be abandoned. Dash grasped one side of the trap with her free hoof, straining to release its jaws. By the fourth attempt to ignite her magic, Twilight gave up and chose instead to grasp the trap with her bare hooves to help Rainbow.
On 3. 1, 2, 3!
The pair exerted themselves beyond their limits until the metal finally gave way. Rainbow wrenched her hoof free. She laid on the ground, clutching her left hoof to her chest, cradling it with her right one. Blood flowed freely from the puncture wounds the trap had left. and the trickles that spilled onto the grass mixed with the stinging tears of pain in her eyes. Twilight and Dash immediately and fearfully silenced themselves. They whipped their heads around, looking for the source they knew to be AJ.
That looks mighty painful.
Applejack, show yourself!
Twilight shouted, more conviction in her voice than even she thought herself capable.
I could, but it won't do you a lick of good. Think that's the only trap waiting in the space between you and me?
Twilight couldn't see the taunting villain, but the voice carried from the direction of the barn. A large stretch of land spanned between the anxious duo and Applejack, now correctly identified as a battlefield of unknown dangers. Twilight's mind filled with horrifying ideas of what could actually be lurking for them there. She was no fool. She flared out her wings, intent on carrying Dash over the grassy minefield. Strangely, Applejack didn't protest. Twilight darted into the air, but felt a small resistance to her flight. An impossibly thin wire had been tripped by the princess, setting off an unseen catapult poised in a farmhouse window. A round glass potion bottle was flung at the alicorn and shattered on impact, soaking the princess's fur with its contents. With her breath caught in her throat and unable to make a sound, both mares plummeted back to the uneven ground beneath them. Rainbow was thrown out of hoof and grunted as she involuntarily rolled a distance away. Twilight finally found her breath as pieces fell into place in her mind. She was all too familiar with this overwhelming, crushing feeling. Hypergravity, she called it. A potion that could increase gravity's grip on any object or creature without affecting its mass. Even so, knowing its effects and experiencing them were two entirely different comprehensions. The slightest movement took 3 times as much muscle and concentration, and from the already exhausted alicorn, this movement translated into agony. Flight was now impossible for Twilight Sparkle, as her wings would be too weak to carry her weight into the air. She glanced out at the minefield before her with a heightened sense of dread.
I take it you don't fancy the Earth Pony life, huh, Twilight?
Twilight groaned from her newfound strain, but forced herself back onto her hooves slowly. She ignored Applejack's jab, hell-bent on completing her mission. She took a step forward.
Twilight, no!
Rainbow called out, seeing a trap poised for the princess to trigger. The ground looked uneven with freshly disturbed soil around a small mound. Twilight turned to look at Rainbow, but her movement progressed anyway. A sickly sensation of falling forward overtook the alicorn as the ground beneath the hoof gave way. The sensation was quick to disperse, however, as her hoof only fell a foot into the ground, and her other hooves could still maintain her balance. She thought, perhaps, she had corrected her mistake soon enough to keep this trap from ensnaring her completely. But a horrendous shock was in store for her. Twilight's instinct was to pull her hoof free immediately, so she summoned the strength to attempt to do so in one pull. The problem was, Twilight failed to recognize the feeling of sharpened wooden stakes that laced this shallow trap. They were ingeniously angled downward so that they would embed themselves into their victim only after an upward motion. Twilight shrieked, wooden splinters implanting themselves into acid-burnt skin, tearing open her flesh and cementing her to the spot. The shock and pain muted Twilight's better senses, and she was unsure how to liberate her hoof without her magic or sheer brute force. Her anxiety and fatigue had all but sapped her problem-solving capabilities. Rainbow Dash knew this meant Twilight was effectively out of the pursuit, at least for now. Since being thrown, she lingered close to the ground to better spot the other booby traps in her path. She was almost certain she could avoid them to get to Applejack. Rainbow stood up and carefully tiptoed around the fresh soil mounds as Twilight watched in anticipation and horror.
Well, would you look at that? Dash has a brain after all. Who'd have thunk it?
Shut up, you stupid bitch!
Rainbow snarled, crouching close to the ground. Her eyes lingered, trying to spot any more tripwires. Meanwhile, it finally dawned on Twilight that she could dig herself out of her predicament with her free hoof. A frantic, shaky hoof dug into the soil around her ensnared one. Twilight was determined to free herself and assist her friend before Applejack's traps could claim any more victories.
Let's see how smart your mouth is when I bucket clean off your fucking face!
Dash called out, now more than halfway across the field. She peered up towards the barn to check her progress and froze when she caught sight of AJ's silhouette leaning against the open barn door. A shovel with an uncanny resemblance to the one she had misplaced was resting nearby. It peeked out of the barn, the only thing visible in the moonlight.
Now you see, I recall that being the other way around last time. How's that jaw, Dash? Still giving you issues?
Applejack asked as she pulled the shovel out of sight and presumably in hoof. Her muscular body was dimly lit in the barn door frame. Rainbow felt as if AJ was towering above her again as that dreaded timber monster, and the panic bubbled to the surface. Dash swallowed that down.
That's all you can come up with? I've heard better comebacks from Fluttershy!
Dash screamed defiantly. Twilight finally pulled her ruined hoof free and immediately shot her glance towards Rainbow. She was horrified to find Applejack exposed at last, her emaciated body pacing back and forth along the side of the farmhouse, like a wolf eagerly anticipating its prey. Dash, on the other hoof, seemed unaware of her awaiting doom as she carefully continued onwards. Somehow, even in this mental haze, Twilight got another idea. She raced back towards the trees and bucked her hind legs into them to shake its fruit loose. She gathered what she could of the fallen apples and started to throw them on the ground, one at a time. If an apple landed without incident, she would crush it under hoof. If an apple triggered a trap, she would avoid it. She would follow Dash's lead on remaining close to the ground, as the tripwires above would be too invisible and unpredictable to set off on purpose. Slowly, the pair of mares made their way towards their target. Twilight and Dash both anticipated Applejack fleeing when they got too close, as she had done in their previous encounters. However, it seemed the ex-farmer was going to stand her ground on what was once her land. Rainbow Dash broke through the booby trap latent land first and immediately lunged at the mare. Applejack was ready for it, taking a wild swing with her shovel. Dash's heart pumped with adrenaline as she eyed the sharp weapon in her enemy's grasp. She avoided the blow, but didn't back down. Rainbow was determined to wrestle that shovel away from her target. Soren would be avenged, and she was set on repeating the same deadly move on AJ in his memory. She lurched at the earth pony again, resuming the hopeless dance of trying and failing to land a blow or ensnare the shovel. From a short distance away, Twilight heard Rainbow struggling with Applejack, but had her eyes locked firmly on the ground so she could keep advancing. To her dismay, however, The apples she had gathered had all been utilized, and there was still a stretch of land to go. Twilight grimly accepted that she would have to keep to Rainbow's method for the rest of her journey. Dash was frantic, making asinine mistakes that a calm and clear-headed pony might not. This gave Applejack the advantage, and she happily struck Rainbow with the shovel at every given opportunity. Dash pushed through the pain of each blow, grateful at least that none had yet drawn blood. To any outside observer, it would be obvious that the Pegasus was losing, but Dash wouldn't quit. Eventually, Applejack started using other objects to assault her former friend. Bales of hay, gardening tools, and even the barn door beat down Dash. Finally, Twilight emerged victorious and blindly charged at the mare when she saw the disoriented Dash clutching her head from the most recent blow. She heard Dash scream out in anger as Applejack rammed directly into the alicorn, headbutting her back into the field of awaiting fatalities. Almost immediately, the alicorn triggered a trap. This time, it was a pit, far larger and more deadly than the first. The ground gave way, the flimsy seal of loose grass and fallen leaves collapsing into the pit along with most of the alicorn. Twilight's front hooves dug into the dirt along the pit's edge as she slowly slid backwards towards her doom. All Twilight could do was hold on, her heavy back hooves dangling over the waiting spikes at the bottom.
Rainbow! Rainbow!
Twilight screamed, terrified for her life, though it wouldn't have been the first time this night. She heard, but couldn't see, more struggle between Dash and AJ. Twilight's hooves started to slip backwards again, her forelegs shaking uncontrollably. She had almost given up hope on a rescue when she heard the sound of Dash's final outcry. It initially sounded victorious, and a small hope started to grow in Twilight's chest. That hope quickly extinguished, however, when the outcry was followed by the sound of a body falling to the ground, and then the horrific silence. Two friends, two faithful, loyal friends, had now perished by this pony's hooves. Two friends too many. Twilight couldn't and wouldn't give up. Now, she was Pony Kind's last hope. A scream of effort that swelled in her chest roared from her lips as she laboriously pried herself from the edge of the pit. The alicorn slumped on the ground, her heart pounding in her ears as she fought to regain composure and strength. She heard slow, careful hoofsteps approaching, and knew this was her chance. If she could make Applejack believe that she was too tired to carry on, she would have the element of surprise on her side. Instead, the hoofsteps stopped a distance away, and Twilight heard a curious sound that she wasn't expecting. Applejack was blowing into some kind of small tube, and the sound was followed by a small whistle of wind and a sharp pain in Twilight's neck. She blinked, helplessly watching the details of the world around her slowly blur into faint shapes. She couldn't be sure, but in her last breaths of consciousness, she thought there was something off about AJ. She didn't look right, even in dissolving shapeless form. However, the alicorn succumbed to unconsciousness before she could identify the abnormality.
Twilight fucking Sparkle. Replace me, do ya?
Tell me what happened to my sister!
Twilight regained consciousness to the faint sound of a magical heart monitor. She listened to the rhythmic beeping and could feel her pulse thrumming in her head. Strangely, the sounds of the monitor did not match the thumping heartbeats in her chest. Her sight had not yet been restored, but she could ascertain that her limbs were not laying naturally. In addition, her head felt heavier than her hooves, and her chest heaved with each breath. Unimaginable pain came in waves with her strained breathing, as if her need for oxygen was never quite satiated, and the rest of her body suffered for it. The agony was so expansive that Twilight couldn't help but moan and whimper as the world slowly came back into focus.
Oh, you're awake?
A voice asked, though its tone was devoid of concern and resembled more indifference. More senses slowly eased into reality as Twilight shifted her weight against the cold, unforgiving hardwood floor. She couldn't yet muster the strength to move her limbs, so she focused on regaining her sight instead. She blinked a few times and squinted, trying to find the source of the strange voice. Shapes and colors formed into recognizable objects, aided by the daylight that was pouring in from a window. The room was familiar and foreign all at once. Under the thin layer of dust, Twilight spotted a Stetson hat that was neatly hanging on a hook on the wall. Nearby was a lasso and a bookcase used to store many trophies and ribbons. Other notable pieces of furniture in the room included a small bedside table near the door, an old green armchair in the center of the room, and a modest little bed. Twilight had an inkling in the back of her mind that the bed in this room was somehow out of place. Perhaps it was because she could see the old grooves in the hard wood where the bedposts had once stood, or maybe because she was acutely aware of whose room this used to be, and it looked different in her dim memories. Regardless, the bed now resided against the wall adjacent to the door. Twilight assumed this was due to the various pieces of magical medical equipment that surrounded it. Even from the floor, Twilight could tell that some pony occupied that bed. The magical monitor she heard was attached to this pony, not her. Half a dozen hanging fluid bags, with tubes, were connected to the pony hidden under the sheets. The contents of those bags remained a mystery. The pony themselves looked frail and sickly. They were lying on their back, eyes closed with the mask secured over their snout for oxygen flow. A thick red blanket and apple-patterned bedsheets had been carefully and lovingly wrapped around them. This pony fit so snugly in their place. It seemed that they had remained this way for some time. Once Twilight's sight had fully returned, she could also identify brittle blonde hair and a cream-colored coat. No, not cream. It was orange, but it was so pale she had mistaken it for something lighter. There was only one pony this could have been. Applejack. A yellow-coated, red-maned pony stood by the bedroom doorway, holding a new bag of liquid that would replace the empty one in the medical equipment nearby. The sound of gentle hoofsteps and squeaking wheels caused Twilight to snap her head to the left side of the room. The pony's mane, once held back by a bright pink bow, was now limp and hanging loose down her back. She had bags under her eyes and an indifferent frown on her lips. She seemed to ignore Twilight as she both walked and trundled towards Applejack. The pony was attached to a unique device. It had been built for this particular mare by Twilight years ago. It consisted of a pair of wheels and a strong strap for the pony's waist, connected to one another by two interlocking metal bars. The pony's back legs dangled freely above the ground, as those wheels acted in lieu of hindquarters. Twilight instantly recognized the pony. After all, she was her faithful assistant for over half a decade.
Apple Bloom? Is that... Get away from her! She's dangerous!
Twilight said, her voice cracking with panic. Apple Bloom chuckled once mockingly under her breath. She continued to ignore the princess as she carefully swapped the medical bags. Twilight wasn't sure what was going on, but she didn't like her growing feeling of trepidation. She finally attempted to move her hooves, but found them bound together, hogtied with thick, scratchy rope. Twilight tried her wings next, but the same rope had been wound too tightly around her midsection, rendering them useless. Igniting her horn was her third attempt for freedom, but try as she might, no magic responded. Out of options, Twilight began thrashing to liberate herself.
What is this? What's going on? Let me out, Apple Bloom!
Twilight pleaded. Her dry mouth and desperation caused the words in her throat to be painful when spoken.
Well, which question do you want me to answer first? What is this? It's rope, dumbass. What's going on? I imagine you're trying to get your magic to work, but it ain't, is it? Remember that potion lesson you taught me about the ingredient called the powerless poppy? You know, the one they use to disable unicorn magic temporarily? You might find a fair few of them flowers planted around the place these days, or even their powders scattered here and there. I'm surprised you don't taste the excess around your mouth.
Apple Bloom answered. Her tone still reflected little, if any, emotion. Twilight's eyes widened as she tentatively reached her tongue out to check her lips. She did indeed feel some kind of powdery residue lingering there. Her mind was racing, grasping for any kind of logical explanation. When she settled on the only one that made sense, she frantically pleaded with Apple Bloom again.
Apple Bloom, I know you want to believe that Applejack is still in there, somewhere, but clearly she's dangerous. She'll kill us all. You have to let me out of here so I can get you to safety.
Apple Bloom paused midway through discarding an empty liquid bag. She looked at Twilight with a bemused and bewildered expression, almost as if she was seeing the alicorn's stupidity for the first time. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. The idea was just so absurd, she couldn't help herself.
You think Applejack did that to you? This mare, right here, did all that.
Apple Bloom asked confoundedly as she gestured to the sickly mare in the bed. Twilight couldn't answer that question, still searching the recesses of her mind for some clarity. Nevertheless, no explanation presented itself.
I'd ask if the cure makes a mare an idiot, but AJ didn't exhibit any signs.
What?
Twilight whispered, frightened confusion stamped on her face. Apple Bloom sighed loudly, exaggerating the noise to exemplify her impatience.
I thought it'd be fun to mess with your head for a bit, but it's actually just kinda annoying. Why don't I cut to the chase?
She offered, taking the green armchair from AJ's bedside and pulling it slowly towards Twilight. The scrape of the chair grating against the wooden floor sent a twinge of pain through Twilight's head, worsening the migraine she had already been suffering. She flattened her ears as the Earth Pony teen pulled the chair into place. Eventually, it came to rest in front of and facing Twilight. Apple Bloom then calmly unlatched the device's belt from around her waist and hoisted herself into the chair, resting the contraption nearby. Apple Bloom looked like a parent ready to tell their foals a bedtime story.
Want me to start at the beginning or just answer your stupid questions?
To say that Twilight was perplexed would be an understatement. She couldn't yet mentally grasp the situation, and the questions in the forefront of her mind grew too numerous to sort through. After a few beats of silence, Applebloom interjected.
Okay then, I'll just start at the beginning.
Applebloom leaned back in her chair and smiled smugly, like an old pony fondly reminiscing about a happy memory.
I guess I'd say this tale starts a few years back. Granny had just passed from the grief of everything and the strain of taking care of me and Mac. Mac was a damn fool for getting that heat stroke, and an even bigger one for waiting so long to get it taken care of. His mind and his kidneys were never the same. Of course, it didn't help that I was laid up the way I was, unable to get out of bed. You can't imagine what it was like for an old pony to have to take care of the grandchildren who should have been taking care of her. I don't have to tell you what happened when she passed. Mac moved to Starlight's old village because he found some unicorn mare willing enough to take care of him. Didn't know then why you insisted on taking me in, though. I know now it was from the guilt of everything you had caused. I can still remember waiting for weeks for a letter from Mac asking me to come live with him and his new mare friend. I had this contraption thingy now, so I wouldn't be an invalid anymore. Why wouldn't he want me back? We were all each other had. It never happened, though. He'd lost AJ, then Granny, and Celestia helping me tried with me, but every pony has their limits. I never got confirmation, but I know it was you that convinced him to let me stay with you instead. He probably thought he was doing what was best for me. Still hurt, though.
Applebloom briefly hesitated, bitterly clenching her teeth at the memory of her big brother's abandonment.
Instead, while I was waiting on that letter that would never come, I intercepted a delivery at the castle. You remember? All them letters and packages from Pinkie Pie being sent back? I couldn't figure why they'd come to us, nor who the hell would reject Pinkie like that. I'll admit, I was curious. There was a note on top. Said it was from the head prison guard in Canterlot, sending you all the mail for the prisoner like you requested. Odd, I thought. What prisoner would Pinkie Pie be sending cookies to? I brushed it off and forgot all about it, till a couple of years ago. You see, one day I was working on my potions when I heard you talking to Starlight. Y'all must not have known I was close by. She was getting real smart with you about you going to Canterlot to maybe visit her again. I couldn't imagine who she was talking about at first, but then them letters came to mind. They'd said Canterlot prison. Got me wondering, you know. So, I brewed a mighty good sleep aid, drugged you, Starlight, and Spike, and went on a little excursion to Canterlot.
Applebloom!
Twilight whispered, horrified. She couldn't believe the pony she had taken in and raised as her own sister would do something so callous.
Oh, it weren't no more than a couple hours is all. I wouldn't have had to have done it if y'all didn't hover around me so goddamn much. Y'all were a worse worrywart than Applejack was.
Twilight grimly recalled the paranoia of letting Applebloom out of the castle in her contraption. She was worried about what might happen if she fell, or if something jammed the wheel and Applebloom would get stuck. Perhaps Twilight could have been a little more lenient on her restrictions and concerns, but still.
I'll cut a long story short and just say that I found your dirty, fucked up secret. That first time, I couldn't do more than just catch a glimpse. I was unprepared, you know. So I came back here and, well, I cried for days trying to make sense of it all.
Twilight remembered that too, and could never get the truth out of Applebloom about what was wrong.
Spike's the one I eventually told the truth to. He didn't believe me, till I showed him. Guess you'd let me out of the castle if I had a little dragon chaperone, huh?
Spike!
Twilight whispered, extremely hurt. She hadn't heard that name in over a year, and still didn't understand why he suddenly wanted to spend time in the Dragonlands. She had previously chalked it up to teenage rebellion, or perhaps that cliché, year to travel and find yourself.
Yup, he was pretty hurt. He helped me snoop through your things when you weren't looking, and we found all them notes you took about the sleepless potion. We found out that Applejack was the murderer because of your magic.
Apple Bloom emphasized. She didn't wait for Twilight to come up with excuses. She just continued.
He was so disgusted, he left. I don't blame him. I almost did too.
Twilight was enveloped in memories and anguish. Spike, the dragon she had nursed from birth and raised like a brother or even a son. Could he truly hate her? In Twilight's rationale, the decision to keep him in the dark about Applejack was done to spare him from the weight of guilt that she and her friends had to bear. Finding out through Apple Bloom would turn Twilight's selfless action into a selfish one. Twilight devolved into soft, heartbroken sobs. Spike hadn't even given her the chance to explain herself. How could some creature she loved and cared for so deeply spurn a chance to make things right again between them? How could he have just left? Previous to this moment, there was no reality in Twilight's mind that could compel Spike to abandon her as he did. The mental anguish greatly outweighed her physical pain.
Eventually, I honed my skills making them potions so I could drug the guards and go visit my sister. She told me that you implied that I died that night, not just broke my spine. If I didn't hate you before, I certainly did then. We came up with a plan to get her out of there. Well, I did. AJ didn't really think it right at first. She said I needed to move on. Well, moving on can mean getting out and running away, right?
Apple Bloom glanced over her shoulder at the motionless Applejack with underlying bitterness.
But it was one thing to drug the guards. It's a whole other thing to have a prisoner just go missing. We knew we'd need to account for you getting notified, and potentially all of Equestria out looking for her. Still, we eventually got everything all figured out. Every single detail. We were gonna make our way to Appaloosa so Brayburn could get us a cart to get out of Equestria altogether. You've been preaching friendship so much, there weren't many places left that didn't know about the Princess of Friendship and her friends. We would have found somewhere, though. Everything was fine until that damned guard showed up late to work that night.
Apple Bloom paused, her voice cracking as she recounted their plans derailing. She could still hear the unicorn stallion shouting at them and chasing them down the hall.
Applejack got hurt. She got hurt saving me.
She spoke softly, offering no other explanation as she wiped a rogue tear from her cheeks.
It hit her head real hard, and she never woke up.
Apple Bloom thought she couldn't feel a worse pain than that night 7 years ago. Until now. It was more than just opening an old wound. It was exacerbating it. It festered under the surface as she gripped the armchair, trying to suppress her tears.
I had to change plans last minute, so I just brought her here. I was gonna nurse her back to health, but the longer I waited, the more the plan just fell apart. All I wanted was just to escape and hide with my sister. But, sometimes you can't have what you want. It's just how life goes.
It felt like a millennia since those words were told to a young Apple Bloom by a potion-suffering Applejack. It was the morning after the Zap Apple harvest, the first time she noticed something was amiss with her sister. Apple Bloom would never forget the wild look in Applejack's eye as she feverishly stirred the pots of Zap Apple jam while simultaneously filling jars in the overcrowded kitchen. That naive little filly couldn't understand the gravity of the situation at the time, nor how true those words would come to be.
You did all of this 3 days ago?
Twilight asked, gobsmacked. Applebloom's disposition changed again, trading her sniffles for a smile that eventually turned into a dry chuckle.
3 days? Try 3 weeks.
Twilight blinked. How was that possible? The note she received from Canterlot said AJ had gone missing 2 days prior. Had Applebloom somehow altered the guard's perception of time? Had she somehow delayed the letter?
I see that stupid look on your face, so let me help your itty-bitty brain riddle it out. You see, from what I gathered, the sleepless potion makes time all fucky for its victims.
Twilight's stomach dropped.
The sleepless potion? How could you? When?
Well, you were one hell of a potions teacher, and it was easy enough just to follow your notes. Oh, by the way, a magic lock don't work well against acid. Just thought you should know.
Twilight paused her frenzied train of thought when she heard that. Applebloom was the reason the lock was broken?
Thing is, I was a mite smarter than y'all were about it. See, I actually studied and perfected the potion before I used it. I knew when to do it, too. Celestia and Luna were off on that friendship summit thing that you came up with so that we could make friends with every creature else on this damn planet. You know what I think? I think you came up with that because you don't want them coming to commemoration. Because it's just another reminder that you failed as a friend in front of your precious teacher. You know, I think they're still gone. I guess those llamas don't want to play nice after all.
Twilight didn't look Applebloom in the eye when she riddled out the princess's absence. It was as if Applebloom could see past Twilight's eyes and right into her core, where her insecurities and failures overrode logic and common sense. How much heartache could have been prevented if she hadn't been too ashamed to face Celestia and Luna. Applebloom didn't seem to notice or care that Twilight was shying away from her. She just continued.
It's perfect for me, though. I figured out that when the old recipe is turned into a gaseous form, the side effects don't show up right away. I released it in the castle. You know, when you and your friends were planning that stupid memorial.
My friends?
Twilight screamed, snapping out of her shame in a blink of an eye. The thought that Applebloom's twisted scheme could extend beyond her hadn't crossed the princess's mind, and now the entirely new and horrific reality was unfolding before her.
Oh yeah, Pinky's the one who sent the letters, so it weren't hard to deduce that they all knew. Why'd you think Spike was so hurt? You trusted all of them, and not him. So every single one of them was just fine and dandy, knowing that my sister was rotting away in a cell for crimes she weren't responsible for? Pretty damn fitting if y'all experienced what you put my sister away for, so you could see for yourselves what happens to you. I expected a shit show, and none of y'all disappointed.
No, it couldn't be true. It just couldn't be possible. Twilight had slept. She was sure of it. She had to have slept, right? The reality was slow to settle, but it trickled in bit by bit, and things started to make sense. Twilight remembered feeling ill, though not violently. It must have been due to the dilution of the gaseous state that kept her from being too sick all at once. At the time, she had also rationalized that her lingering fatigue had come from the anxiety of planning the memorial. Nausea, fatigue, irritability, manic episodes. Not a single one of them would have believed their unusual behavior was anything except the manifestation of stress.
Since we're going in order, let's start with Dash.
Applebloom said, folding her hooves and getting comfortable.
Weren't a mystery why her manic state would manifest as Wonderbolt nonsense. She probably thought she was some goddamn prodigy record breaker or something. Because of all of that exertion, she's the only one who had shit happen the night before commemoration.
Twilight perked up at that statement. Hadn't Starlight died that night? She was sure of it. She'd been working on her speech.
Can you stop making dumb faces and let me finish? I'll get to you. I promise. Oh, where was I? Oh, dash, right. It's mighty convenient that when you're cured, you get your memories back eventually. She said she raced Soren, they crashed, and she fought Applejack in the orchard. Of course, she didn't know at the time that it wasn't even an apple orchard, but a cherry one. And the only other pony down there was Soren. He tried calming her down, and she killed him.
Wait, Rainbow is alive?
You know, it was still early on in her exposure, so she was somewhat coherent that things weren't as they seemed. I'm sure the PTSD didn't mix with the potion well, though. After she killed Soren, she just wandered off alone. Some ponies found Soren's body the next morning, and they got so freaked out they canceled commemoration.
What?
Yep. Soon as I heard Dash had gone missing and a pony was dead, I knew the rest of y'all wouldn't be far behind. Unlike with her, I made sure I was around for every pony else's eventual break. I also promised the mayor I would tell you about Soren and the cancellation. Ponies just figured you were in mourning when you didn't say nothing. Frankly, Mayor Mare was kinda shocked to see me since I usually boycott Ponyville around this time of year. I don't live under your roof or your rules anymore, so you can't force me to go. In fact, I've secretly spent the past couple commemorations with Applejack. You know, the reason for your disgusting cover-up holiday.
Even though Apple Bloom spoke with conviction, Twilight was still convinced this was all an elaborate lie. There was just no way any of it could be true. Hanging on to that hope was the only thing keeping Twilight quiet and somewhat sane.
First things first, I was the one who intercepted the note about AJ's escape. I was gonna wait until I was sure you were ready before I gave Starlight that letter, but I got impatient. See, the thing is, revenge, it stirs around inside you like an angry critter, butting and clawing to get out. Lucky for me, my timing ended up being just right anyways. You were stressed out just enough to break. Seems you didn't even know I was there. Of course, you're the one who can fill in those blanks. What happened when Starlight showed you that later?
Twilight immediately recalled that first prickly tendril of dread that encompassed her chest and the frantic events that followed. If Apple Bloom was to be believed, then AJ was never in her lab at all, which meant she had destroyed it for nothing. But that couldn't be true, could it? And hadn't AJ so clearly slaughtered Starlight?
She was just here!
Words echoed in Twilight's mind. Words that she did not remember Starlight saying, but somehow felt familiar.
She was just here! She ambushed me!
Terrifying pieces were falling into place. Starlight barricading her door with magic out of fear. Twilight blasting in. Starlight looking frantic.
I tried to barricade my door, but she got through! You don't think she's here to replace me, do you?
Those words. She had thought they came from Applejack. Twilight's breath quickened as her body began to shake. More and more images replaced memories. Truths replaced delusions. Twilight jolting towards Starlight with a shard of mirror. Starlight confused and trying to run away.
It's okay. I didn't really expect you to tell me anyways. I was there for the last bit, though. It looked like Starlight was gonna win out with that dresser of hers, but you were quicker. You slit her throat before she could drop it on you.
The sharp pain. She had passed out, hadn't she?
How could Starlight hurt me if she had already died?
Twilight asked, not realizing she had spoken it out loud.
She was levitating a dresser above your head when you killed her. Once she died, it dropped. Simple as that. You laid there on the ground for a long while, and I considered curing you right then and there, seeing how you already killed and all. Thing is, you were the first one I could observe up close, and you used to always harp on me about taking extensive notes on my potion experiments. Isn't knowledge the true power, Twilight?
Apple Bloom asked, adding a dark enthusiasm to the question just to torment her former teacher.
No, I immediately came here, to the orchard. I know I did.
Twilight insisted. It was in that moment, in that unbridled panic, that Apple Bloom could finally confirm that Twilight had accepted her explanations as truths.
Yeah, I'll bet you did. 'Cause you eventually staggered up, covered in Starlight's blood, and zapped yourself away. You went missing too. I was kind of pissed off that I couldn't see what you were gonna do next, though. I figured for the rest of y'all, I'd cure them when they'd done something unforgivable, rather than have 5 morons bumbling around my family's orchard. I told you, the potion fucks with your sense of time.
Twilight felt an uncanny and well-timed grumble in her stomach. She could faintly taste apples on her tongue, and more images flashed in her mind. Twilight recalled wandering aimlessly, unable to distinguish one grove of trees from another. An endless sea of apple trees was her unrelenting prison. The maze of their paths offered no guidance. She recalled teleporting on occasion, but with no clear thought of where to appear, and ending up in places with more unfamiliar apple trees each time. The only reason the alicorn did not perish was by eating the unkept apples in their gnarled branches. Dim memories presented themselves of Twilight lingering at specific, yet inconsequential trees for hours on end. She could recall seeing slight movement in these trees, and her eyes fixated on them, waiting for that movement to morph into Applejack. She couldn't let her guard down after all. The AJ in her mind was enhanced with the great magic of Twilight's own making. On the rare occasion that she could pull her attention away from one tree to another, her hooves wandered in endless circles. She had seen hoofprints in grassless soil patches and believed them to be Applejack's tracks. She realized in this moment, however, she had been following her own hoofsteps. Twilight knew that finding the farmhouse at all must have been sheer coincidence.
Next, it was Pinkie Pie. I think it was 5 days after Dash went missing that she finally broke. She'd made so many desserts she was baking every pony out of house and home. The cakes probably didn't know what to make of it, truth be told. I got to the bakery with the cure when the place was already engulfed in flames. Pound was screaming about Pinkie killing his mama and his daddy still being inside. Of course, by then they couldn't save him. Pumpkin's lucky she got out in time. They're in Manhattan right now, I think, living with some distant relative or something. Pinkie's got some real bad burns to heal up before she can face the princesses, though.
Pinkie.
Twilight whispered woefully. She wished she could tell Apple Bloom to stop, but she just had to know what happened to her friends.
But what about Rarity? And Fluttershy?
Yep, they succumbed too. In that order, actually. Rarity lasted about a week and ended up killing Sweetie. She wrote guilty all over the walls in her blood. At least we could agree on that part. Her guilt, that is. Afterwards, she spilled her guts out to me about, well, darn near everything. Did you know that she was there that night 7 years ago and could have prevented all of this? I was, bit sad she was already in Town Hall's holding cell when she confessed. Had I known that earlier, well, things might have gone a little different.
But Sweetie Belle was your friend!
Twilight protested, as if there would be some kind of logic to snap Apple Bloom out of this cold, calculated callousness.
She ain't my friend. She and Scootaloo abandoned me, you ought to know that. Scoots claimed it was too difficult to see me like this. And Sweetie? Well, she eventually blamed me for what happened. Fuck 'em both as far as I care.
Who was this monster? And how could she be wearing Apple Bloom's skin? Twilight had done everything she could think to do for this young mare. She was a shoulder to cry on, a guiding hoof in her academic pursuits. She encouraged Apple Bloom to expand her horizons and rise above her pain. Where exactly had she failed her?
Last but not least, Fluttershy.
Apple Bloom said with a sigh, getting a little tired from the long-winded narrative, but still secretly reveling in it.
She broke about 2 weeks in and had been starving her animals for Celestia knows how long. Before she started babbling all nonsense-like, she mentioned running into Angel and snapping his neck on accident. Her critters retaliated, but of course that just led to more critter death. You know, it's funny, 'cause all things considered, her crimes were the least, well, damning. Strange thing though, I cured Fluttershy. But that didn't stop her from babbling nonsense and flailing about. I tell you, it didn't make any sense, but oh well. She ended up in the loony bin anyway.
Fluttershy's in the mental hospital?
Twilight whispered, feeling a pang in her chest for her friend.
Yep, gonna stay there most like. Who knows, the others might join her, depending on how their trials go.
Apple Bloom added. She readjusted in the chair before continuing on.
I gotta admit, it's been a mighty interesting few weeks. Since you and the princesses weren't around to investigate the new deaths and disappearances, the Canterlot Guard had to come poking about. Obviously, they were gonna check Sweet Apple Acres. I'd already taken care of their memories from the escape, so it was just a matter of convincing them that I hadn't seen AJ about. I didn't always work though, so I was making potions double time to throw them off our scent. Thank Luna Guards is stupid, and their pea brains are susceptible to potions. But I got worried that while I was busy watching your friends and waiting for them all to break, some pony would poke about where they ought not. So I planted them flowers and set some traps around the farm. Besides, I was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, knowing that you and Dash would eventually stumble about these parts. Kinda crazy it was at the same time though, huh? Dash is in town hall right now with Rarity, waiting on the princesses. I think ponies wanted to find you first, hoping you'd riddle out why your friends had gone so nutso. It's gonna be interesting to see what they say when they find your body instead.
Had Apple Bloom just said what she thought she said? Twilight's blood ran cold, and a deafening thumping in her head increased with every rapid heartbeat.
Apple Bloom, please!
Twilight couldn't think of the right way to beg for her life. This wasn't her little student, assistant, and protege. This was a monster pretending to be Apple Bloom, and monsters were difficult to appeal to.
I considered letting you live like the others and getting put away for life, but I just don't trust the princesses not to go easy on you. They just seem like the type to pull some stupid loophole shit and set you free somewhere. True, you'd have to live with the guilt, but that just ain't good enough for me. No. While you draw breath, I can't find peace.
Apple Bloom finished, relieved the explanations had finally ended.
It wasn't my fault! I warned Applejack about possible side effects, but she took it anyway! I knew I should have gone to the orchard with her and shake the trees myself, but the princesses needed me! The drought was more important than some zap apples, or so I thought! I was wrong, okay? Wrong! But I'm not the one who murdered ponies for revenge! I'm not the one who tried to hurt her friends and loved ones! I'm not the one who crippled you!
Twilight shouted, throwing every piece of logic she had left at Apple Bloom, hoping something would stick. Apple Bloom didn't respond. She calmly reattached her device around her waist. and walked to the side of the room previously obscured by medical equipment. An old dirt-encrusted shovel was then slowly brought into sight, clutched firmly in Apple Bloom's hoof. It wasn't the shovel. Rainbow Dash had disposed of that ages ago, but it was fitting enough. She glanced down at her target, a firm set grimace on her face.
I don't care. You betrayed her. You left her to rot, thinking y'all could just sweep it under the rug and forget it. You threw her away like she was nothing. Funny how friendship don't mean shit without honesty, huh?
Apple Bloom, listen to me.
Twilight Sparkle's plea was interrupted mid-sentence when the pony wielding the shovel hit her hard across the face, knocking her out cold. Apple Bloom methodically locked her wheels into place, then casually placed the sharpened blade of the shovel to the ropes that bound Twilight's hooves. It took a bit of time and elbow grease, but eventually the spade of the shovel cut her ropes. Twilight's body flopped flatly onto the floor, making her into an easy target. Apple Bloom paused for only a second before she lifted the shovel above the alicorn's body. There was no going back. With a grunt of effort, the shovel came down hard and pierced the fur of Twilight's torso. Soon after, Apple Bloom pried it up and thrusted it down again. This time, the blade made contact with the alicorn's left forehoof. The third strike nicked the stomach. Apple Bloom wasn't that great at aiming, seeing how each thrust was supposed to pierce Twilight's heart, but she was surprised she hadn't drawn as much blood in her first few attempts. By the fourth thrust, Apple Bloom punctured an organ, and blood finally began to flow in surges. Apple Bloom's movements went from calculated to crazed. She screamed and sobbed as all her bitterness and anger was funneled into the bloodied mare. That uncontrollable shake, it prevented her from keeping a proper grip on the shovel. After a final thrust, Apple Bloom's assault ended. The shovel escaped her grasp, tumbling haphazardly onto the crimson and violet mass. She glanced in slight disbelief at what she had done. The blood splattered and stained on her sunny coat. Apple Bloom's heart was pounding in her chest as she stood motionless and loomed over the lump that used to be Twilight Sparkle. After a few minutes, she blinked rapidly to snap herself back to reality. She'd told Twilight that she'd perfected the sleepless potion, but the foolish princess hadn't asked her what that meant. Changing some ingredients here and there, and microdosing her own exposure, had kept the Earth Pony awake since the beginning of her vengeful quest. She couldn't afford to sleep and have Princess Luna stumble upon her dreams, all of which centered around her anticipated actions. The princess hadn't found Applejack's dreams either, and Apple Bloom was convinced it was the dreamless potion she had been slowly feeding into Applejack's sleeping body. It couldn't possibly be anything else, even if the magical monitor that showed the brain activity had been consistently silent. No, there was a potion to fix just about everything. She'd just have to work harder. Apple Bloom took a slow breath to compose herself. She knew she ought to dispose of the body the way she had planned. The trouble was, her frenzied attack had completely sapped Apple Bloom of energy. Melting skin, tissue, and bone in a specialty mix acidic vat of potion would have to wait. It seemed ponies wouldn't be finding a body after all. Apple Bloom's hooves dragged on the floor as she walked and wheeled towards her sister's bed. She gently pressed the latch on the contraption around her waist, freeing herself from it as she awkwardly climbed into the bed beside her sister. Apple Bloom snuggled AJ from atop the covers, burying her face in her mane as she had done so many times as a filly.
You can wake up, Applejack. Please? Please wake up.
She whispered softly and lovingly to her big sis.
You were right. I should have listened to you. I'm sorry. I just couldn't let it go.
Hey everyone, Mag and I wanted to take a moment and thank each and every one of you. Full and fine. Dead weight. That is what Twilight's limbs felt like as her mind finally stirred to consciousness. Her eyes fluttered as she tried to focus on her surroundings, allowing them to adjust to the faint light. In the cold confines of this unfamiliar place, 5 bodies stood motionless. Twilight's heart began to race. Her first instinct was to lighten the room with her magic, but her horn refused to respond. Her breath began to quicken as she looked for windows, doors, anything that could help her identify the location. Instead, all she could see were stone bare walls. It was at that same moment that she spotted each of her friends. They stood frozen in a circle around the room, their eyes shut as if in a peaceful sleep. With no obvious light source, Twilight strained to make out what illuminated their bodies. When she focused hard enough, she could make out a single translucent sliver of magic that surrounded them like a ring. Her eyes darted to her own body, and she realized that she was surrounded by what seemed to be a spell. Though it was rare, this spell was unmistakable. Across the room, Fluttershy began to whimper softly as she too came to consciousness.
Fluttershy?
Twilight asked, trying to maintain her composure.
Twilight, where are we?
Don't move, Fluttershy. The spell holding us in place is dangerous. Whatever you do, don't leave the circle. Do you understand?
Fluttershy merely nodded in response.
Why? What's going on, Twi?
Applejack asked. Twilight and Fluttershy turned to see their friend with her hoof raised. She hesitated to take a step after she heard Twilight's warning.
It's old magic. Something that was once used to contain dangerous things. Or dangerous ponies. Anything that leaves the rim of this circle will be met with a shock. A tip of the hoof can send a wave of electrical current through the body. But anything more than that can be deadly.
Twilight explained, her expression grave.
Ugh, that doesn't make a lick of sense, Twi. Who in Equestria would do such a thing?
Applejack asked angrily.
Ugh, what's going on? Applejack? Is that you?
Rarity called out groggily.
Hey! What's going on?
Rainbow Dash interjected.
My head feels swimmy, no good, yucky.
Pinkie Pie added.
Don't move! Keep your hooves inside the ring until I can figure out how to get us out of here.
Very good, Twilight. I knew I could count on you to keep every pony safe before our little test.
Twilight's ears perked up at the 7th voice in the room. Her head snapped to the source of the sound. She tried to focus her eyes on it. Twilight knew that voice.
Starlight? What's going on? And how did we get here?
Twilight asked cautiously. Starlight Glimmer slowly stepped out from a dark corner and used her magic to ignite the torches resting on each wall. Her face was blank of any emotion.
A short time ago, I had a thought. You see, my magic seems to be just as powerful as yours, which is quite impressive given the fact that I am still a unicorn. And that got me thinking, is the so-called magic of friendship really all it's cracked up to be?
She asked, positioning herself in the middle of the circle of friends.
What are you talking about? Just let us out of here!
Rainbow Dash insisted, ruffling her wings and suppressing the urge to take off in flight.
All in good time, Rainbow, all in good time. Now, where was I? Ah, yes. Twilight, I am a grown mare with enough magic to con an entire village out of their cutie marks, alter a time travel spell, assist in the reconstruction of the Crystal Heart, brainwash you all without breaking a sweat, and take on the entire Changeling Hive. Does that sound like some pony who still needs lessons in the magic of friendship?
What are you saying?
I'm saying that I realize that I don't need your friendship, and I certainly don't need the second-rate magic that I gave to all of you. Still, you 6 are impressive. You've saved Equestria enough times to warrant some attention. I merely want to test your magic against my own. I want to see what happens when the 6 spirits of harmony are forced to face the traits that they embody. Maybe then we will know what true power friendship has in Equestria.
You don't know what you're saying, Starlight. You've seen firsthand how powerful friendship can be. I thought you embraced it and understood where you went wrong.
I did try. I did everything you stupid little ponies said would bring my life fulfillment, but you can't erase a lifetime of emptiness and disappointment. Your petty friendship tests can't be assigned to me like school-filly homework. And even after I proved myself, I still wasn't given a throne in your castle or a real place in Ponyville. And it's all because of my past. You still can't trust me, can you? If you ponies had seen what I tried to do in the past, you all would have sent me to Tartarus, had Twilight not stopped you. Friendship is a lie!
Starlight screamed, the vengeance seeping from her last word. She cleared her throat and replaced her tears with the mask of unfeeling, pretending the lapse of emotion hadn't happened.
That's not true. I have lots of friends and I never leave them feeling icky, lonely feelings.
Pinky interjected.
There's really no point in reasoning with me. The test has already begun. You see, your heroism has always been based on your ability to embrace generosity, kindness, laughter, loyalty, honesty, and magic. But what if you were given a situation where those exact traits could harm rather than help you?
You've gone mad!
Rarity exclaimed.
As Twilight kindly explained, the rings around each of you are quite deadly. This spell certainly was a difficult one to dig up, but the Princess of Friendship wouldn't dream of having an incomplete library at her disposal. So it was only a matter of time till I found what I needed. There's really no use in trying to use your own magic, Twilight and Rarity. I've already disabled it before you were brought here. The spell they used at the Equestria Games was very helpful with that. Now, there will be 6 tests conducted, each based on those 6 harmony traits. When the tests are over, you can go free and punish me however you see fit, proving that once and for all that your magic does surpass my own. If, however, you can't or won't perform, I doubt you will be leaving this room alive.
Starlight held her chin high, her eyes gazing down upon Twilight.
Alive? What do you mean alive?
Fluttershy quivered.
Well, it's not a very good test of extreme situations if the stakes aren't high enough. But let's not waste any more time with questions. I'm sure you're all just as eager as I am to begin.
Starlight's horn lit up and dragged a strange device from another corner of the room into the center with her. It appeared to be a large dissected metal egg, resting atop a tray of firewood. Inside the egg were coals and a long metal poker. Starlight's eyes remained locked on Twilight's, as her magic engulfed the wood into a fiery blaze. The girls all stared in wonder and terror as the metal began to turn bright sun red. Twilight's eyes widened as she understood what the actual metal poker was. Starlight took the branding iron from out of the egg and gingerly twirled it around the mares who stood before her.
This first test is a test of kindness. Each of you will be given a choice. You can either be kind to your neighbor and elect to have the branding iron used on yourself, or you can abandon your kindness and brand the pony to your right instead.
Brandon? Brandon what?
Applejack demanded, stamping her hoof angrily.
Why, your flank, of course. It's a bit of a callback to my life before you ponies ruined everything. Not to mention it will satisfy my urge for vengeance to see a scorched and permanent equal sign scarred over your oh-so-special cutie marks.
Starlight's tone slipped from calculating to scorn as she betrayed her emotions she was working to suppress.
I refuse to take your stupid test! I won't let you hurt me or my friends!
But that's the best part. You see, you'll only have 30 seconds to make your choice, and if a choice is not made, or you decide to get bold and try to escape, one of your friends will be killed at random by the circles containing you now. You didn't think I would make this easy, did you? Let's start with the elements of kindness herself, Fluttershy.
Starlight narrowed her eyes on her prey, pointing the branding iron at her first test subject. She placed the iron back in the egg to heat as she released her magical grip on Fluttershy. This left the frightened Pegasus free to move about.
Fluttershy, would you rather I brand one side of your flank, or will you brand one of Pinky's? You have 30 seconds.
Starlight grinned as her horn lit up a large illuminated countdown that hovered over Fluttershy's head. Fluttershy stood motionless in shocked silence, her whimpers getting caught in her throat. Though her friends shouted words of encouragement and advice, their voices were a muffled buzz of unintelligible noises in her head. Her thoughts focused on the betrayal of Starlight's trust in the little village she had helped to free. Had Starlight singled her out because of what she had done? She looked at the branding iron as tears began to cascade down her soft yellow cheeks.
Fluttershy? Fluttershy, just do it. It's okay. I'll let you brand my cutie mark. I can't. You have to, Fluttershy. Time's running out. You have to do this. I understand. I forgive you.
Pinky's voice quivered as tears filled her eyes. A smirk spread on Starlight Glimmer's face. She said nothing, but levitated a parchment in front of her to jot down the test effects on its subjects.
Your time is up, Fluttershy. What will it be?
Starlight said, pulling the branding iron from the hot coals.
I'll brand Pinky.
Fluttershy whispered in defeat, hanging her head. Starlight levitated the branding iron to Fluttershy, who shakily grasped the handle. Soon after, Pinky's circle disappeared, and she stared into Fluttershy's frightened eyes.
Just get it over with, Fluttershy.
Pinky stammered, unsure of what to expect, but fearing the worst. She shut her eyes.
Pinky, I'm so sorry.
Now, Fluttershy, you have to press into the flank hard and hold it there for 5 seconds. If you fail to do so, I will brand you and Pinky myself, and I will not be gentle.
Starlight cautioned, still jotting down notes. Fluttershy could only cry harder in response, and Pinky's mane deflated. Their friends continued to scream in protest, but no pony could hinder the inevitable.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Fluttershy cried out in anguish as she pressed the branding iron into Pinky's flank, almost matching the scream of pain from Pinky in response. Both ponies' eyes were shut as Starlight counted each agonizing second out loud. When the time was up, Fluttershy dropped the iron and fell to the ground in a puddle of her own tears. Pinky's legs gave out and she too fell onto the unforgiving stone floor, gasping for air between each sob.
Very good, Fluttershy. Now let's give Pinky a moment to gather her wits and then she'll make the choice. Back to your circle, please.
Starlight said in a mocking pleasant tone as she placed the iron back into the metal egg. Fluttershy crawled to her position in the circle and curled into herself, facing away from her friends in shame. Starlight reignited the magic circle around her, then turned her attention to Pinkie Pie.
Now, Pinkie Pie, would you rather brand Rarity or have me brand your other flank?
Starlight asked, as she methodically placed the branding iron within Hoof's reach. Pinkie could barely speak, but the timer appeared above her head regardless. She shakily pulled herself off the ground, grasped the branding iron, and shot Rarity a terrified glance.
Oh, Pinky? I choose Rarity.
Pinky said, dropping her gaze.
Pinky, please, no. Pinky, I beg you. I'm sorry, Rarity. I don't want to lose them both.
Pinky stuttered, shooting a glance at her unbranded flank.
Interesting.
Starlight noted coldly, jotting down more notes. As Starlight released her magical hold on Rarity, she caught a glimpse of the panic in Rarity's eyes.
Remember, Rarity, if you attempt to leave, one of your friends will pay with their life.
You're a monster!
Rarity shouted moments before Pinky pushed the iron into her fur. Rarity screamed and stumbled to the ground immediately, but Pinky held the iron in place for all the required seconds. When it was over, she shuffled back to her spot and continued crying in silence. Rarity gingerly brushed the singed fur from her flank as she gasped for breath.
Your turn, Rarity.
Starlight noted, magicking the timer above the unicorn's head.
Rarity, I choose Twilight.
Wow, that was fast.
Starlight commented in a gleeful manner, jotting down more notes.
I was going to let you anyway, Rarity.
Twilight muttered, stunned at how quickly the decision was made.
I didn't want you to have to be brave for my sake, Twilight.
Rarity stuttered, trying to clarify. By this point in the friendship test, the other ponies had stopped shouting their objections and useless comfort. Instead, there was only a dead silence, broken only by the sounds of pain. Twilight squeezed her eyes shut, and each of her friends turned their heads away when the branding iron made contact. Her screams of anguish brought a sick smile of satisfaction to Starlight Glimmer's face. Starlight hurried Rarity back into her place, eager to give the princess a turn. While Twilight was still doubled over in pain, Starlight presented her with the branding iron.
Twilight, how about you?
Twilight stood her ground, tears pouring down her cheeks. She looked Starlight directly in the eyes, not wanting to give the unicorn any satisfaction by her response.
Brand me again.
Twilight replied with a cold, unforgiving glare.
What? No! Twilight, that's not fair! You don't have to lose both!
Brand me again, Starlight!
I figured you would make that choice. I am interested to know if this takes her special talent away, seeing how it's irreversible. But that doesn't matter to you, does it? You just have to be the strong and the kind one. Set an example.
Just do it!
Starlight didn't hesitate. She used her magic to violently ram the branding iron into the princess's other flank. She used so much force that Twilight skid helplessly along the ground as she did so. Twilight's screams turned into gargled sobs as her friends stared in terror. Starlight took the iron away after 5 seconds, as agreed, and contained Twilight to the magic circle again.
You're up, Rainbow Dash,
Starlight said smugly. Rainbow looked at Applejack with determination. The timer over her head was counting down, while the branding iron was reheated. Rainbow wasn't going to stand idly by and let this madness continue. A sporadic and desperate thought sparked into Rainbow's mind as she eyed Applejack. While their gaze was locked, Rainbow tried to convey a smile of reassurance despite the next words coming out of her mouth.
I choose to brand Applejack.
Rainbow stammered, pretending to have wrestled with the decision.
That's unexpected,
Starlight observed, writing down more notes before pulling the iron from the fire. Rainbow's illuminated ring fizzled away, and without hesitation, she sprang from her place towards the pony that held them captive. She didn't need to jump very far to reach the unicorn, but was deflected away by an invisible shield Starlight used to protect herself. Suddenly, the spell containing Applejack began to glow. In a fraction of a second, An electrical shock zapped the earth pony with such a force that the room flashed with a blinding white light and a mighty cracking sound was heard.
Did you ponies really think that I wouldn't have thought ahead? What exactly do you take me for?
Starlight snapped bitterly, disappointed that her precious test had gone awry.
Applejack!
Rainbow screamed, falling over the charred body of her friend.
I wasn't thinking. I was just trying to make it stop. Applejack, please. No.
You still have to brand her, Rainbow Dash. That was your decision.
Go to Tartarus!
Now, you don't want the same thing happening to another one of your friends, do you?
Rainbow angrily swiped the iron from Starlight and pushed it into Applejack's flank. Not a single sound was heard, except the sizzling of flesh. Starlight retrieved the iron and pointed in the direction of Rainbow's original spot. Rainbow didn't need to be told twice. She too curled in place, faced away from her friends.
My. It seems you lucked out, Fluttershy. With Applejack gone, there's no pony left to make a choice. And since you've already had your turn, I suppose I can let you keep your marks. Ironic, isn't it? The element of kindness was in fact not kind at all to poor Pinkie Pie, but she remains unmarred by a brand. I'd say that was a failed test for kindness.
Starlight observed, jotting down the final notes of the kindness portion of her test. Starlight lit her horn to douse the fire beneath the metal egg, and pushed it back into one of the dark corners of the room. Next, she magicked a simple dagger with an ornament handle, and a thin but hard metal rod and placed them at Rainbow Dash's hooves.
Since Rainbow Dash here took it upon herself to break the rules and rob us of our dear Applejack, I believe it's only fitting that we resume our test with the subject of loyalty.
Fuck you.
This test is also about choices, though it will be made quite clear that they are far more deadly than the last. Rainbow Dash, how far does your loyalty go for your friends? Will you take the dagger and stab Princess Twilight to the hilt, or allow me to give you 3 swift lashes with this metal rod?
Rainbow remained silent as
I just want to say this. If my fucking friends are watching this, give him the 50 lashes! Give that motherfucker 50 lashes! And you know damn well, I know some of you are probably watching, and if you come to this point, give him the fucking 50 lashes. There's no way around it. Give him the 50 lashes! Give her the 50 lashes now, motherfucker!
the timer above her head counted down.
5 seconds, Rainbow Dash. It's not very fitting to allow another friend to die just because you refuse to end.
Rainbow screamed, startling Starlight at the intensity of her response. Starlight removed the magic encasing Rainbow Dash, and she pounced, though not at her, but instead to the remains of Applejack. Rainbow covered Applejack's body with her own, as if protecting her friend. Starlight lifted the metal rod with her magic and brought it down hard on Rainbow's back. Rainbow wailed into Applejack the instant the rod struck. It came down 2 more times, leaving the Pegasus with great bruises and lesions on her back that nearly missed her wings.
Now, Twilight, will you—
The rod.
Twilight said, almost emotionless.
You didn't let me finish.
Starlight said with a smirk.
Twilight, will you stab Rarity to the hilt? Or give Rainbow Dash 3 more lashes?
What?
Screamed Pinkie Pie in horror.
It's all a part of loyalty, Pinkie Pie. Where does Twilight's loyalty lie?
Starlight wondered out loud, locking her gaze on the horrified princess.
To my friends! All of my friends! I'd rather you take my life than subject me to this sick decision!
But that's just not how the test is performed. If you refuse to choose, I suppose there's a 1 in 5 chance that it'd be you that was killed. But I don't think the Princess of Friendship is willing to play the odds.
Starlight retorted. Twilight looked at Rainbow Dash, still sprawled over Applejack, then Rarity.
A knife can do serious damage no matter where it is stabbed. It doesn't give me any real choice at all.
Twilight, no! You can't!
Starlight presented the rod to Twilight and stood back to give her ample space.
Just do it, Twi.
Hit her hard, Twilight, or it won't count.
Starlight said, keeping a close eye on the princess's movements. Twilight squeezed her eyes shut and brought the rod down hard on Rainbow's back. A sickening snap was heard, and the Pegasus screamed in agony. When Twilight opened her eyes to see what had happened, she noticed Rainbow's right wing now laid helpless down on her side, the bone clearly fractured.
Rainbow, I'm so sorry!
Twilight screamed, realizing her mistake. Rainbow just continued to sob.
2 more, Twilight.
Starlight reminded her. Twilight kept her eyes open for the remaining lashes, avoiding her wings as best as she could. Starlight nodded in approval, and the princess returned to her place. All eyes focused in on Rarity, as it was her turn to make a choice.
Stab me, Rarity, please!
Pinky demanded, watching Rainbow struggle to breathe from the pain.
Now, Pinky, this is Rarity's choice, not yours. Your time will come.
If I were to choose the blade, where would I have to stab Pinkie Pie?
Anywhere you like, though it must be to the hilt.
Starlight calmly said,
Rarity, don't! There are too many places that could kill her!
Oh, come now, Twilight. The blade isn't that long. There are plenty of places that would keep Pinkie Pie alive.
Starlight said, rolling her eyes.
Rainbow?
I know, Rarity. You have to do it.
No, Rarity, she can't take much more!
Rarity disregarded Pinky's outcries and levitated the rod as her choice. She would have kept her eyes closed, but she learned from Twilight's mistake not to do so. The rod came down hard 3 more times, and the Pegasus moaned softly with each new strike.
Now it is your turn, Pinkie Pie.
Starlight said, placing the 2 objects before her. Pinky looked up at Fluttershy, who was shaking her head and pleading to be spared.
She'll die, Fluttershy! I have to do this!
Pinky cried. She grasped the blade and took a shaky step in Fluttershy's direction. Fluttershy pleaded for Pinky to reconsider, but Pinky tuned out her cries, thinking only of the pain she would be sparing Rainbow Dash. The blade made contact with Fluttershy's back left leg, and the Pegasus wailed in response. Pinky had been aiming for something closer to her hoof, but the combination of her blurred, teary-eyed vision and Fluttershy's reflective movements had landed the dagger closer to her flank. Pinky noted the excess blood already pouring from the Pegasus's leg, but she knew the job wasn't complete. To the hilt, Starlight had said, and Pinky didn't want to be reminded. Fluttershy saw Pinky approaching her again and tried to make an escape. Pinky pounced, pinning the Pegasus to the ground and forcing the blade deeper into her friend's flesh until Starlight was satisfied.
You're lucky that Pinkie Pie had the sense to stop you, Fluttershy. Your impulses could have cost some pony her life.
Starlight pointed out.
Am I going to die?
Fluttershy panicked, covering the wound with her hooves as Starlight pried the dagger free. Once the blade was free, a spurt of blood followed, but the flow eased as Fluttershy applied pressure.
Hard to say, really. Only time will tell. Though I'm sure Rainbow Dash was grateful for the decision.
Starlight said, guiding a silent Pinkie Pie back to her place. Pinky didn't care to look up from the ground to see the damage she had done.
Now yours is an interesting choice, Fluttershy. You can whip Rainbow 3 more times, or stab any player of your choosing.
Fluttershy whimpered in pain and reached out for the metal rod.
Fluttershy, wait!
Stop me! Stop me! I can't.
Fluttershy said, wobbling on 3 hooves with the metal rod held by her wing.
I'm sorry, Rainbow.
I just can't stop some pony. I can't.
Rainbow made a soft gurgle sound in response. Fluttershy grunted and brought the rod down lightly on her friend.
That doesn't count.
Please don't make me do this.
You know the penalty, Fluttershy.
Starlight reminded. Fluttershy cried out in anger and came down hard with the metal rod. She swung to hit again, but missed and hit Applejack instead. Her vision blurred with tears as she brought it down for 1/4 time, making contact with Rainbow's broken wing. Every pony expected screams of anguish from Rainbow in response, but she remained silent.
Rainbow? Say something, please!
One more, Fluttershy. Quickly now.
Fluttershy brought the rod down for a 5th time, and once again Rainbow made no response.
Dashi!
Pinkie screamed Rainbow's name repeatedly, and Fluttershy dropped the rod in shock. Starlight leaned down to examine Rainbow, noting the severity of the lacerations and the discolored fur along her back.
Internal bleeding and possibly a damaged organ. I'm afraid our dear Rainbow Dash has left us, proving that loyalty to your friends is indeed subjective. Not all friends are created equal for you ponies, are they?
Starlight said, feigning sorrow at Rainbow's death. Starlight jotted down more notes on her parchment, while the remaining 4 ponies mourned in shocked silence. When she finished, she ignited her horn, and a burst of magic filled the room. When it struck each pony in the chest, they were left momentarily dazed, before collapsing unconscious on the ground.
Sorry I had to spring this one on you all, but it was so much quieter and easier to place you here myself while you were unconscious.
Starlight's voice echoed as the 4 remaining friends slowly regained consciousness. They were no longer standing in the circle, but were instead held up by their hooves against the wall, side by side. Metal straps held them in place, and the strange chamber that held them appeared to be made of reinforced glass. It didn't take long to notice that it was built for 6 pony captives, but there were obviously 2 missing participants.
Where's Rainbow and Applejack?
Pinkie demanded, craning her neck to see if their bodies were still within sight.
I would refrain from opening your mouth, Pinkie Pie. This is the test of laughter, after all. You know, they say that laughter is the best medicine and it can cure any ailment. Well, I'm going to test that with you 4 ponies. In a few moments, your enclosure will be flooded with a gaseous substance of my own creation. It's a mixture of toxicity and laughing powder that, when inhaled, will burn through the back of your throats, causing irreversible internal damage. It's mostly attracted to moist places, so breathing through your nose will be painful, but probably not deadly. If you so much as open your mouth to take a breath, I imagine your death will be imminent. You have to suppress your laughter, or your screams, to live through this one. Clever, isn't it?
Starlight didn't give her test subjects time to answer her rhetorical question. She pulled the lever attached to the side of the chamber, and her gas began to fill the enclosure. Each pony squeezed their eyes and mouths shut, making only short deliberate breaths through their nose. The gas burned as Starlight predicted, though there had been a presence of a laughing powder tickling their nostrils and daring them to respond. Starlight observed each pony's behavior and jotted them down individually in her notes. Fluttershy's entire body was shaking, and she made occasional whimper noises. Starlight assumed that her greatest challenge was not to cry, as the moisture would attract the poisonous gas to her eyes. Rarity's face was turning a sickly shade of red, then purple, then blue. She was attempting to hold her breath for the duration of this test, rather than inhale the gas by any means. Twilight seemed the most calm under the circumstances. She had a thoughtful yet determined look on her face, as though she was simply meditating. Pinkie Pie, however, visibly struggled. Her body twitched and spasmed as she labored to regulate her breathing. Mentally, Pinkie was screaming at herself to hold on. She fought more against the laughing powder than the burning in her throat. Pinkie loved to laugh, and she loved to make her friends laugh too. No pony could laugh as long or as hard as Pinkie Pie, with the exception of Rainbow Dash. It seemed like an eternity ago that the pair of them had gone on a pranking spree together, and the deafening thought that it would never happen again tugged at Pinkie's heartstrings. Thinking of Rainbow in this moment proved to be her downfall. When the memories and the anguish proved too much, Pinkie cried out in a mixture of scream and laughter. Knowing that she had failed, she embraced her laughter, sucking in more of the poison with each outburst. She clung to the hope of seeing Rainbow Dash again, until the poison had done its work, leaving the party pony limp and lifeless in her restraints. Starlight shook her head and glanced at the timer on the wall that her subjects had missed. With only seconds remaining in the laughter test, Rarity finally had to suck in a breath through her nostrils. Moments before she cried out in shock and pain, the bell chimed and the gas receded.
My, that was lucky, wasn't it, Rarity?
Pinkie! No! Pinkie! Oh!
Rarity screamed at the sight of her newly departed friend. Her mangled face was a clear depiction of the pain and sorrow she felt at death. Pinkie's eyes were bulbous and bloodshot, with a glassy glaze over the pupils that turned them a translucent gray. Her mouth hung open, showing a great number of boils and blisters lining her cheeks, throat, and tongue. The tears that she had wept in her final moments caused the trail of blisters to form the path that they took down her cheeks. Starlight calmly pressed the button on the side of the chamber that released Pinkie's body from the straps that held it. She tumbled to the ground for a moment before her body was magicked away in preparation for the next test.
Since I have you all here, it's only fitting that we resume with the generosity test,
Starlight announced. She pushed 3 more buttons on the side of the chamber, releasing the remaining test subjects from their clasps that held them. Thick, transparent walls jutted from the ground between each pony, encasing them in their own individual compartments within the gas chamber. Attached to the walls on the pony's right were a series of 6 red buttons, 3 of which were lit while the others remained dark.
Generosity. Now that was a challenge. How could I possibly think of a situation where one would need to be selfish to pass? It certainly took the longest to create, though I am quite pleased with the results. As I'm sure you have guessed, these buttons in front of you correspond to the different sections of my clever creation. As Rainbow Dash, Applejack, and Pinkie Pie are unable to take this portion of my test, their buttons have been disabled. Rarity, Twilight, Fluttershy, your chambers correlate to the remaining buttons, respectively. If you would kindly direct your attention to the vents above you, you will see that they are in fact not entirely open, nor entirely closed. In a few moments, water will begin to pour into your chamber as quickly as those vents will allow. When you press the buttons in front of you, the vent corresponding to the chamber you have chosen will open further. Now, these chambers are connected to one large water vat, and if you choose to abstain from pressing any buttons, the water will pour into your chambers in equal amounts, leaving only a few seconds of breathable air at best. You will need to survive 5 minutes in these chambers after the water has stopped pouring in order to pass. So will you be generous with your precious oxygen, or selfish in the hopes that you will survive?
Starlight smirked and pulled the second lever from the side of the chamber, which released the water from the attached tank.
Twilight!
Fluttershy screamed in terror, pushing her body against the wall closest to her friend.
What do we do?
We have to choose, Fluttershy. We don't have any other options.
Twilight said, the hopelessness in her tone sending a shiver down Fluttershy's spine.
But if we press a button, that means some of us will die!
Rarity cried, avoiding the downpour with her mane and tail as long as possible.
No, just one. If you and Fluttershy press the button for my chamber, you'll both have enough oxygen to live.
How do you know that? It's not like we're getting exact measurements in here.
It's a pattern, Rarity. Don't you see? Every test was designed to eliminate a player. If more than one player is eliminated, it ruins her precious test.
Twilight bitterly realized.
Then, that means only one of us can pass the friendship test?
Yes, Fluttershy. I think it does.
Each pony was now lifted from her hooves, the water having filled each of the chambers half full. Twilight pointed to the buttons on the wall with a stern look on her face.
Do it! Do it or we'll all die anyway!
But you're the Princess of Friendship. Equestria needs you.
What's the Princess of Friendship without her friends? I've already failed Rainbow, AJ, and Pinky. I couldn't be a princess of something I failed. You've got your animals that need you, Fluttershy. And Rarity, you've got to be there for Sweetie Belle and the other Crusaders now. You have to go on. Both of you. So push the button.
Rarity didn't respond. She reached her hoof in the water for the button to Twilight's chamber and pressed it. The vent lowered in response. Seeing Rarity make the decision, Fluttershy too pressed her hoof on the corresponding button and watched sadly as the vent lowered completely in Twilight's chamber.
I love you both. And please tell the princesses I'm sorry. Tell Shining Armor and Cadence that I love them. And tell Flurry Heart
Twilight started, but was cut off when she was submerged in the rushing water. Fluttershy and Rarity struggled to keep their mouths above the water when the last few drops trickled from the vents. From the corner of their eyes, they watched helpless as Twilight thrashed around aimlessly searching for any remaining oxygen. She reached out her hooves towards each of her friends, pressing them against the wall. Twilight's eyes fluttered shut, and the last air bubbles trickled slowly from her lips as the water began to fill her lungs. Within moments, the princess's body bobbed aimlessly in her watery grave. Starlight continued to take notes of the event unfolding before her, a smirk slowly rising from behind the parchment, while Rarity and Fluttershy still fought to stay alive. When 5 minutes had passed, there was a loud buzzing sound, and the water rapidly drained from a new series of holes that appeared on the floor. Rarity and Fluttershy chose to look away from Twilight, neither of them wanting the last memory of their friend to be the princess's lifeless body. Starlight ushered the two of them out of their chamber before pulling a switch and turning off the lights within.
Well, I can't say that I'm surprised that Twilight's insightfulness would discover the nature of my tests, nor that she would sacrifice herself for her friends at the earliest opportunity. She always wanted to play the martyr. Now she has. I certainly hope it was worth it.
Starlight said, leading the final two ponies to the next test that awaited them. Rarity and Fluttershy were surprised to learn that the room where this nightmare began was seconds away from the massive chamber where they were held. When they looked back in the direction they had come, the stone wall blocked their view, making the room appear smaller again.
Oh, I've learned all sorts of interesting spells and illusions to prepare for this test. This room isn't as small as you might think.
Starlight said with a chuckle when she saw the confusion on her remaining subject's face.
So, was she right? Are you waiting until one of us is the winner before you end this madness?
This is a test. One does not win. One can only pass or fail. And if it weren't for Rainbow Dash's rash decision-making, we might have been able to take all 6 tests. But I suppose you can't plan and predict everything when making a test such as this one. The final test will have to end on honesty.
Starlight ushered the remaining ponies to the center of the room and indicated for them to sit facing each other. Once each pony was seated, Starlight ignited her horn, and the same magic rings that had held them once made their reappearance. In conjunction, 4 magic balls of light that were shaped like apples appear, 2 in front of Rarity and 2 in front of Fluttershy.
Forgive my satirical humor, but I thought it was only appropriate for the honesty test to have a little bit of an apple flair. It really is a shame Applejack had to die first. I thought she'd make it this far. Even so, the test must go on. Now, there is a single word etched into the magic apples in front of you: chance and choice. If you both select chance, then your livelihood will be left up to fate. One of you will die at random. If one of you selects choice and the other chance, the pony who picked chance will be killed and the other spared. If, however, you both select choice, you will both die. You must touch one of these 2 apples before the timer runs out, or you will both be eliminated in the same manner as Applejack.
What are we choosing exactly?
Which of the cider mugs you will drink. I bought these apple ciders from the Apple family in anticipation of this very event. Prior to this test, one has been poisoned. The test is concluded when both ponies drink and one of you fails. You have 2 minutes to talk and convince each other which choice you will make. But will you be truthful or lie to save your own skin?
There was a silence that hung in the air. Fluttershy and Rarity stared into each other's eyes, uncertainty lingering.
Begin.
A timer appeared above the final pair of ponies. For the first few seconds, neither pony said a word, until at last the Pegasus broke the silence.
You should go on, Rarity. You can still grow and prosper without me. Your boutiques and your fans. It would be a lifetime of work lost. Not to mention you mean more to Sweetiebelle than I do to my animals.
Fluttershy, no! I could never compare my work to your own. Your care for these animals has saved lives, and no dress could ever amount to that. I could never continue my work after living through this ordeal. Any sort of happiness I achieve will be forever tainted on the idea that I had to watch you and my dearest friends die just to spare me. I won't let you sacrifice yourself for me.
Then, should we?
Yes, I think it's the only way we can live with ourselves. We must pick the chance and promise each other we will do everything we can to go on, if we are in fact the one who is spared.
Rarity said as confidently as she was able. Fluttershy nodded and reached out her hoof while Rarity did the same. They made their selections, and all 4 floating apples disappeared, leaving a mug of cider in their place. Rarity and Fluttershy stared at the liquor in fear, picking it up with shaky hooves.
30 seconds.
Starlight warned, writing more notes on the parchment.
Together?
Together.
The pair of ponies brought the cider to their lips and reluctantly took a gulp. Neither of them could taste a poisonous difference, so each became confident in theirs that the cider was safe. Once each pony neared the end of their drink, Starlight interrupted.
Oh, did I forget to mention that the decision you made will be etched onto the bottom of the cider mug for the other pony to see? That must have slipped my mind.
Both ponies almost dropped their mugs simultaneously when they learned this last bit of information. They looked at their respective mugs to see what the other pony had chosen, and the color drained from their faces.
Fluttershy! I'm so sorry!
Starlight smiled as the fast-acting poison she had created took effect, causing Fluttershy to cough as if she were choking.
I'm so sorry!
Rarity screamed, wanting to reach out to her friend. Fluttershy couldn't respond. She was desperately fighting whatever strange poison was taking its hold on her. All Rarity could do was watch in horror as the life of her friend slipped away. Starlight levitated the mugs with her magic to inspect them. Rarity's mug had Chance engraved on the bottom, while Fluttershy's had Choice. Rarity's betrayal was clearly stamped on her face as she fought back a fit of nausea.
Congratulations, Rarity. You failed. Thanks to you, I have proven that magic is only as powerful as the ponies who wield it. And as promised, you are more than welcome to return to your home in Ponyville and seek whatever punishment for me that you deem appropriate. Though, given the fact that my magic has picked your friends off so easily, I caution you to choose your vengeance carefully. If I were you, I wouldn't want to anger some pony that powerful. Oh, but there is one last thing you need to do before you're allowed to go. It will give me such satisfaction to hear the conclusion of this test read aloud by the only living participant. It's only one little phrase, and then you're free.
Starlight took the parchment that she had documented on for the duration of the test over to Rarity, with only the last line visible. The unicorn read it to herself, then looked up at Starlight in hatred.
Here, I'll get you started. After thorough investigation and testing, it can be concluded that...
Starlight gave Rarity a frightening smirk, waiting for the unicorn to finish the sentence. She hung her head in defeat and uttered the final words.
Friendship isn't magic.
Oh my god, I forgot how brutal My Little Pony stuff is. I forget, yeah, I make things brutal too. I do it too, but damn, I forgot how brutal Apple Sleep Experiment is and the sequel in itself. Okay, so, as you can see, I started chapter 1 of Bittersweet Symphony. I also kind of worked on the little chapters. Yeah, this is what I got so far for Bittersweet Symphony's part 1, act 1. This is act 1, chapter 1. Yeah, so, I've decided to title it like this, so, yeah, let me see. Okay, what are we doing now? It has literally been 6 hours. It's literally been fucking 6 hours. It's fucking crazy. Oh my god. It has literally been 6 hours. Let me see what I could do. What else? I don't really have anything else to do other than do this little bit of writing that I have going on here. So I'm just kind of working on the trying to word it so it doesn't sound like ass. And so far I got a good beginning. The idea is supposed to, I want to write out a little quick thing way before this is Discord's rule, and I just kind of want to explain a little bit before I go dive deep into the actual story, which is am I publishing Bittersweet Symphony to my fanfiction? Hold on. I don't know if I have a spot for it. I only have Sweet Confections on here. No. Let me see. Okay. So, Sweet Confections is Finfiction and Quote. Oh! Okay. I don't know if I want to do Evelyn right now. Like, it's been a long time, a hot minute since I've done that one. I do want to do Tales of a Woodsman. If I wasn't so wrapped up in this fucking project, I would totally, you know. Alright, so, work on a little bit of this before we go. Okay, well, I got some done. Alright, cool. This is the most work I got most in a while. Okay. It's been 7 hours now. Holy Jesus. This is all I have. This is all I have, bro. What more do you want from me? Oh my god. Oh my god. I should probably wrap it up, actually. I did get some done. I think this is a bit lame, but I'm gonna fix it when I get a chance. Alright, goddamn. Alright, I got something. I'm cooking now. I'm cooking. Let's go. I'm cooking now. I have not cooked this good since fucking 2022 or some shit. I don't know. Okay, I think that's enough for me because my butt is hurting and I do not like sitting too long, and I'm just probably gonna take my pills, and it's already 3 o'clock in the fucking morning. But I marked this, don't worry, I marked this live stream the day it's supposed to be. So it's the 22nd. So 7 hours. Holy crap. Oh my god. 7 hours. Holy crap. Well, I hope you guys have a great morning / night. I'm sorry if you hear my fucking dog. But yeah, I hope you guys have a nice day, morning, whatever. I will come back later today, and I'll try to hop on a little earlier, so that way it wouldn't be like this. But anyways, y'all have a great morning / night. I'm gonna wrap this up and yada yada. Alright, peace out, guys.